What's going on, my dudes? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion, episode 88. How you guys doing? What's going on, my dudes? We're starting a little bit early today, but whatever, dude. We're starting early. Like usual. Not usual, actually. The last 2 weeks I've been starting a little bit late, but whatever. We're here. Shout out to the Cope Gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery Gang for being in here, solving mysteries. What's going on, my dudes? How's everybody doing? How's everybody been? There's been 6 people in here already. Wow, that's pretty crazy. 6 people just waiting around for me to start a stream. That is insanity. Let's get some music going real quick. Let's get some music going. Start the music up. Let's get the volume control going real quick. Quick here. Not too quiet. We're gonna have some synth wave going on in the background today. So synth wave. M Rios, we are live. We are in fact live. We're early, but we're live. We're still alive, guys. We're still doing this shit. Thumbnail is my mindset right now. What am I doing with my life? What do you know? Huh. Rest in peace, Grim. Rest in peace, Todd. Rest in peace, Face and LMS. Yeah, dude. Rest in peace, dude. Pour out a fucking 40 from my homie over there. For my homies. Say C Cabo. Rest in peace, Grim. Yeah, I agree. Good evening. Can truly and evidently confirm that it is in fact over. Nice. It's over, dudes. Today we have an article to read. Have our standard panel discussion. And yeah, we're just gonna have a good time today. I've been watching so much. I've been playing Elden Ring, doing some homework for my classes, and yeah, just in general, just been kind of chilling around today. So feels good, man. Feels good. Huh. You got 5 people here so far. Let's let people get in here real quick. So I did start early, so I can't expect people to be here on time, I guess. But on my time, I guess. So how's everybody been? Saw the Discord article Dusty posted a few days ago. Maybe it's the same article. I don't know. I have another article I'm gonna read. What's the article say? Discord. Whatever, personalized server, who gives a fuck? Okay, get it. Got it. Okay. Becoming a man was a huge mistake. Why did doctors allow me to do this? Do it. That's Jay Ware. Medican on Odyssey. Vital message, leaving the black pill. Jimmy's room exposed. That was funny. Jimmy's room, self-reports in Valsh's comment section. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Jimmy's room. Yeah, Jimmy. I forgot to even talk about Jimmy's room. He's like self-nuked his channel, which is weird. Kind of funny, dude. Articles and ideas. Okay. Just got a DM from Face and LMS. He's going to be offline until October due to terrible living conditions. Oh my god. The fuck's going on? Trying to find this article that you mentioned in the Discord server. I can't find it. Let me go back to the chat. Oh, I mean video. What is going on here? Is this like a bot? Oh god. I mean video. Oh, okay, I'll look for the video then. Just watch SNC, bro. Yeah, dude, just watch SNC, dude. At work, listening to MD roast a dating coach at work right now. Took a break from Discord and BP content to focus on real life. Yeah, dude, I understand that. That's what I recommended you do anyway, I believe. I'm not saying on the call of that, but I'm just saying, dude. Just saying, like, you know, it's good that you're focusing on real life a little bit. Like, you're still young, dude. You got a lot of time on your hands still. You know, when you're hitting like 35, 30 years old, dude, you really got got a lot of got a lot of fucked up shit going on when you get this old, dude. You get this old, dude, your time starts running out. Your mind's not nearly as sharp. You can't learn nearly as fast, dude. Shit sucks. Future is grim. I agree. Give me a link to ClickBot. Oh god. It's a beautiful day out. Wish I was walking to the park with a girl playing on swing sets, trying to relive my lust and misspent youth instead of rotting. I'm not a bot. I mean, you look like a bot. A bot would surely say that, though. I agree. Just be a bot, bro. Yeah, just be a fucking bot. Be a bot in a random fucking black pill fucking Discord server. Which Jack, which video is it? If you can, like, don't send me the link, just like send me the which video is it? Like which text channel is it in? Is it under memes, articles, and ideas? Oh, historian explains being Gen Z. Oh, I watched that video. That video was good. Yeah, that video might actually be worth watching on stream actually. So I'll probably yeah, I watched that video already. It's a good video. What if Alt Hiss is good? I like his video. Be a bot, bro. Another day in my prime. I'm a bot. What's up, Fried Fetus? What's up, my dude? Beep boop. Yeah, that Gen Z one. Yeah, that was a good video. I watched that video like a few days ago. It was a good video. It really does kind of cover like why Gen Z is so nihilistic and everything's couched in irony and there's no sense of like seriousness at all in the generation, dude. Generation's fucked. I'm just gonna say it. They're fucked, dude. I'm not saying all Gen Z is bad, but damn, there's some parts of the generation just like, what the fuck's going on with this generation? They're TikTok obsessed, social media fucking obsessed, insane fucking feminist trans activist shit going on, BLM supporters, stuff like that, and the generation, dude, it's just weird. Had to get a bot name to prevent Stacy from flooding me. I understand, dude. I understand. Bro, I need to watch that video. We might watch it today on stream, so you never know. Hopefully I don't get copyright strike for that shit, but I do have an article to read today. It's called "Children of Men is Really Happening" by Ed West. He's on Substack. To grim or not to grim? That is the question. Yeah, exactly, dude. What if Alt Hiss is the GOAT? Yeah, I like that guy. No gender, no purpose, no kids, and Gen Z. Yep, you got it. You fucking got it in a nutshell, my dude. I think that's something that Peter Zahan said before was that Gen Z, because they're the children of Gen X, they were always told that there's never going to be any support for you at all because millennials are going to be the primary generation that people are going to be kowtowing to for the next 30 to 40 years because we're the next biggest generation after the boomers retire. So once the boomers retire, though, dude, we're next up in line to be the ones who the politicians have to cater to and have to care about. And Gen Z is kind of going to be like less than fucking dust, really, because like if you're not getting the millennial vote, then you really don't have any you don't really have a fucking you don't really have a fucking a future in politics in this country, that's for sure. So Gen Z is not on social media. It's a wrap for the social. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's just the reality of it, dude. I watched a video today by I think there was Thinking Ape had a video about that today, and he's right. That's something I've said in the past too as well. Where like Gen Z is basically required to be on social media, otherwise they're fucked. He said in Thinking Ape's video, he said that like if you don't have an Instagram or you're considered to be the odd one out or the weird guy, and it's somewhat true. It's even hey man, millennialist what? Popcorn Willie, what's up, dude? Don't worry, dude. I stammer enough to fucking for both of us, my dude. It's hard brainwashing going on. It makes me sick. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even saying that to be dramatic. I actually feel sick when I see the propaganda and people falling for it. Yeah. This is not mystery. This is his AI voice he uses while going local with Stacy's in an Upper Manhattan penthouse with his new leftist mates. Oh, God. Millennials. There is no hope for change until the boomers die. Stand for that statement. Boyos. Honkler can't honk anymore. What the fuck happened to Honkler, dude? Honkler's dying. Honkler's fucking suffering, dude. Have you read the news about facing LMF? I heard that he can't. He's going to be MIA for a few weeks online. So I'm looking at my Discord right now. I saw someone post something about facing LMF earlier. I wasn't quite sure what's going on with him. I think it's under general somewhere. Someone says facing LMS is has issues going on, and I want to like say too much. Millennials are worse than Gen Z. I just can't stand them. I would say that Gen Z is the brainchild of the millennial generation. Millennials have Gen Z grew up online, and the people who were primarily making online content were millennials at the time. They keep fucking up the fucking word millennial. Millennials at the time, or Gen Y at the time, was making YouTube videos and stuff like that. YouTube videos and TikTok content, not TikTok content, but YouTube videos and all the online stuff that kids grew up to love. So yeah, I mean, Gen Y might actually be worse than Gen Z in some respects. In the fact that we kind of created this monster that's so activist and so politics shit and all that shit. So like, I don't know, dude. They're really fucked. Millennial, yeah, millennial. Yeah, I can't fucking say the word. I'm millennial. Oh, you're a millennial too? I thought you were Gen Z. Mystery coping hard with synthwave a little bit, dude. I like synthwave. Pretty cool. Mystery Tyrone. Yes, put the Tyrone in me. Damn, I don't got social media except for YouTube and Discord. I have a lot of social. I'm 35. I didn't know you were 35. Holy shit. Damn. All right. Well, you got me. I thought you were younger than that. How's inflation going food-wise? Inflation's really bad in my area. I mean, I can afford the money, but I don't want to have to. I'm not having a problem affording gas or food at all. But like the reality that I am spending more money for food and gasoline and all that stuff in my area as well. So things I typically buy, I buy a lot of steaks. I eat a lot of steak. I eat a lot of chicken and steak. Chicken's not too bad. Steak is extremely expensive though. Steaks went from being like, I don't know, $7, $8 to being like $12, $13, $14 now, and depending on if you want to get like a decent steak. So it's getting kind of crazy out there. I'm like, okay, I don't buy nearly as many steaks as I used to. So yeah, it's getting bad. Well, he said he's going to stream again in October, but he's still very active on Discord. Okay, that's good shit. Good shit. TikTok is blackpilling an entire generation of young men. I agree with you. I agree with you. They're completely black women. I think TikTok is. I think an entire generation of you men have seen their generation of women on TikTok, exposing themselves, just being extremely. It seems like the women in Gen Z are extremely. They have like zero piety at all. There's like zero sense of restraint. Nothing about. It's all about doing you and being you, and you do you, boo, and you live your own life and stuff like that. And it's like there's no sense of like community in that generation. Like everybody's kind of out for themselves. Like, and you can see it in the games they play, like Fortnite, Call of Duty. Any game that has a battle royale function. It's all about being like on your own and doing it on your own and shit like that. So some of these guys are fucking like, I mean, like, is this health? And the real question is this healthy to have an entire generation of kids who are completely devoid of like any hope in the future? Like, if you're Gen Z, I don't know how you have any hope in the future right now. You can't afford to buy a house. You can barely afford to buy a car or even own a car. Your schooling sucked ass. The food you eat sucked ass. There's crap all over the water and all the food and all the air and shit. You have global warming, if you believe in that or not. You have climate change, or what to call it. I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit. There's a whole bunch of shit that like Gen Z and even Gen Y to some extent has gone through. Gen Y had to go through the 2008 financial crash, and then had to go through Chad 19, as did Gen Z as well. But like Gen Z just has been inundated with like propaganda their whole fucking life by the left and someone from the right too as well, but really from the left. And you have all these weird things that I don't know. It's just weird. And when I say left, I mean like socially. I don't mean like the economic sense, but the social left, like all this like trans stuff and they went through the recession too. They did. Did they? Gen Z went through the 2008. I guess they kind of did. They at least they lived through it. They were there. They were alive. I'm just saying like they didn't really enter the job market though. Yeah, they didn't really enter the job. I don't think they were entering the job market around that time though. Like that was mostly Gen Y doing that shit. And imagine graduating from college, dude, and you're graduating into like 2008, dude. You're just fucked. You really have no sense of like you have nothing. Like you have like no jobs, no job prospects at all, and you're working at fucking Burger King or mother crappy ass job trying to fucking make ends meet. I mean, good luck with that shit, dude. If you're a kid during 2008, it was a little bit easier because like your parents had to focus on that shit, and it was, I'm sure, of course, it was bad for you too. But I'm just saying that like graduating into 2008 was much worse than I think than people really imagined. Especially having to have that fucking having to fucking have with student loan debt being as high as it was. So some boomers are cool, let's face it. Yeah, I can agree with you there. There are some boomers I can respect pretty heavily, but a lot of them, I mean, like boomers, what ended up happening with boomers is that they went through the whole free love movement back in the 60s, 60s and 50s and 60s and 70s and stuff like that. And they went through all these eras. And so some of them grew up and realized that the world wasn't all puppy dogs and rainbows and shit, and they couldn't all just become weed smoking hippies. So a lot of them ended up shaping up and making something out of themselves. But so it doesn't change the fact that like boomers have been controlling this country for the last 50, 60 years. And the reality is that they have fucked up so many times, and they've left their posterity in a much in a very precarious position right now. So yeah, would you say that this has the potential for a pendulum effect with Gen Z turning these social trends around and reassert more conservative values? Socially, yeah, I think that Gen Z is far more economically left than at least than I am. That's for sure. But socially, it's possible. But even then, I don't know. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, if you inundate people who are young enough to have these values, like there's old. I work with some boomers who are like still be believing the free love stuff, and they still believe in all the accept everybody and do whatever you want. Oh my god. I didn't even see this dude's comments. What did he post? Oh, he just posted the N word. Okay, I see what you did. Okay, dude. I mean, come on. What a sad life this must be for this guy to be trolling a 16 viewer stream. What a sad fuck this guy must be. But yeah, could I see them Oh, he posted the N word. Okay, could I see a pendulum effect happening? I could see it happening to some of them, but I wouldn't say enough of them to cause like a general effect across the entire generation. Most prices went up by 1.3 to 2 times in my area. Chicken breast is like times 2. It's over for Industrial Revolution sale. Yeah, dude. There's no hope, only cope. All we can do, dude. Manlet are working on building their calves so they can tiptoe max. Oh god. It's not completely over until you hear a man talking about using makeup. It's coming though. Or you hear men talking about using makeup. Okay. I can't breed Your only hope is to rope. Oh god. Get the likes up, you maggots. Yeah, I agree. Get the likes up. Like this video now. I agree. Like the video. Gen Z went through the recession. Don't worry. Gen Z got to carry the USA like LeBron did the Cavaliers. Oh god. No matter how you look at it, boomers have some impressive specimens. Be interesting to talk about this topic a little bit more in depth once we get the panel up. So Gen Z got to carry. I read that one. Blue balls matter. Boomers wasted their money like Russia wastes their troops. Oh wait, I can't find a job in 2018. My cousin had it worse. Boomer got the best of the best. They really did. They got a stable country who was the sole superpower of the world for like 50, 60 years still, and really still is, but it's slowly waning in power now. And they inherited they inherited a country that was at the top of its power really, and they squandered all of it. They wasted all the money, all the surpluses are gone, we're in massive amounts of debt now. But we spent all the money, so like we really don't have anything. So like this country, I don't want to say bankrupt. Countries don't really go bankrupt per se, but the reality is that we just have a fucking we're in so much fucking debt it's not even funny, and they just fucked up royally in that respect, at least in my opinion. So kind of, they would probably leave. It's a bit of weird split of left and right. I noticed more men being right wing and Gen Z, but the women are feminist. I ain't carrying shit, lol. Let married dudes do all that shit. Yes, you're right. 60s guys were rotten. Hey, what are you betas doing here? Sliders gang for life. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just avoid those comments real quick. Pelosi capital was the greatest investments of all time. Had the greatest, yeah, it really does. Reducing male population by throwing away soldiers. Boomers are delusional as fuck. Any of you ever even touch a woman? Dallas County Scratchers, the fuck? Floyds can't be conservative. They're already talking about makeup in the black pill space. Yeah. New profile? I don't know. Black Authority made a video talking about this. Is this the weakest generation of men? Oh man. I mean, who made them weak though? Like, they aren't weak by just a fault of like ourselves here. Like we were made weak by the technology around us and by the parents who raised us and by the food we ate and by the culture we lived in. It's not just like I hate when people make. I mean, I didn't watch the video obviously, so maybe he goes more nuanced about it. But like, it's a pretty weak generation, really. I mean, it's not necessarily like their fault though. Like the reality of that, like the reality of generations is that they're simply a byproduct of their environment and their genes and the time they grew up in. So like, can you really blame them for like, for what they are? Like, the reality of that it is what it simply is what it is. Counting on Gen Z is like relying on an old Subaru not to have a gasket leak. Buy some Chad chickens. I agree. Honky Kong. Trying to shame less fortunate males. I mean, in normie circle, I just bought some bison. Nice. Leave us alone with the inward shit. We aren't leftists, you moron. I'm androcentric maxing. Starting to see normies wear nail polish with no makeup yet. Oh, never seen that one before. Haven't seen nail polish at all. Join the howling madness. I agree. Screaming to the howling madness like a madman in this stream today. Plus, they didn't have social media crap. I agree. Social media has been one of the, in my opinion, what is the upside for social media? Like, well, where exactly is the upside after social media? Like, okay, has it really connected us at all, or are we just all more divided than ever? Like, did it really connect anybody at all? Like, it's nice to have. Like, it's nice to see people you haven't seen in a while and see them on Facebook or whatever you're on and talk to them occasionally. But, like, I could have done that. Or the people I need to talk to are in my town or people I want to keep contact with at the end of the day anyway. So, like, does social media really have a good effect on society, or has it all just been absolute negative tier shit? When you look at it as a whole, like when you weigh the pros and cons, the only conclusion that you can come to is that it's been at least to me anyway, it's been a net negative on society. It really is a fuck, dude. Like it's not fair. Like social media really is has caused so many problems when it comes to like exposing. I mean, if anything, it's exposed the truth of humanity more than like any journalist ever could. People are just being more open about what they believe and what they think and how they behave. And you've exposed the dating market, you've exposed men and women, you've exposed politics. It's exposed so many things. But the reality is that, is that stuff really a net benefit? Like, I guess what I'm trying to argue here is that, like, was the ignorance better than the than the knowledge that we currently have now? Like, we're more knowledgeable and we all know the quote unquote truth now, but like, are our lives better off for it? to some extent. I don't think it is. I think that people would be happier in the ignorance and bliss. I guess I'm going to argue the Matrix here bullshit, but I guess I'm arguing that whole like, oh, would you rather be stuck in the Matrix or stuck in the real world? And like, I think that the ignorance, I think this is the average normie being ignorant is so much more ignorance is bliss, as they say. Like just flat out not knowing the stuff is like makes your life so much more not meaningful, but definitely makes it easier to get through for sure. Be born and boomer, bro. Yeah, dude. I trade my technology in for a better society. Boomers had some tough guys. Yeah, boomers had a hodgepodge of everything at the end of the day. Like, boomers had a hodgepodge of everything because they were such a big generation. There's kind of everything in that generation. There's a reason why they had so much success too, is that you had so many more people to sell to. It's easier to make money when like you have literally like everybody's out there to buy. Like you have so many suckers who are willing to buy your product. It's easy to make a bunch of money when there's more people out there, because like it's easier to sell stuff because like there's more people who out there who want to buy it and all that stuff like that. So like they kind of had like a mix of everything in the boomer generation. But oh boy, they really did leave us fucking high and dry though, didn't they? Didn't answer. It's over. Wait, where did I miss a comment? I will say this: boomer millennial women seem to be worse than Gen Z women, in my opinion, based on my experience. I think top tier, tough men generation are higher tier than all generations. The average is now the weakest. Gen Z is not weak. This is bullshit. Depends on what you mean. I think certain parts of Gen Z are weak, but it really does depend. Coworker of mine got cucked. He took the court and DNA test and was dismissed on any further child support. She got a year's worth out of though. Dang, that is rough. That's a fuck, dude. This chainsaw society, bro. Yeah, dude. You can't chat up and befriend young women, but can't really do it with older women. From experience, I speak. Okay. Our parents wanted us to be weak. The chemicals is what we consume. Fuck us over. Yeah. Gen Z is emasculated. I know. Look right now. Look at these Zoomers, athletes, and stats. Humans are getting better. Oh, really? He said he could see the dollar signs fall out of his ex's eyes. Take the androcentric pill. Yeah, emasculated. Yeah. At the end of the day, you got base women. She will be crap in bed. Social media sucks. It's not fun and doesn't make us better. Mystery. The upside is to get profit from it. Yeah, but like that's like for a small subset of people who are making the money off that type of shit. It's not going to happen for like. Unless you invested in Facebook or something like that early on, or Facebook or Twitter or some shit early on. But like for the rest of us, dude, we're just kind of fucked here. We're all just laying around doing nothing. So we ain't making no money off of social media unless you're like an influencer or some shit like that, I guess. But I'm not saying social media, you can make money off of social media, but like, damn, like the industry being made off of social media matter. Like, but like, is the influencer industry really changing the world like in a positive way though? Like, is having all this access to information really changing the world in a positive way? Information given to the masses, or given to the masses. I'll use that word. Information given to them is like casting pearls into a swine. Like like is it really worth the time to even educate them to a certain point? Like what's the point? That's what I'm trying to get out of here. Like, okay, we can profit from it, but like I'm saying, like, is the amount of like profit that we made really worth the destruction of our society and the social bonds that made society function? So we are the mode. You mean most, right? Divided, bro. Yeah, dude. Told my coworker he was cucked and he tried to deny it. Oh, but of course, socially castrated as well. Gen Z. She left. She's going to be offering a very good time. Gen Z males. Oh yeah. About to say Gen Z, not Gen Z, dude. Gen Z males. Gen Z women are going to be fine, dude. They can just sell their bodies and make money off OnlyFans. But anytime dudes my age talk about technology as an advantage for young guys, I want to punch them in the fucking face. Over when you don't have friends at early childhood. Reveal the possible flaw in the notion that abundance would free people from the social ills scarcity brings, but in fact, it was scarcity that brought people together. To some extent, you're kind of right there a little bit. Yeah, I think that people don't realize that struggling with people and struggling with to overcome adversity is somewhat. I'm not saying you should be suffering and like suffering and burning in hell, but like the reality is that like when you have a when you go through hard shit with friends or go through hard shit with your family, like that shit makes your bonds even stronger, dude. Because like you survive those hard times, and that's what really brings people together, and that's what really keeps society functioning. You can if everybody's fat, happy, and it's kind of like the Mouse Utopia experiment. Everyone was fat, happy, had their own little space, and then it just collapsed on the internet itself. And I was like, okay, that's obviously not the thing that would not the thing that's going to make society function. Society somewhat need a little bit of friction and conflict to kind of function to some extent, because otherwise it would just be like a stagnant world where everything's kind of like if you're getting force fed food and you got plenty of water, plenty of shelter, you can fap them as porn sites you fucking want, you got all the video games you want. You can afford it all. You can live in your a bedroom apartment or some shit like that. You get all this free stuff. Let's say we provided everybody all this stuff, and it's like, would it still make people happy? Would people be happier from that stuff, or would it really just be a matter of like people would be suffering in that environment to some extent because like they have no purpose, they have no sense of direction. So, I would say that you're probably somewhat right here that the scarcity, it brings people together. It's an advantage for young guys as long as they turn into a chick. I would like to see you debate that one guy who made a video saying the social dilemma was all cap and the social media is not destructive. Huh. People need mystery into life. Ignorance might not be bad. Here's an economic benefit based on how smart you are. I'm not sure what comment I was responding to, but good thing I at least had a couple of close friends. I want to go back equals put back to the matrix. Equals putting back in the matrix. Oh. Based employer white pilled. Also, school was unnatural as fuck. What do you mean by that? I know 10 Zoomers who'd fuck up your toughest boomer. The worst cope is actually believing we were witnessing a downfall of society. Didn't ancient Greeks do the exact same boomer shit? Just sit down and be quiet, Gramps. It's okay, dude. It's okay, dude. You don't have to watch us, right? You can just leave. We're talking real shit here, dude. No, I'm joking. But yeah, everybody thinks they live in the end times. That's what it comes down to. Everybody thinks they live in the end. I don't think it's the end times. It's not like going to be the end of like society or something like that. But we definitely live some hard times here. When you see a generation of kids who believe that like, they can't even define what a woman is, or most of them are like trying to figure out what the fuck how the fuck they're gonna fucking feed themselves tomorrow. I think we have an issue. People who are basically stuck in limbo basically for the whole life. Like if you have a generation of kids who will probably never own a home, or who will probably never own never truly own anything. Like they're all going to be renting their whole lives, or using Netflix, never own a DVD or never own a movie their whole life. And then who knows? It might make them happier, but I think they're going to be fucking miserable, in my opinion. My social skills are still deteriorating by the month. Still, most of them I can't meet even irregularly. Just study until you are 25, bro. Yeah, I agree. Nice. Sure you do, Jimmer. Schools and doctorship camps. You were supposed to have mentor and learn a trade. That's it. Predicting something worse. When Greeks fell, it affected Asia. When the globalized world falls, it might take humanity itself with it. Guilds used to be good. I just leave my house and spar with them. I also know quite a few athletes. Nice. Freaking social media alienation through having to move to get a better deal or job. Yeah, that's another big thing too. Is so much people are this has been happening for a few years now, but people have been forced to hey, you're kind of supposed to do this anyway, but you're leaving your social bonds behind to go to some far off town to go work a job, and you're leaving all your social bonds behind. So like you end up like just an atomized individual living in the middle of the city somewhere trying to figure out your life, and that can't be healthy for you either. Your mind's like kind of stuck. You're kind of you don't have any social bonds. You might make a few work friends, but especially if you're a dude. If you're a woman, you're going to be perfectly fine. But if you're a dude, you're going to make a few work friends, and maybe that's really it. But if you're not very social, though, you're just going to be kind of like fucked, stuck in the middle of limbo, kind of just like floating around, Twitter equals twatter. F for Will Smith. Yeah, put an F in the chat for Will Smith, dude. I don't have a girlfriend and might not be loved. Therefore, the things I don't like are the main problem in society. I can agree with that. The thing that I don't like are the main problems of society. What are you talking about, dude? It's true. Everything I hate is a problem in society. That's the slogan I'm gonna fucking run on. Everything I hate is a problem in society. I would argue it's better to have a single mother household than having a household when the women aren't in charge, but the dad is the bitch in the household. Yeah, because at least you're not seeing a man being emasculated to some extent. At least you're just kind of like living your matriarchal household, but it's not like your dad's not being emasculated over and over and over again, you know? Count on me, guys, you know? No more Oscars for 10 years. Who cares? I mean, who fuck watches the fucking, watch these award shows anyway? Who really watches these award shows, if you're real here? Give me one sec, guys. We're back, guys. We're back. But yeah, who gives a fuck about the Oscars? Yeah, some poor kid got lost or something like that, so police officer looked for somebody to help this kid out, so I wasn't sure who the kid lived with, so it's kind of scary. People look at a few TikTok videos and think Gen Z dudes are bitches, get in the MMA gym, go to construction sites, go to bars, get out the house. Too bad Gen Z isn't growing up with Dragon Ball Z. They'll be screaming in their fucking bedrooms trying to become Super Saiyan fucking Super Saiyan again and shit. Who fucking knows? Everyone knows scarcity brought people together. That's been known for centuries. Coping hard Zoomer. I don't think Ice Cactus is a Zoomer, but Goku Ultimate Ability was becoming a white dude. Super Saiyan JBW. No one is happy, and this is a soy society. Yeah. Last time I checked, humanity is still alive and well. For friggin' sakes, Greeks even still have their own country, for Christ's sake. Nothing's going nowhere. Just stop coping. Creation of smartphones, social media, dating apps was opening Pandora's box. Goku blonde maxing. He did blonde max. Lost the Gen Z men watch GBZ. Messing with you, bros. The individual, not the AF who are born. Okay. The answer would be, well, we could just kill you soon. Oh god. Age. Oh, age. Okay. Age they are born. Okay. Liberals from the Enlightenment believed it was the inverse, hence the promotion of capitalism and concentration of wealth, eventually freeing humanity from primitive ways of social bonding. Schools is just sitting, they're cutting down on physical education too. Also, yeah, I think that's I don't know. I was never a very athletic kid, but like even I can admit that like if I didn't have PE, I probably would have been like a complete couch potato when I was a kid. So like just knowing that your physical limits and knowing what you can and can't do really is it's really important. You know, I think it's physical education is really important. I think that to get rid of it would be a huge disservice to kids. But they really are trying to like make it more feminized and like, oh, you sit down, be a good little boy and do what you got to do. Then hair dye and islands maxing. Oh god, it's not a crash; it's a slow descent into asexual apathy. Society will end when no one holds it up anymore. Younger plays the old always. I agree. It'll happen to us too. School's especially bad for high testosterone dudes. You can't own her, so why did you expect to own a home? Just don't want every generation after me to be crushed economically. They might even be dead in a few years, or yeah, they will just not have homes. Yes. Time for grumbling, Hive Max. Property rights is a patriarchy. I want to eventually treat infertility. Countdown is going to be one of the biggest problems of our generation. Oh yeah, isn't that the declining fertility rate and the fucking lack of sperm being produced? The fucking the death of what's it called? Of the Y chromosome that is happening as well. Some shit. Like they've seen like a degradation in the Y chromosome of like the human species, which is like so fucking weird. Then a whole lot of like weird shit going on. All the fucking crap in the water and all the yeah. What's up, guys? What's up, VR? Very attracted to women, but will soon identify the 250-pound woman with an age. Just make my life easier. What's up, VR? What's up, dude? Yo. Be even more atomized. Who needs friends or family around? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, alienation through atomization. We will always have a Planet of Apes scenario. We always have one, yeah. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What's up, Dusty? What's up, my dude? Yeah, F in the chat for our friend Wolfmouth. You owe nothing to be happy, I agree. Listening to Will audiobook, he admits he a coward. His sister beat up his bullies. Wow. His younger brother wasn't afraid of his daddy's licks. Over for Oscar sales, yeah. Tupac cucking Will Smith. Yeah, dude. I mean, the Will Smith scenario is so sad, dude. You're getting cucked by your son's friend, and not only that, but you're also getting cucked from the grave by a dead man that people think still alive somehow. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Like you're double cucked, dude. Just double cuck. I love that slogan. For fuck's sake, they ran out of Cajun rice-a-roni. Is it truly the fall of Rome? It's true, dude. It's happening. Awards are for teaching dogs tricks. Could care less about the Oscars anyway. I agree. Also, guys in single mothers' households are forced to be self-sufficient. Now my Uber Eats dude now, so police officer actually. Tindy's delivery. Oh god. Applesauce open up. Tindy's delivery. Plot twist: Stacey girlfriend's dropping off food. FBI insult terrorist. Mystery's lying. It was Stacey at the door. It was a Fed trap, seeing if it would go to Jeffrey Dahmer. The few white male comes super white. Oh, okay. Oh, who was an incel for most of his life. Well, that gives me hope we can all ascend with Chi-Chi. Pandora's box was always going to be opened. He was an incel, he was country as hell and naive. Chi-Chi was trying to jump his bones even back in season 1. Country as hell and naive. I like that. Silent Generation was the best because they shut the fuck up and got out of the way. P equals physical emasculation. Cutting down physical education is stupid. I think it's important. I like physical education. Even though I sucked at it. I was horrible in sports, but school is retarded how they teach a useless shit, but actual useful shit doesn't get caught. Do they even have recess anymore? I wouldn't even fuck if I know, dude. Da 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 da. It's the final countdown. Da 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 da. Yeah. Eventually, we'll have to remove. Big quotes there. The ruling class. Joke's gonna be on everyone when we find out that Jada has been fucking Tupac, Biggie, and Elvis on that island that celebrities live on. Oh yes, but of course. Pac was the eternal Tyrone, basically, dude. Basically. Our grandparents and great grandparents who lived during the Great Depression just weren't grinding hard enough, bro. Yeah, dude. Get on your grind set, dude. Get on your grind set. Get on your fucking grind set, dude. PE should be military style. Hercule. Call the Z Fighters Hicks in the Woods. Hercule. I remember Hercule, dude. Jada Smith looks like Diglett from Pokemon. Leave her alone. She has alopecia. Leave her alone. I'm gonna slap you like I'm gonna be a Jada Smith simp and slap you, Black Ronin. How dare you make jokes about our queen, Jada Smith. Jada Pinkett. Pinkett with the hyphen Smith. She doesn't even get her fucking last name, dog. That's the scary part about it, dude. And why does this happen? Why do black men end up with women who don't take their last name? What's up with that? Like, isn't the same thing happening with that Supreme Court justice as well? Where it's like Brown Jackson. It's like, what the fuck? Like, yo, take a fucking like. Jada Smith is a wannabe One Punch Man. Back then, even some girls participated when we played wrestling at elementary school during recess. That was cool. Tupac was bald too. Life cell for bald cells. I agree. This life fuel. All you gotta do is thug max to the max, dude. Literally thug max so fucking hard you're gonna fucking get killed by some other gangster. So. All of you would be with Jada. Stop lying. What do you mean by be with Jada? You mean like what, fuck her? What do you mean like actually like like fucking Jada Smith? I'm like, okay, I could cuck Will Smith. Fuck it, dude. I see no problem with that. But the other problem is that if you mean like dating her, fuck that shit, dude. Nah, dude. No way. No way, dude. I literally curb stomped myself once. What? Yeah, hit that. Just shave your head and be Thug Theory. I love the theory crafting in this place, dude. Just shave your head and be a Thug Theory. Yeah, dude. He's trying to get cock from The Rock. That's why she copied his hairstyle. Ah, yes, but of course. You shouldn't need two jobs or a side hustle to survive whenever it gets to the point there needs to be an assessment. Yeah, people really... no one wants to take the assessment, though. People don't seem to care. Or people care, they just don't seem to want to do anything about it. I don't know. People know stuff about these problems, like... Subtle autism, yes. Technology is turning us soy. All right, let's do an article read real quick. Let's do an article. Fuck it. We got time. We got plenty of time. Let's see if we're going to do our typical view. This is from Ed West Substack, from Substack.com. Ed West, Children of Men is Really Happening. By Ed West, 12 to 15 minutes. Russia is dying. In just the first weeks of Putin's war, the country's lost somewhere between 2,000 and 6,000 men, according to Western sources, an immense and needless tragedy for poor families left behind in grief. Whether those in the Kremlin will weep for them, they must shudder at the thought that in the average week, the country loses another 2,000 through population decline, a rate that rose to 20,000 during Chad 19. But even in normal periods, Russia is now shrinking by more than 100,000 people a year with no prospect of raising fertility. Raising fertility above 2.1 total fertility rate, children per woman, replacement threshold. Well, let me, Jada VTuber is cucking Will Smith. Jada's VTuber. Mystery, who do you think would win in a battle between 1 million Genghis Khan hordes and 1 million angry black cells? All swords, no projectiles. I'm going to say Genghis Khan's hordes. All right, let's keep going. The incomprehensible thing about this war is that Russia is not a belligerent young nation in need of expansion. It is not filled with frustrated young men hoping to assert themselves in conflict, as with Syria, Afghanistan, and the world's other conflict zones. It is already elderly, aging quickly, and in some parts heading for oblivion. Some 20,000 Russian villages have been completely abandoned in recent years, and 36,000 others have fewer than 10 inhabitants left. Will follow them soon. 10 people in a village? A third of land once farmed in the former USSR has now been abandoned. If the Russians turn out to have no stomach for this fight, it will probably be for the simple fact that the country does not have enough men to spare. The majority of those poor young men killed for Russia's honor will be their mother's only son, in many cases their only child. This will make the impact of Putin's crimes even more devastating for his victims. For the same is true of Ukraine. Indeed, its population decline is even worse. What? Dang. Across huge swaths of the planet, in an infertile crescent from Spain to Singapore, the population is aging quite rapidly and about to begin a steep decline. A real life, Children of Men is the subject of a new book, Tomorrow's People by Paul Moreland. Moreland's previous work, The Human Tide, was a fascinating look at the political and cultural impact of demography throughout history. I might have to look at that. His follow-up charts the follow-up charts the world of the 21st century in a similarly enjoyable and informative read. Although enjoyable might not be quite the appropriate word, for the future in many ways looks bleak, and in some countries rather, the future is already the present. The upside is that, and this is admittedly a strange time to suggest it, the world is going to be a lot less violent. Describing a holiday in Catalonia around the time of the province's comical attempts at independence in 2017, Moreland wrote, "As I sat in one of Port Beau squares, I reflected on why the referendum had become a footnote in history rather than a trigger event for violent conflict. I looked around the gray-haired locals enjoying the October sunshine and sipping cups of black coffee. They were far too old to take up arms and march in the streets enraged by political injustice." He contrasts this with the youthful tension he felt in Israel on the eve of the first Intifada, a Palestinian population dominated by teenagers about to explode with violence. In recent years, we have been benefited from what has been termed the Pax Americana Geriatrica. Most wealthy countries have median ages over 40, and middle-aged people don't like starting fights. We have responsibilities and worries. Our frontal lobes have made us cautious, and our testosterone levels are in terminal decline. Boy, more. Well, if you want to, this argument also works for the young men as well. So. In the 1930s, when Spain was erupted in the war, the median age was half of what it is now. In the early 1990s, the median age in Bosnia was less than 30, while today it's over 40. When Lebanon's civil war began, the average Lebanese man would have been one of the 6 children and 3 brothers. Today, he is one of just 2 siblings. That is at least partly why recent political instability and financial crisis has not led to a repeat of the war. Moreland cites studies of decade-long periods revealing that there is almost no civil war in countries where 55% or more of the population is aged over 30. While it cannot be said that youthfulness causes war, he writes, or that maturity causes peace, a society's age structure creates background conditions against which other things either do or don't spark conflict. Like with dry forest conditions on the ground would determine whether a spark proves disastrous. The origins of the world's transformation date back to the single greatest achievement in human history, the huge fall in infant mortality rate caused by modern medicine. Beginning in the Northwest Europe in the 17th century, child deaths have been coming down across the world, and much of the improvement has been made relatively recently, has been relatively recent. Even in the early 1970s, infant mortality in Peru was 10 times its current level, while an aid worker who once lived in one of Africa's poor countries told me that infant death was so common 15 or so years ago that an employee of his might not take a day's leave if it happened to them. It was accepted as part of life, and so less was done to resist it. Damn. Even in the poorest countries, life is much better for most parents, but so it is for everyone, even once they reach adulthood. While in 1900, 75 out of every 100 Americans were alive at 30. By 2020, 75 out of 100 were still alive at 80. The next stage of demographic transition after a drop in mortality is a subsequent drop in fertility. Although the relationship is not straightforward. Family sizes fall from 5 to 6 down towards replacement level, but then they drop further and never come back. Indeed, across most of the world outside of sub-Saharan Africa, family sizes are still shrinking and populations aging. Yeah, this is what we're seeing. You look at any pyramid you look at, it's basically fucked. If you're in a developed world, and in your developing world, you have a lot of death, which has have a lot of births too. So, in 1990, Japan was home to 2,000 centenarians. Today there are 79,000. There's even a word rogai to denote an annoying elderly person who gets on young people's nerves, whether by obstructing closing doors on the Tokyo metro or offering unsolicited advice to diminishing number of young mothers. Next door in China, the number of 80s of over 80s has gone from 500,000 in 1950 to 7.5 million in 1990, and by 2050 there will be 150 million of them, over 8% of the Chinese population. Oh my god. In Italy, the population has already begun to decline, and this will speed up in the coming years. The number of Italians below the age of 5 peaked at 4.5 million in the mid-1960s, and it's just 2.2 million or so today, after which it will fall below 2 million before the mid-century. By 2050, there will be half as many Italians under the age of 25 as there were in 1980. The number of young people in South Korea will also be half by 2050. Europeans once expressed an alarm about encroaching dominance by the world of Islam, but most Arab countries now have a moderate, if not low, fertility. Indeed, there appears to be a problem that, aside from a handful of nations like Sri Lanka, states go swiftly from unsustainable high fertility to worrying sub-replacement levels. Colombia spent barely a decade in the Goldilocks zone, for instance, and now at Northern European levels. Yet, family-friendly Colombia, despite its problems with crime and poverty, has for many years been one of the happiest countries on earth. Isolated, low fertility Japan, one of the most miserable. As fertility has declined, so various governments have changed their attitudes to family size. Singapore's official advice in the 1960s was stop at 2, but in 1987 it was have 3 or more if you can afford it. China's one-child policy has long been abandoned in favor of a 2-child policy, and they now allow some people to have 3, encourage them even, but it seems to be too late. Moreland thinks that trying to raise fertility is akin to pushing water uphill. The Czech Republic and Hungary have seen increases this century with concerted efforts, but they're still well below replacement rate. While Israel is bucking the trend in the developed world among both religious and secular, Georgia is the only country that seems to have returned to replacement rate with the aid of the church, the country's religious leaders baptizing every child born there. In Russia, following the demographic collapse in the 1990s, when life expectancy plunged as the country was ransacked, things improved for many people under Putin. Since the start of the century, Russia's fertility has risen from 1.2 to 1.75, but that is nowhere near enough to reverse the coming decline. Let's see some comments real quick. China will incinerate elderly after 80. Internet cache dominated with birth rate concerns. Searches Google for article magically finds exactly what I want to hear. Just enjoy the end of the human genome theory. Robots no longer need as many people, so we have less people to read graph that is consistent with that. Oh my god, it's the fall of Rome. Notice that more than Ukrainian women are dating apps lately. Why would you bring babies into this world? Keep going. Globally, this is going to have a quite grim economic consequences in the coming decades, with Japan the first country to go into secular stagnation. Merlin talks about the trilemma facing aging nations, whereby you can have 2 or 3 ethnic continuity, a thriving economy, or a comfortable lifestyle without the huge stress of mixing child raising and modern economy. Israel has sacrificed the latter. Japan has chosen to take up the economic hit, while Britain's leaders have given up its ethnic continuity. But that, alas, has a short-term solution, since young immigrants don't magically avoid the fate of Father Time any more than the rest of us do. As he points out, despite the pain of austerity after 2010, UK government cuts did not even reduce the debt, just the deficit, something that is very hard to do when demography is against you. In the early 1960s, there were 5 million births in the UK. In 2000-2005, there were 3.5 million. The cohort about to start work now. Even with the unprecedented levels of immigration, with foreign-born mothers now accounting for almost a third of births, there aren't enough young people to grow the economy. Same thing is happening in Eurasia. In 2000, Thailand had 7 million workers for every retiree. By 2050, that figure will be just 1.7. In Greece, 1,700 schools closed between 2009 and 2014, while next door in North Macedonia has lost a quarter of its population to low fertility and immigration. Whole regions such as Vidin province in the northwest corner of Bulgaria have shrunk, with flights and other services abandoned for lack of interest. One local was quoted as saying, it was if I were coming back to my grave. This is a dying city. The city of Luminacha in China's Hansu province used to have 100 pupils in its school and now has just 3. In Stoke-on-Trent, 40% of bars and clubs have shut down in the past 20 years, as the ratio of infants to retirees has gone from 4.4 to 1 to 1 to 2. In the country in central Paris, 15 schools emerged to close between 2015 and 2018. This is children to men stuff. More than a quarter of major Japanese startups, those worth more than $1 billion, involve care for elderly. The tech is impressive. At care homes, workers now receive a signal when their incontinent resident require attention, forewarning them of the need for urgent intervention. There are also devices that track vital signs and indicate regular heartbeats for breathing, while robotic beds that turn into wheelchairs were also being manufactured. But it's all a bit bleak, and in Japan, thousands die alone each week. In Germany, public health funerals doubled in Hamburg between 2007 and 2017 because more people depart this earth without relatives to take care of their legacy. Manfred Grosser, this is going to happen in America for sure. It's going to happen, dude. People are going to be dying alone in their fucking house. People are going to be wondering, oh yeah, who this dude used to live upstairs. Now he's gone. What happened to him? He's gone. He's dead. He's going to die. It's going to be a bunch of incels and women going to be dying in their fucking homes alone. Manfred Grosser, a clergyman in town between Berlin and Dresden, who officiates at least 5 funerals for every baptism, is quoted lamenting that there are dark demographic clouds on the horizon. Some parts of the world the author muses resemble Leonard Woolf's 1913 novel, The Village in the Jungle, about a settlement being swallowed up by a force because of population decline. In North Japan, bear sightings double in a single year, and wild animals are returning to parts of Spain, France, and Italy as the village is empty. Wealthy countries face unpopular choices as their voters age, including the need for a sharp rise in the retirement age, something that is politically difficult to do. It is difficult that, as Rowan points out, even Vladimir Putin was defeated in his attempts. He might be the new Tsar and possess the world's largest nuclear arsenal, but there is one force that no one can defeat: the boomer electorate. The eternal boomer, dude. The eternal boomer. Of course, the eternal boomer is here. Older people tend to vote for their own self-interest, and in the case of Britain, end up controlling the government and power. Voters with pensions and homes opt for lower growth and restricted home building, further raising the cost of home ownership for the young, and so pushing down the fertility rate still further. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Shit's fucked, dude. It really is. It's a fucked up system we have here. We're like, oh, I'm gonna vote to keep my son and my daughter fucked. Like, you know how fucked that is, dude? If we're playing a generational blame game for a lack of children, it's hard to imagine back in the 1970s, one of the most read books was Paul E. Ehrlich's The Population Bomb, which I remember reading. I didn't read this book. I remember reading about this in another article, Population Bomb, which contained the alarming claim. The battle to defeat humanity is over. In the 1970s, the world will undergo famines. Hundreds of millions of people are going to starve to death. Yeah, and the reality is that this is also another obvious thing here, that this problem could probably be solved by technology too if you keep going forward. Like, yeah, we thought, okay, well, if you have a population bust or a population boom where we can't feed people anymore, well, technology solved that problem. There's no reason why, at least in my mind, that technology, there's not going to be some sort of technology that arises that's going to solve, maybe alleviate parts of these problems anyway. Not forever, but parts of these problems. So he was wildly wrong, thankfully, and if the future resembles any sort of dystopia, it's P.D. James' nightmarish vision, a place that will feel sad and lonely, devoid of the sound of children. Russia may be dying, but then aren't we all? Yeah. Here's your article. Let me put that in the chat. People can read that at their own leisure. Here you guys go. You guys enjoyed that? Let's take a break here. Intermission real quick. Intermemtion. Let's get a meme up here. I think I have a few new intermission memes. Do I have an intermission meme? Hold on. We'll use this one here. Fuck it, dude. If it shows up. Come on, play. There we go. Full screen this shit. All right, here we go. Put up our meme. I'll be back, guys. And let's get a share invite link here. Copy that. Why is that Control V? StreamYard. Pin message. Okay. I gotta be back. All right, we're back. We are back. Sorry about the intermission, dude. So we're back. Take off the Pepe. All right, we're done. We're not done, guys. We're not fucking around. Let me got my drink of choice, and let's read some comments real quick here before I let Jack on. Read some comments. Imagine if it was Mel Gibson slapping Will Smith. Well, I think someone had something they wanted to talk about. Pepe had defeated the black pill. Learned to plant food. I'm reheating cheese pizza. Oh my god, that's disgusting. How could you? Dusty Jones, you're a disgusting human being. Mystery having sex with Stacy DoorDash girl. Help by fallen maxing. Oofy doofy life alert theory. Intermission just when I comment, great. The luck of black pill was just fucking laugh. Let's see, where you at? Talking to just be the firster. It's like talking to rich elite people. They don't know what's happening out there. It's obnoxious. Let's see. We're on a sinking ship. Yeah, so let's do it. Put people on. 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Kids?
Evening, guys. Evening.
Yeah, top of the morning, all that shit.
So what you guys think? What are you guys thinking about? What you guys doing here?
I just came from like Caduceus. I came from East Stream, and they were busy exposing like a dating coach, and it was hilarious.
You heard some guy got wasn't it like some guy got doxxed by a
Yeah,
dating coach or something like that?
yeah, by
You're doubling.
Oh, we're doubling.
I think yeah, someone's.
Yeah, this always happens. Someone new joins. Give me a sec. 1. All right, and we'll do this again. Is it working?
Testing.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah. I think we're still doubling. Yeah, I think someone's stream is in the background.
Huh? He joined last. Let's do this one more time. 1, 2, and 3. That work?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we're
Yeah,
good.
it's working now.
How do you do, fellow incels?
What's up,
Hold on,
Dusty?
buddy.
Hey, nobody up on here incel, goddammit.
Just fucking whale, yeah.
Dude, the article was sad, man. That was some sad stuff.
Yeah, really, dude. It really is like a. When I read it, I was like, "What the fuck?" There's so much fucking bad shit going on. Like so many.
20,000 a week.
Yeah.
Is that how people are dying?
I mean, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, and people don't think it's like a big issue, but in reality, that's one of like a plethora of issues going on right now. So it's not like the only issue that's compounding the issue, but it's definitely a. It's just all these things matter. All these various factors matter when it comes down to like solving the problem. Not solving the problem, I guess, just knowing what the problem is. But demographics is one of them. But like obviously, you have the dating and mating markets, hypergamy, stuff like that. So.
And the economy over there, so yep.
The economy's fucked in Russia, so
yeah. So it just keeps compiling onto each other.
Yeah,
completely ass blasted. They're gonna be the next Chinese colony and shit. It's over.
Oh yeah, as I was saying, they exposed this other dating coach, and MD and Caduceus. They were just roasting this guy, and it was just hilarious, man. $1,500 for 3 days of him teaching you game. I was like, what the fuck?
That's a good ass deal compared to some people, sadly.
Yeah.
Hey, who's the most expensive one has ever been?
Richard Cooper.
Yeah, Richard Cooper.
How much is he?
$5,000.
$5,000. What? For what?
For a phone call. Yeah, he says he lets people like this is how he consults people. People go and he reads out the passage from the rational mail and he gets paid.
Bro, you can buy a wife in Ukraine for $5,000. Hell no, that's crazy.
You can buy a couple.
I got ghosted by my one-itis. Long story, to be honest. Damn. My one-itis pumped and dumped me twice. Okay. 2K an hour or something left my. Oh.
Damn, that's a lot of
Look
money.
at this motherfucker here, dog. Dropping off fucking burger and fries, dude, and love. Ronald fucking McDonald, dude. Phenomenal. I always miss the fucking guy. He always shows up out of nowhere. Like, Ronald McDonald. What the fuck? Out of all the names you could have picked, Ronald fucking McDonald.
I think that was a heart monitor, but all right.
No heart monitor? It's a heart monitor?
Yeah,
It's
has
a bow
line
on it,
gun.
dude. He's like, oh. Oh, God. She said it's because of my personality that I'm not interesting.
Yeah, probably an excuse.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Look, you need to do the Will Smith, like, just in theory, hit her once, just to see how it goes,
Damn,
and
Jack.
you may win her respect back. I don't know.
Hell no. He could beat her down. She won't respect him. It doesn't matter. And I'm not saying he should, but it wouldn't change anything.
You
It's
might not be invited back to the Oscars, but it might be worth it if it works. I'm just saying.
he's already not invited, so yeah. he
10
could
years,
try.
dog. So.
It's so funny. The one meme was like, "Yeah, we'll go and go," but Jada's definitely going. Damn.
Your dick game was weak. It's not your personality. If real question,
I
did
think
he
it
fuck her?
could've-
That's the real question. He might not have even fucked her, but I
Could
don't
have been
know.
his face as well.
Could have been a whole plethora of fact. We don't even know. It's hard to tell. I don't know what he looked like. I don't know what she looked like. I don't know what's going on, but it's hard to tell sometimes when it's like you're just hearing like a consultation, or not consultation, but just hearing a thing over the internet. You know, like
Have you seen Wheat Waffle's new video though, saying how you can escape the black pill?
no, I haven't watched it
Basically,
yet.
what we
I-
talk about.
Oh,
I couldn't even
I
bother.
wanted to watch it, but I couldn't. I actually stopped kind of watching his videos. It doesn't get. I don't know. It just doesn't. I feel like it doesn't. That's not even helping me anymore. Not helping, but it's like I know this stuff already. But did
It's
he like
dark,
Right,
mention
right. No,
anything?
it's stuff we talk about.
It's
Oh, yeah,
dark
so,
gray
yeah.
pills. It's like he's like the Kevin Samuels of the black pill. It's like for accessibility and shit. Like, all right,
Yeah.
you might know it, but people who don't come around here don't know it. So
He said it was stuff that we talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Basically,
probably.
like ideal location being not a big city, like a small area, but not too small. Not meeting
was talking
people
about dating apps.
online.
Yeah, he was
Um,
talking about like dating apps as well. I think.
right, and like where looks might be less important. He talks about just be first theory, a bunch of stuff like that.
And if
He
like
does
warm
mention his
approach, cold
consultation
approach.
service a couple times though.
Damn,
Oh, but
these
of course.
dating coaches. These dating coaches.
It's like, hi, I'm Wheat Waffles. I'm telling you the truth.
Like, dude, I can't believe these people just like scam people so like remorselessly. Like, god damn.
Well, he
Don't
doesn't,
you,
he
like-
doesn't think he doesn't think it's scamming anybody because he thinks like, okay, a $5 face rating isn't that much money, so I'm not like scamming you that hard. But I don't know. Like,
First of all, VR, can't forget people are that fucking hopeless.
Yeah, I get what you mean, Jack. Yeah, it's brutal.
Like what? Like $5,000 don't matter if you think it's gonna change your life.
Yeah, facts. But you could just find the information yourself. And like, I'm not gonna pay for the face rating from like this random dude. Like, nah.
I'll put it to you this way: do you need a face rating? Like, the only people that need face rating are really the people who are like, they're in this weird ambiguous position. A lot of people who are just like you're gonna know if you're incel or not. Like, you're gonna know if you're ugly or not. Like, are you getting approached, or are women attracted to you or not? Like, can you go on a dating app and get a few hits? Okay, you might not be that bad off. If you're like literally just fucked, like you're not getting anything, you have like 0 matches at all. Well, then of course, like you're just ugly. Like, do you need that many do you need to spend $5 to hear that? I don't know.
Really,
thing
it's
is,
about
and it depends on
life
the location as well.
experiences, too.
Yeah,
Right.
it's location and life experiences too. Because based on how people treat you, especially women, you would know.
Yeah,
You
you're
would
just gonna,
know.
you're just gonna know at some point. Yeah.
I thought I had it bad, but like listening to DBDR talk about his life, I just realized, I was a normie.
Yo, Dusty, those stories
Yeah.
are so brutal. To me, it's like, how can he
It's
like just
sad.
like, damn. No, the funniest thing is his 5'6" bandit friend, and now he's still like blue balled, and he's like he still has hope. And I'm like, dude, from the way he describes you, it's over.
Oh yeah, I remember DBDR. His videos are pretty insightful actually. He has like a lot of good. Is he a Zoomer? He's
He's
Gen Z,
20
right?
or something. He's like 22 or
Yeah,
something.
he got
Yo,
a lot of knowledge about. I mean, I don't think knowledge per se, but he got a lot of good stories for sure about how like delusional people are. Like really, like it's like I think VR was talking about that dude, his 5'6" friend and some shit like that, and it's like, dude, what the
yeah, he's
fuck?
delusional as hell, mystery.
I'm like, oh yeah, yeah
He's like,
it's gonna be perfectly fine if I just it's my personality, dude. It's like, dude, you fucking out of your fucking you're 5'6", dog. You're 5'6". Like if you were like 5'10" or I don't know 5'9", okay, dude, you might be you're not gonna be great, but you might pull something, dude. You're fucking 5'6", dog.
and it's his face. It's his head as well, and he apparently has a nasally voice, and he has a weird shaped head. And I
Oh
think he's
shit.
ethnic as well. I think he's Indian, if I'm not
He
mistaken.
almost went to
So
jail.
like, yeah, because he was harassing that other chick, dude. That was hilarious. Like he doesn't learn, man.
Bro, did you just go down an incel checklist? God damn.
I mean, basically, this dude had a whole just fucked, dude. Completely fucked.
And he's
In
so
the private
blue
chat.
balled, like he just he can't like accept reality. Like it's sad.
I'm
Oh yeah,
5'10". It's not
he's
it's
going to
not
medicine
enough.
too.
Dang,
I will
black belt.
say that will increase his prestige. I think he could get beta buck something. We Waffles
Yeah,
actually
he could.
suggests this in that video. He says go after older women that are looking to settle down after their party phase.
Oh, brutal.
It's
Motherfucker,
like legit advice.
y'all
What
want
the
to know what older
hell?
women are? I'll tell y'all what. Older women are just younger bitches with more issues. That's it. Being old doesn't mean you learned a goddamn thing.
That's true. Yeah, we have in the black community, there's this guy named SWP who covers this kind of stuff. He calls them you have your elders and you have your olders, and your olders are basically people who just got old, and your elders are people who actually have real knowledge and wisdom and power. And he makes a big distinction between like basically you have old people who just kind of made it through life but then didn't really learn anything. And there's plenty of people like that. So
Yeah, I used to be the type that thought, oh, older women they
if they're
cool and all
old,
that.
yeah, they're gonna be cool, dude. Yeah, fuck
They're
no,
gonna
dude.
have more knowledge. I could talk to. Like, no, they have the same fucked up problems as everybody else. It's almost
Yeah.
irrelevant. If you gonna fuck up, you might as well fuck up with a young bitch.
I got an ugly face to begin with. But
Unlucky,
being
bro.
5'10" is not enough. But yeah, if you're
That's
below
interesting.
5'8", it's over.
Is respecting your elders like a big part of Black American culture? It's something maybe I could relate to on my Asian culture side.
Depends on what.
I would say honestly no. But that's Jackson probably gonna say it. Probably it just definitely depends though. But overall, I don't think there's a lot of respect because like when you look at the state of the black community, like something that this SWP guy always brings up is that, or Sergeant Willie Pete always brings up is that like the elders didn't really build anything that for the young people to respect. So if you're like you're fucking, I get it. You're like one generation, or maybe you were born into Jim Crow. You don't have any economic or you don't have any economic or um economic power really. So what ends up happening is that the young people don't respect you because you have no power over them. Like you have nothing to use against them to make them respect you to some extent. If you have a job waiting for you at a factory and there's a black man there who can give you a job there, and he has power over that factory and he has the ability to either make or break you, you're gonna respect him a whole lot more than just some random old guy on the street who's just talking to you. It's like, okay, dude, like you're just some random old guy. I don't care. So like one of the bigger problems is that like there really is there's no power concentrated in our elderly population. They don't have a lot of economic status or money and stuff like that. So whereas like you have the young people making money hand over fist with the drug trade and stuff like that, well they're making that fast money. It's dangerous, but it's fast money. And they might even have more money than the old people do sometimes. So
Basically, every generation has to build the fucking community up from scratch. Which is
Yeah,
why the
and
shit
you
never progresses. Like all the wealth only lasts one generation. That's
and the
why you
black
need a family structure to actually
yeah,
pass shit down. Oh, go ahead.
and you guys and don't you guys like have the highest single mother rate? in like the
Yeah, it's like
black
87%,
community.
dude. It's
And
insane.
something about like the single mothers, they're the poorest demographic of like people on the planet. So, and they like, if you're in a single, like your mother's a single mother, like you're not gonna be like raised very well. So it never began like it's brutal like what you're gonna do. And obviously they respect the drug dealers because they got money, they got power, they're aggressive, they give off this masculine image, they get woman. So why wouldn't you like respect that instead of these other people that like offer you nothing
You
and
don't
like
have to
have no
make.
power over you?
See, that's the
Like that's
that's the
the
thing
mysterious
people
shit.
don't get. Hold on, that's the thing people don't get. When you one of those criminal types, you don't have to actually make money. Like that
Yeah, you could
helps,
just be
but
a thug max, basically. Yeah, just thug max and have the status of the thug and
yeah, you
make
could
it.
just.
Yeah,
It's literally just about being a degenerate asshole. It's not even about what that degeneracy gets you.
and those people
Oh,
they don't really respect the elders, obviously the old people in the community. So like they don't care about the old guys. They don't give a fuck what they have to say. So of course they're just gonna do what they want. So when I say that there's no sense of respect, like in the black community for elders or old people, then what I mean is that like yeah, like they have no power. And as Bonnie Prince here said, or Jack Tisson said, you only listen to older people when they have something to teach. Yeah, if you have like some old guy who hasn't learned shit his whole life, and you're hearing advice from like some old boomer about, oh man, just shake his hand and you'll get a job at the manager. Like, okay, dude, no, like, come on, like giving you just bad advice or dumbass advice. Yeah,
yeah,
Black
I get what you
community
mean.
is postmodern as hell. Like I don't.
wait, what?
It's like it's postmodern as hell. Like
Mm.
I don't know how to describe it, but
Is that what I'm kind of seeing now? Like a fight between the black men and the black women, like on the internet. There's like beef going on about like who's responsible for all these statistics. Like you mentioned, the single mother rate. They're like blaming each other. It's like a gender war, full
Oh
on
yeah, it's been
gender
a
war.
big thing, and the gender war has been a big thing in the black community for at least in the only online black community. I'm not sure how much that shit leaks out in the real life, but on on
It's
the online shit, yeah, it definitely still exists. And it's still kind of raging on. People like Cynthia G will constantly, and when you have some guys who or some of these people, because they have a captive audience now, they have an audience of people who hate black men or hate black women. They're able to like, I mean, like when you're making money off that group of people, well, then of course you're gonna keep talking more shit about people. So
to me it's
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
bad.
funny. Like it's obvious like who's to blame. It's like once you let women, like once feminism came and you let women might select who they want to, it's like it's not blaming women, but this is nature. What's gonna happen? The woman blaming the men. Like women destroyed families, feminism destroyed it, like Western society destroyed it. Like how can you blame anybody but like women and like the government? It's just weird to me, like the lack of accountability and that. Because like men want to settle down, men want to build, the men want to have families. Like the women don't want to, so like what the hell?
there's actually
yeah,
a video I was gonna play today by Black Pill Gnostic. He had a video talking about where they call them divestors in the black community, where the divestor is are trying to like they basically say that that black men they're trying to like marry more white men and leave black men effectively, and leave black men behind the dust. And that was a pretty good video on that he did. I might even play it. Not right now though,
It,
but we can cover it
it's
later.
it's it's funny to me. Like you guys know Insalmatics, right?
Yeah, yeah, of
yeah.
course.
Very high IQ, and he's like saying that um women are the ones not wanting to settle down. Women don't want like traditionalism anymore. Some of them do, but in the future when they're gonna start out earning men, they have more like value than men.
I think he
Um
said, and he came in my stream one, not didn't come on my stream, but he came in here my comment section one time, and he said that he dropped a stats basically saying that, I think in California, or maybe I might have even been in one city in California, that the women in Gen Z are already out earning the men, so it's already happening. And honestly,
yeah,
you're gonna see this trend happening more and more in the future as well. I think that
yep.
Sandman's kind of right when he says that women are gonna dominate politics for the next like 20, 30, 40 years because of the education gap between men and women's growing. I think that there's more women in college now than there have been men. So, and whether or not we like it or not, or we agree with it or not, those college degrees still hold a lot of weight in our society. So,
Yeah, and he was like just dropping like black ball after black ball. Like I've been watching a couple of his like streams. Now I've watched a lot of his streams, but he was like super based, and he was just like, women are gonna out earn men. Women don't want to settle down. Men are the ones being left behind. The online dating documentary, like all this shit, and he was like, It's already over. People are still trying to think there's still hope. He's like, nah, dude, it's over for us as a species. It's gonna collapse, and then we might go back to, and it's already like a polygynous society and polyamorous. Like people just don't get it yet. Like a lot of people are still like, even here by me, like my friend, he understands it. Like we had a discussion yesterday. He's like, damn, dude, he's still looking for hope. And I keep on telling him, dude, it's kind of over. Like at this point, you're gonna have to accept your girls are hoe. And this we're talking about South Africa. Like it's bad across the world, but this is like a very poor third world country, and chicks are still hoes here. Like, god damn, there's like, I was just like, dude, like, what are you gonna do? Was like super depressing, but I was like, dude, you're still trying to like, and especially that thing that he said about the social circle, like men hit the wall at like 22 after varsity or high school. You don't have like a solid social circle with chicks. How you gonna make one? You can't just like kind of force it. It has to happen kind of naturally. You guys understand what I'm saying?
Talking about a social circle with women, you can't force that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and like a minute, if unless you're providing value, like what you gonna do? Come on, man. Like guys be going to the clubs trying to pick up chicks and like be friends with them. Like, dude, these girls don't care about you. It's just one night. You're never gonna see them again. Like even if you talk to them, they probably block you or not, like or even ghost you.
She
They don't
might have
really
had she might have had dick before she went there. Like it's over.
care. Yeah.
Just went there for attention and shit. You don't know.
What what percentage do you think of the black community is like traditional woman versus feminism? Because I thought it was a very conservative culture for you guys,
It's
at least outside of the ghetto like areas.
no, even it's weird. It's weirdly heterogeneous. You have some concepts that are still really traditional and all that. You have some that are really part of the decline and shit.
The black community is still very religious in a lot of respects, but like that religiosity only really extends past like the church doors. It doesn't really extend to their personal lives. At least in my opinion, a lot of them don't live, and most people don't. This isn't just exclusive to the black community either. Most people don't
Right,
live their
right.
don't live their their real Christian values the way they should. It's very much like you're a Sunday Christian. You go to church and you go home and you're done. So I would say that like the conservatism is still there. It's just not nearly as I think that it's not nearly as important of a like this is something that a lot of conservatives can't understand about the black community is that why are they so conservative about certain things but they don't vote Republican? And it's like, well, then because like their economic situations are so bad that they view the Democratic Party as being better because they just give out more stuff to the black community at the end of the day. So at least one side of the aisle was talking to them, the other side of the aisle was kind of like does not think shuns them, but definitely doesn't appeal to their interests at the end of the day. So but when it comes down to conservatism, they're like, I mean, like I would say they don't really live their live their values at all though to some extent. Yeah, they might believe that gay marriage is bad, but they're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, but this is like most people. Most people just front.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they front. Yeah. Ronald is
How
mysterious.
come,
No one's ever seen him without makeup. I agree. Go ahead.
how come there's so many of you guys in here, like in the black pill sphere?
I
Is it
know,
just
right?
Too
I
many of
realized
who?
that shit like years ago. Like, hold up, this is a fucking bro. It's like 20% black. What the fuck?
Black community is
Yeah.
ultra feminized.
Really, ultra feminized.
Yeah, it's extremely
It's gynocentric as fuck.
yeah,
Really?
gynocentric. Yeah.
You might have the toughest dude in the world. He could still gonna look back to mama to see what the fuck he should do. Like it's that
Yeah.
sort of shit.
Okay,
Mm.
now I understand.
Where do
Yeah,
you think that
the-
comes from?
because they're born in single parent households. They don't
Yeah,
have
they
a
don't
father
have a
figure in their
parent.
life to tell them
Yeah.
how to show them how to be a man or tell them how to be a man. So
Damn.
like they just like
Self-perpetuating.
yeah, they just fall into like okay, well the only authority figure in your community is the black woman because the black men either aren't around for various reasons. And I'm not going to go into why, but for the various reasons and well of course if your only authority figure is going to be a woman, well of course all you're going to have is it only makes sense.
Like it's always been going way back. It's always been more egalitarian than the white community anyway. But like going into desegregation, like post 1965 and all that, with all the stuff that happened after that, all the like little societal fractures we had didn't hold up to like the stress of like, okay, welfare, all that sort of thing, and it just kind of collapsed. It's like a failed culture inside the greater failed culture of America. Like for another, for another community,
nice way
their
to put
culture
it.
will be a buffer, but for us, it's kind of like double weight.
Yeah.
I knew a religious black guy. He got married last year to a Hispanic girl that went to the same church, although their church seemed kind of like a cult. It wasn't your typical Christian church. Well, you got something, I guess.
I just feel bad for like the upcoming generations.
What's your height? I'm 6'1".
Me too.
Dude, you're 6'1"?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm like 5'8".
F in the chat.
I'm-
Goddamn.
I'm probably like the shortest guy in the stream.
But you're 5'4", right? But you're in Africa.
Yeah, so yeah, it's okay. It's somewhat decent. So yeah.
Yeah, that translates to like an American 5'9", so you good.
Thanks.
Yeah, something in that video that BGS put out was that was really thought. It wasn't even him. He said it was actually the guy who's presenting it. He basically said that basically black women they grade other races and in particular white men on a curve. Is that and this has been known for a while now. We covered this on a few other of those videos from this guy. It's the same guy. We Need to Talk videos or Let's Talk video, whatever his channel's called. And he basically talks about how when you're a black male and you're like well-to-do and you have a decent job and you're doing okay and you're not thug max, something like that, what you get graded on or how you get treated by black women is completely different than how a white man or an Asian man or a Hispanic man gets treated by a black woman. So
How so?
completely different. Well, they're just flat out easier on you. They're easier on you. That's the best way to put it. They're
Oh.
easier on you. They make it easy for you.
Why? Is it part of the divesting movement?
Probably partially the divester stuff, and also that they just view you as being superior. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. They just view you as being a superior option. Oh well, because Asians or blacks or Hispanics aren't associated with being black. 'Cause when you look at black people or black culture in general, it's associated with poverty. The associations people immediately have is with poverty, gangbanging, killing people, blah 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 blah. Because that's all you see in the news, the media, what I'm gonna call it. Some of it's true, so some of it's not true, at least in my opinion. But it doesn't mean you can just broad brush and call it all that. But at the end of the day, when you look at when you look at other communities of men, though, those men are seen as being industrious, being rich, powerful. White men especially is seen as being rich, powerful, industrious. You have stuff like the K-pop influences now, which are influencing all women now. So you can have that stuff out there now. So your men are seen as being pretty boys, or want to call it in that community. Hispanics are seen as being very suave or being hardworking. So when you have all those societal expectations or societal what's the best word for it? Societal
The generalizations and like the
societal
biases.
stereotypes in your life
Yeah, stereotypes.
that basically help you out sometimes. Like the reality is that the BBC meme for black men help black men get dates. Like it's true. So these stereotypes, which may or may not be true, at least when it comes down to you in particular, could be used as not ammunition, but could be used. It could be a something you could use as a crutch to help you in the dating market, even if it's not true for you in particular. So
basically, everybody expects lambs out of a black dude, whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
So we had to go out of our way to fit into a fucking box, just because everybody expects us to be in one.
Yes, something that this We Need to Talk guy said before is that other races of men are allowed to be human beings, whereas black men aren't. Like we have to fit into this one particular box, and you have to be that, and otherwise you're fucked.
That
So.
stringer,
That's like a
that stringer
double
bell
whammy.
type.
Not stringer bell
double,
per se, but like it's definitely a weird mix of like, if you don't have an edge with you or have a mouthpiece or have one to call it, you're kind of fucked in the black community to some extent. Fuck with black women to some extent. So, but for other men, for other races of men though, they're far easier on them. Like this has been, even I might even play the video at some point. I'll play it maybe later on. But like even that this guy talks about it, he's like talks about how like he even talks to like younger people in like high school who are having issues with black women, and these guys they see these black women. There's no dad out to support this per se, but they see like the black women in their high schools, like they're dating other men and they're treating them way better than the way they treated them. So black men not only have to conform to like really weird stereotypes, we also have to somehow simultaneously they want Tupac with a PhD, in a way
they want
like
Tupac in a suit. They want
Tupac in a suit, yeah.
Gotta be a thug and have a PhD.
Yeah, being Will Smith ain't good enough.
Oh damn.
Do you think it's class dependent too, or is it just like all across the board?
I think it's somewhat class dependent too to some extent, but you know, obviously if also it's also very cultural dependent too. If somebody was born into a particular culture or a culture that's not really their own culture, they're born in, that's all they've been raised around. Well, of course, that's going to shape them to be a different type of person or have different views of men or what a black male could be or what a black man can be. So
Yeah, I was
So,
gonna
yeah,
say
it's-
like
You're like a upper middle class, right? And you're experiencing the same thing. I always thought this was like a ghetto problem.
no, it
No,
definitely
it's-
extends
No,
a lot
yeah.
of these because like black culture is like very I think ubiquitous is the word for it, but like that's everywhere. So like everybody can see it. It's not like you can like it's not like the guy living in a decent $500,000 house isn't listening to fucking to fucking to rap or hip hop or want to call it. He listens to that stuff too. So it's not that culture is still there, and people look at the artists out there who are making the music or making the movies or making the whatever, making the jokes, and they look at these guys and say, "Wow, every black man must be really funny and rap like have a fucking mouthpiece and be a rap god." And it's like, well, no, it's not true.
Plus, it's not that long ago. Like all the classes of black people used to live next to each other because they were forced to. But I don't think there's really any huge like class divisions as far as black people like culturally.
So
Like, hey,
single
Suburban black
motherhood's
women
still
go
high.
straight for black women. Yeah,
yeah, that's true. Suburban black women do go for white men.
go ahead,
But
Dusty.
I wanted to say something.
Let's go VR first, and Dusty. We'll go
Yeah,
down.
I just wanted to say, like, dude, mostly that is like some brutal shit you said earlier. Because I know as a black man, you're supposed to be like very masculine, very like dominant. And then you said as a black man, you're not allowed to be a man. Think about it. As a man, you're not allowed to be human, but you're a black man. It's like a double whammy. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's true. Like you're not allowed to be a human being who's variable and has different modes of being, and there is no stagnant like there's no a Dusty Jones I can like look at and say, well, Dusty Jones is this. It's like, well, Dusty Jones is probably has a lot of various faces he probably puts on for various situations. So it's not like it can just say like Dusty Jones is just like he's one particular type of thing, but it's like that'd be stupid to say. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Dusty.
Yeah. I guess that's why all the people that like anime are in here. All of you guys. Is the
Yo,
single
guys.
motherhood
Guys, I
rate
just-
also high in your class as well? Mystery.
I would say it's a little bit lower, but the women in my class though, like I live in I think I said this before, I live in the DC area, so like it's a little bit different up here. Like the women up here are extremely career focused, and a lot of the black women, once again, even in this video, which I play probably like 10 minutes, they even talk about how like, oh well, black women are making it and they're making all this money and they're doing all this stuff and doing all this stuff like that.
Mhm.
And like, yeah, like the black women are extremely career focused. They aren't really worried about being married or having kids, or if they are, they're having like they're doing it on their own, being a single mother or something like that. So it really is quite odd to watch sometimes. Like these women are getting married extremely late or not getting married at all, because they can't find anyone to bond or to date.
Babe on with, yeah.
That's like the biggest complaint that these black women tend to have is that they're like, oh well, there's no black men out there who are worthy to date me because they don't have a college degree or they don't have a master's degree or they don't have this, they don't have that. And it's like, okay, well then they might date out or they might not date anybody at all. So
It's really
damn, that's. Do you guys, okay, just I'm just going off on a tangent quickly. Guys, can you believe what they did with Attack on Titan? I gotta wait a year to see the rumbling.
oh yeah, season or part
Oh,
3
my-
of the final season. It's like, seriously.
I know, but I was so annoyed. I'm like, dude, just let me see Eren. And
Damn.
let me see the rumbling.
bro, you know what I did? You know what I did like a year ago though?
You read the fucking manga?
I read the fucking manga like a real person.
Yeah, I read it too.
No,
I haven't finished
I'll
it yet, but I
never
have
do
read
it.
it.
I'll never do it, Jack. I'll never do it. I need to see the anime. The anime is too lit, man. I can't read the manga, but I don't even know how it ends. I just want to see
All
the
right,
anime.
Floyd Mayweather, you go ahead and hold those anime blue balls for like a fucking year because he wanted to goddamn see the shit on the screen and shit.
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna have to wait then.
Why don't you get started
No-
on Berserk too?
No,
Like,
no,
get
no,
this
no
twice.
spoilers, guys. No spoilers.
Yeah, we're not gonna spoil it, but Berserk. Okay, Berserk is lit, but I actually never watched the anime. I just know it's super good. I've seen videos about it, so I just know it's
DC
really
is
good.
immigrant
So-
land. Absolutely, this place is full of immigrants, dude. The money these hoes make will soon be eaten up by hyperinflation. DC is also a government job. They aren't going to get pregnant to give that. Yeah, it's true. A lot of these black women work government jobs too. They have a pretty high
Ronald be
pretty high
spitting
paying.
facts.
Yeah, Ronald McDonald over here. That was like computer power, but this in Cynthia G's comments bragging about paychecks. Yeah, have the most college debt. I think that's true. They don't just get one degree; they're going for multiple graduate degrees. Yeah, this one girl I was talking to was like going for like I'm like what? I'm like, why do you have your second like? Why do you have 2 master's degrees for? Like, what are you doing? Like, and she wasn't even working a job; she was going to school. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, like some of the stuff, so many weird fucking like thought processes going on with some of these women who are like extremely career focused or school focused or success focused. It's really odd.
Yo, Mustard, what were the 2 master degrees in? Like, what did you like?
I can't
get a
quite. I
master's in?
remember one. God, what the fuck was it? What the fuck did she say they were in? I think she was like trying to become a teacher or something like that. I can't remember exactly what her degrees were in. Though
Why
probably
the fuck
education
you
or
need
something
2
else.
master's degrees
masters.
to be a
Yeah, she
teacher?
had fucking some crazy ass fucking shit. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, why are you going to school so fucking much for? Like, the swirlers call guys who aren't upper middle class dusties. Yeah, that's the big word.
Well, if you don't make 6 figures and you lazy, like the fuck.
Floyd Mayweather reading type beat. Ah, yes, but of course. How's this beat here?
Fluid boy, god damn.
What's your opinion on dating religious women?
They the biggest hoes.
Some of them are the big in the black community, dude. It depends. Some of them are the biggest hoes, dude.
They the worst.
You got to watch out real fucking hardcore for the religious women, dude. They'll use for religion as like they'll hit like age like 26, 27, 28. Start hitting the fucking church scene. It's like, okay, all of a sudden you're here now. That's weird. Hit 30 years old. They're like, okay, yeah, I know what you're here for. Like, so you guys don't care.
I'll put it this way: Dusty got the last good one. Like all the rest, like no,
Oh,
you're not gonna get lucky, dog. You gonna fuck up.
These
They
girls that
call
go
white
to
guys
like,
who don't have mansion struggle brads. What?
damn.
Like, where are these women getting these expectations from, dude? It happens from social media, dude. This is unreal. Like, a mansion? You come on, like
From fucking Grand Theft Auto 5, apparently, like who the fuck has that?
getting those degrees to stay in school to get tossed around. Yeah.
It's very interesting. I'm fascinated by this because my I get grouped into with the Asian American community, even though I'm mixed, and a lot of the time.
Whoa, hold on. Mix with what?
Isn't he
white.
Aren't you white?
I told you they
Kinda gross.
round down to the lowest race. I told you.
It's kind of like it's a similar experience where we get stereotyped into this box, and if you don't behave like what they expect, actually they expect you to behave in a certain way, and it's kind of the opposite of what they portray black men as on TV. So it's interesting that we both end up in the same spot at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've heard this before, but I think it rings true sometimes. But like I think that I've heard that races of women they'll view their own men as like harsher than they'll view other races of men. So it might even be a byproduct of that, where it's like success or failure could come from like, oh yeah, she's not used to dealing with Asian men or not used to dealing with white men or black men or something like that. So it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna deal with this guy because like I'm not used to dealing with this. So they don't know your tricks or your not your tricks, I guess, but just your typology, I guess. They don't know how to deal with you per se. I'm partially German, and no, I don't. What?
He's responding to Kuma.
Because of genetic diversity.
No, up.
Here?
Yeah. Shit.
Does being half white do you get a lot of Asian chicks showing interest?
Yeah, I think Black Pill Spicers are playing to that.
Nope.
Not at all.
I told him my last one was in middle school when I was actually in Korea.
Oh wow. So you've had very little success with your actual real own racial group?
No, they've all been kind of brown. Like I had like a half Mormon, half Navajo girlfriend, like a Indian girlfriend.
Hold on.
I never like a full-fledged
No.
Korean or Japanese.
No, dude, I'm telling you, like it's
Hold on. Mormon ain't a race, dog. You gotta clear that shit up.
white, like
All right,
white
Thank
Mormon.
you.
But yeah, I think that's why I'm recommending to a lot of the rice out there. I think it's important to broaden your horizons. our women just hate us for whatever reason.
Yeah, your women do not like you for some. Okay, I mean, yeah, they don't like you. So you basically saying that Indian chicks.
Yeah, those
Yep, that was the shortest one, but yeah.
incel TV
Oh,
fucking
okay.
videos about fucking Asian boys, like fucking hating on
Oh,
fucking Asian men
brutal.
is fucking brutal, dude.
Dude,
Shit's
I
fucking
couldn't even
rough.
watch
Dude.
that.
I'm like, what in the literal fuck? I'm like, this is the way they view their own men. I'm like, dude, the fuck is going on?
Yo, some of these videos have disclaimers if you're like kind of wanna end yourself, don't watch it. And always find that hilarious. But the more like nowadays, I'm like, God damn, it kind of makes sense to give like a disclaimer because this shit is brutal. He does not hold back.
Just be dances with wolves, bro. Oh boy.
Yeah, this mixed girl that I know right now is really sweet too. I feel like I have been limiting myself unnecessarily.
Yeah, I have
Right.
like I said before, I have a decent amount of luck with immigrants, so
No
I'll try to
shit.
stick there.
No
Fucking-
shit.
Are you still dating the same woman from before?
Yeah, the chick. Well, she's not from Jamaica. I guess her parents are, but yeah.
Awesome.
My one high school one itis is fucking my weed man who pistol whipped her and gave her a black eye. What the fuck? Whoa, dude. That is rough.
Hey, shout out to Cope Maximus. He's getting his wish. Hey, Black Ronin. Cope Maximus told us that he'll pay you if you come on stream.
He'll pay you.
Remember, he was talking about how he.
Oh yeah, he did say that.
wanted to buy him a beer or something.
What's up, Drolix? You have any echo yet?
What's up,
Tasting,
buddy
tasting.
boyos?
I think we
Wasn't
good.
sure because the echo always shows up whenever anybody wants to join. So
I don't think there's an echo, so yeah.
okay, good, we're good. What's up, Drolix?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
You sound pretty good.
Cool. Just stopping by to say hi.
All right, dude. What's going on, man? We were just talking about the racial breakdown of like we're really
Asian
talking about
people hate
Asian
us.
people, Asian people hate Asian people, or something like that. Asian women hate Asian men. It's just
Yeah.
weird, dude.
Our monthly miscegenation stream. Yeah.
Oh,
And
you
then
know,
black
I was-
women hate black men. So it's like weird.
I had this funny thought, like if I ever quote unquote get, I mean, I think this is typically only to westernized Asian foids, because I don't necessarily see it like, say, if you're like in South Korea or Japan, they're not gonna be like, oh, I don't date other Asian men. You know what I mean? Because it's like that's the only choice they have because it's more homogeneous. But this shit's only westernized Asian foids.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty true too. I think that the maybe our views are too far too American focused maybe, but yeah, if you're in like South Korea or something like that, you're probably more likely to hopefully be happier with a. The thing with the birth rate being so fucking low, you never fucking know. It might be that dating anybody at all.
Yeah, I know in Japan there's foids that are quote unquote gaijin hunters, which are like foreigner hunters, and they only date foreigners. But I think that's just like a fringe minority.
I would definitely
Yeah.
say though, a lot of people need to expand their horizons a little bit more. That's one of the complaints that I think it was what was his name? God, what did he say? It was on Infomatic stream, and he brought up how like the white dudes need to date black women or something like that. It was Black Pill J
yeah.
said that. Yeah, Black Pill J. He was talking about that, and it was like, yeah, I'm like, I don't know, expand your horizons a little bit more. I understand that you don't want to date somebody else. Obviously, you have to be attracted to the person you want to date to some extent, but you know, you might want to like,
Yo.
depending on how badly you want to escape this fucking hellscape, you might want to just like think about dating
Yeah,
out.
no,
I mean, we're
I said it before, man. Like every man needs to be a equal opportunity snuggler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for that. I'm for that.
Yeah,
I don't mind dating
as
any
long
race
as
as long
I
as she's
find
attractive.
her, yeah, as long as I find her attractive, like race doesn't matter. It's just like
Yeah, and I just wanted to
you
add
got a
something.
wet
My
hole and
friends,
you look attractive, good enough.
yeah, my friend, he's going to Japan. So, and he's like, but he doesn't look like me. He's kind of lighter skinned. He actually kind of looks white. So he told me he's gonna be okay over there. But yeah, the way the population is aging and how these Asian girls are, I think he might actually have an advantage. And he's studying IT, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's gonna do all right there.
I don't know. Maybe he'll do good, but Japan and I guess South Korea is like it's not necessarily friendly for black cells.
Oh, he's not black. He's not. He looks white. Like he's
Well, hold
yeah
on. When you say look white, like you're either white or you're white passing, and if you're white passing, you're somewhat ethnic.
yeah he's white passing.
All
He's
right,
he's
what?
ethnic.
Yeah, all right. What's the ethnicity then?
He's like me. He's a colored. He's just very light skinned. He looks like a white colored. Like you know, how white people look. He looks like that, but he's a colored. I
Uh,
don't know how to describe it to you guys because you guys
No,
probably you've never seen
I
coloreds
mean,
before.
you could
we
could
us
probably
me.
show a picture of him minus the face, and
All right,
I
yeah,
could probably tell.
me and mystery know what you're talking about because passing has a long ass history in America.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah, I remember I saw the movie passing on like Netflix or something. So yeah, I guess you guys would know. I mean, I know about it from like the movie, but I never watched it. Just wanted to mention that I get what you guys mean. And
No, I'm just saying,
Drolix,
man. It's I could take a look at a picture minus the face,
I
and
don't actually have like a picture of him. So like, but you'll do alright. Like, he does decent here as well. So he's just a moron, but I think you'll do alright.
If anything, it's not like IQ helps you get any.
I mean, he's like not a moron like in terms of like he's stupid. He just doesn't like
I mean,
he'll
the more OG I become in the black pill, I think IQ is only a a tangible measure to self protect yourself. Like the more smarter you are, the better off you are protecting yourself. Not necessarily to the benefit of others or foids.
yeah. I don't think it's helpful in terms of like social interactions because if you're too high IQ, you're just gonna like say things that like annoy people or just upset people.
Well, yeah, I think there's a
They
sweet
won't
spot. I
understand
think
you.
it's been covered before, but I think there's a sweet spot for IQ. It's like 120 or 125 or something like that, where like you can do most of the high skill job, but you're not so high IQ that your motivations aren't fucked. That's what ends up happening with a lot of people who are extremely high IQ. Their motivations for doing things are extremely they're different than what we think of as being like motivation. So like they might look for something a little more aspirational,
Abs-
versus like
What do you mean?
abstract
abstract
as
That,
or
fuck.
abstract
what do you
really.
mean
It's really weird.
abstract? What do you mean like do they love that? What do you mean by that? I'm actually confused. What do you mean the motivations are like abstract? What do you mean?
It gets to be some wild shit where like somebody might be, yeah, I want to learn physics because I want to understand the universe and how that relates to the human condition, like some shit like that. Just as a
Isn't that
matter of
normal?
Versus like people who like do
no, it's not.
typically do
Really?
science or something like that. They'll be like, "Oh, okay, I just want to do science to make money," or like they might have like an interest that's like interest in science for sure, but it's not going to be like. But their primary reason for doing it is just to make some money and do what you got to do. So
Wait, so like seminar, I would say an example, some guy he just likes reading to learn about shit, or like he starts to like jump to like learn how to fight, but just for the fun of it, or he just like does shit just to learn it how the like life or like the universe works. Is that no, is just for the fun of it, so you can like observe reality and I mean observe reality and be like more in tune with the universe. That's not normal.
I mean, it's I'm for sure people think about this sometimes, but like it's definitely not normal per se. Though, like they want someone who's smart enough to run machines, but dumb enough to see not dumb enough not to see everything basically. So like
Damn, wait, that what? So that's not normal. Just like trying to understand the universe for fun, just so you can like, and,
I'm sure it's
what?
Right.
normal in some circles.
VR, you ever play Bloodborne?
Have I ever played Bloodborne?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say this anyway. IQ is like fucking insight.
Oh yeah.
Like the more you have, the harder the sexual game gets. Like,
Oh
it
yeah, I
basically
understand
is.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna do certain things that just like yeah you shouldn't be doing it, but you just don't like you wouldn't care because it's the truth, but you shouldn't be saying things to Floyd or to people in general, like certain things.
Shit, or your mind just outright works differently. You can't relate to people.
Yeah, I can relate to people, but like I can't relate to like coping with like drugs and like drinking to get hammered for shit like that. To me, like I'd rather like learn, like try to improve myself just for the fun of it. Because like
Yeah, and
why not?
let me. You had no idea how much that cucks you because
No,
drugs
no,
are
I
some.
do, I know, do
All
yeah, I
right,
know.
because yeah, drugs are like some of the easy. They like the fucking. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like where a lot of social interaction takes place, just bonding over drugs and
Yeah, drinking and drugs.
inhibition.
Cause I used to like smoke like weed and like drink a lot, but I don't do it. It kind of bores me. And I was chilling with my friends today, and they were like smoking bongs, cause they're like pretty outgoing, and they my friends was like normies, but they're kind of based as well. But like I don't know, man. For me, it's just like I can't cope like that. I'd rather just like learn how to fight, or like do something, or like learn how to read, or like not learn how to read, but read books that expand my knowledge, my the way I view reality. But like as you guys said, that's not normal, and that was funny to me because I'm like, but that's what like I do. I just like to like learn to improve just for myself.
Oh well, guess what? The fuck you're not.
What do you mean?
You're
I'm
not
not
normal.
normal.
Hell no.
That's hilarious.
Dude, the average person wants to understand TikTok, not the universe. Also, high IQ people like certainty. Talking
Yeah, I
is
do like
void and
certainty.
uncertain as fuck. Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
watch
I
this
like
video.
certainty.
We got this video. We can watch together. I'm not sure if I should play the actual video or play BGS's take on it, but we'll just play his take on it, I guess. Let's
Fair use. Fair use.
fair use. Yeah. Well, he never got me last time, so he didn't even say anything about last video. So we can.
Wait, do you have to like comment over it for it to be fair use?
Yeah, we have to comment over, which we will. We'll stop at various points.
I don't
Okay,
even know if
cool.
that shit works, but whatever.
With just saying fair use.
Yeah.
I don't think it works either. I think that's definitely not a viable legal strategy to actually get your stuff not
Nah,
banned. I
dude,
think
it
you actually have to
doesn't.
produce. You have to actually produce the content, which is like,
No,
means.
it doesn't work even in those fucking financial quote unquote videos.
Oh yeah, saying like, oh
this
yeah, I'm
is-
not a financial advisor. Don't sue me. It's like, well, yeah, that doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
Let's see, is this out loud enough for you guys?
Get this done.
This loud?
Yeah,
enough?
that's good.
All right. I think I'm gonna seek through the video. Give me a sec. I'm gonna skip his intro. I'm just gonna go straight to the. You might actually you might ban me for that. He's like, what? You skipped the best part.
Drolix, I just want to say that you were that video about the automation. I did get it from you, and I actually downloaded it and watched it, and I'm kind of like using it as a reference to where I want to go and like in the future. So just thanks, man.
Yeah, I have ideas for the second demographic black pill, but I'm so not motivated right now.
Aren't you busy like Elden Ring maxing? So I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been playing that hardcore. I think I have like 110 hours now.
Dang, dude.
No,
I had like 100.
I do
Me-
everything. Like I explore every fucking little corner. So that's why.
Yeah, I'm cheap, so I've just been replaying Skyrim instead. So
Nice. Let's do this shit. All right. If you put
So let's get it started. Interview with the with an investor. So here we go.
Men who was in their circle, in their dating pool. I think Kentaji is
and that's my point, because we're not having a full and robust conversation. We're simply just saying that, oh, they married the white men because the white men are more qualified. We're not having a conversation about
that's not
well, that's what I hear a lot. Their disposition with white men is different than their disposition with successful black men.
That's not true.
Yeah, I don't know why she would even say this isn't true. Like, I guess like, I guess if you're like in her world, it's like, well, like, oh yeah, well we treat everybody exactly the same. We treat white women exactly the same way we treat black men. It's like, no, I think everybody's kind of seeing through it now at this point. At least a lot of black men are talking about this, and like once you start seeing a trend somewhere, you kind of start realizing like, yeah, this is probably true. Like you really are just getting fucked over by your own race of women who like they grade a white man on the curve or grade other men on the curve. So yeah.
Okay, let's talk about it.
That's not true.
She has no proof.
You don't.
She has no proof. She's laughing. She
I
don't have
don't
any
know
proof.
why black men think it's an act. That like you're just acting more feminine. You're not really more feminine. You're just acting like it.
Because they have experience with
I said
it. That's
this
why.
again, all right. He is doing what he is supposed to do as a man. He is the high earner. He is even if he wasn't, but we're talking about Supreme Court here. Okay, so everyone in this,
See, now she's backing off qualifications, right? She's making it seem like it's a class thing instead of a race thing. She's mixing the two. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to say that the only reason that they married this particular white guy or that particular white guy is because of class, it's because of earnings. And that's not necessarily true, which is what he's trying to say.
But I'm comparing similar like some of the people who've like found me on LinkedIn, for instance, for this channel, They are directors for Fortune 500 companies, black men. So I'm talking about that caliber of black man and that caliber of white man.
Same class.
Not getting the same type of femininity from
True.
other black
That's what
women.
he's saying.
Why is that?
Because that's not. I don't think that's true. There are not
But
enough.
these are
black
these
men.
are their. But these are no. And again, I want to boil it down. These are their experiences.
No,
So
I don't.
these
I
men.
don't. I don't believe that. I do not believe that because
She doesn't believe it. That's the whole thing. I don't believe it. She doesn't know it's true. She just doesn't believe it because she wants to emphasize her point of view.
there's not enough black men of that caliber to even honestly have that conversation.
Like she might be even right here, where like, okay, there aren't enough black men in that position who have that type of money to like be in like the quote unquote the high value man category. We'll use Kevin Samuel's little phrase there, HVM, high value male category. But the reality is that even if he is high value, you still treat him like garbage. Like even if he is in that category, he still gets treated like garbage, whether it's anything or not. It's true. So
I mean, for one thing, you're gonna have more white men in that category just because white people make up half the country.
Yeah, just by the sheer demographics and demography, it's gonna end up that way. Yeah.
Wait, could it be
I
also
wanted
linked?
to add on this, like, remember that website, the meme website? It's like, where do you stack up, and you enter your stats or something.
Yeah, I remember that. What's that? Yeah, they tell the woman how fucking crazy
Delusional.
she is.
Delusional calculator. The female delusional.
So yeah, and I remember I put my own stats. It's like I am 0.0006% of the U.S. population in terms of earning income and all that shit. And so it's like, yeah, I'm probably rare to begin with, but also think about how many men or women just swipe left on, not really knowing, quote unquote, the potential income of that male, right? It's like you're not even given a chance because you're either normie or sub 5, and it's like there's so many like quote unquote good guys that get passed on.
Will Smith.
And fuck Will Smith. But I mean,
it's true. He got all that. Dude is literally one of the most legendary people on earth, and that shit still wasn't good enough.
Yeah, but she's been alpha with by like Tupac. You can't compete. But I just wanted to say
she had
something else.
she had Tyrone in her younger years, so
Yeah,
in her older years too, actually. So
she don't want Urkel now. She don't want Urkel. She wants Tyrone.
Bro, Will Smith isn't Urkel. Will Smith is a normie.
Okay. I mean, in the modern era, wouldn't he be an Urkel?
No, he's a fucking normie.
Nah, dude. Will Smith is a high tier normie. I would say even Tyrone.
A Tyrone light.
Yeah, maybe Tyrone light. He doesn't have that thug look.
Now, I'm not talking about his looks. I'm talking about his personality.
Personality wise, he's a fucking normie. He's not like especially like nerdy exactly. He just act like a normal fucking dude.
Yeah.
His whole issue is that he doesn't have any issues.
His issue is that he doesn't understand women. That's his issue.
No, he doesn't know the red pill. It's like I don't know, dude. His net worth is like 350 mil. Like he's in his own bubble. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you're that rich and you can afford anything you want, have everything handed to you, especially you get treated well in life. It's like, yeah, why would you even have an inkling of a red pill or black pill? You know what I mean? It's like you live in your blue pill bubble.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I just wanted to say maybe it's also regarding this video when she's talking about like white men and black men, could it just be based on attraction? Like why she's treating these men differently? Could be that reason as well. Because you know how it is when you're less attractive, you get treated poorly. I mean, far like this.
Bro, they be dipping down when they go to other races.
They be dating down.
As far as looks and all, as far as everything, yeah, you be looking at she be had all these qualifications for your ass, but then she would date some like lower tier Brad and shit. You be like, what the fuck?
But is it wait now? I'm talking about looks strictly now, not about like income.
Looks too.
It's just because he's white. Then
racial stereotype.
It's literally just because dude's white.
Oh, JBW.
Yo, hold on. If a black Floyd is dating A JBW, wouldn't that be dating up to them?
Racially.
Yeah, true that. We'll be dating up to them.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It depends on how much they value that white skin, and a lot of them they value it pretty heavily.
I mean, most women do.
Yeah. So having like lighter skin is considered, they just considered to be better. So yeah, for her it's dating up, but she might be foregoing other things like income or something like that. So
Yeah, she might even be like a homosexual. So
Is it specifically for their children? Like they want lighter skinned children, or is it just like the
Yes.
prestige of having
well,
a white
it's a
man?
huge
Yes.
a status symbol. This has kind of been it's a big meme in the on like a lot of lefties users, not lefties, like it's a big meme that like these leftist women will like talk about the white man badly and say the white man's destroyed the whole world and he's such a evil human being, but then like they'll have like a meme basically saying like, oh yeah, I talk about the white man out in the street, but in the sheets I'm like a white supremacist type shit. It's like, yeah, well, you basically, I think a lot of it comes down to like self-hatred, and they really don't want to I think a lot of it just comes down to self-hatred. I think they hate themselves.
Mystery, this is what the ITV was talking about. He basically made a video saying exactly what you just said. It's like self-hatred, but they also can't help the fact that they're attracted to these men that are apparently oppressed them in the past, and they shouldn't be attracted to them, but they are. Same with like these
Yeah.
Asian foids. She was like, "Nah, I'm a liberal, but I can't help the fact that I'm attracted to white men."
Yeah, it's kind of like
KKK in the
Alexandria
streets.
Ocasio-Cortez being I think she's dating a white man or something like that. She was already dating him before she
Yo,
got.
I just want to add something before you click on the video game. I got a cousin. She's also colored, and she likes white men as well. She prefers white men like from a young age because of like their hair. Who got like the hair's kind of similar to black women. She would prefer like dating a white men. She even went to like South Korea, and she just likes the Asian guys there. She was approached by a group of like black guys, and she was like, "Nah, no, not for me. I'd rather go for like the Asian guys." That's like it's even like here, man, because she's been into like white guys. That's why she went to like Korea for like I mean the next best thing. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. French shooter got seconded. I've seen that article before. Yeah. Let's keep going here.
How do you know? That's the whole thing. How do you know? You don't know. How many does it take?
There's not.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I agree with you. There's not enough. If I have any say, there will be more. With that being said, even the ones who are that caliber, where they are just as, if not better, than the white guy, they still do not have the same experiences. Why is that? Can we explain that piece? Because I talk to the white dudes too, and they say the same thing. So why is that?
I don't think that that's true. I think that a lot
I understand you might not think it's true, but this is what my research is telling you. I've talked to white dudes and they're like, yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make less money than this black dude. And I've talked to black dudes and like, yeah, she talked to me different, even though I make more money than this white dude.
So a white guy and a black guy both dated the same black woman, and they both told you this.
Not necessarily the same black woman, but in different experiences, yes. Their experiences tend to be different. And now I can understand where it comes from. I can understand where it comes from because I consider history. But most people don't understand where it comes from. But the reality is, as a successful black man, you do not get the same disposition.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, as a black woman, I'm telling you, and I noticed you say we a lot,
and they see as a black woman, she's not a black man. She's not a black man. As a black woman, thing is, she's going by her point of view, and she's trying to make her point of view true and his point of view not.
Like,
I mean,
trying to put yourself
mystery, but isn't she kind of right? Because like all the girls you're dating over there seem pretty feminine, and they're black, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like they are feminine. It depends on the woman. I mean,
culture.
Yeah, it's cultural things too. I mean, immigrants are completely, I would say, almost completely different from, what you could call your run-of-the-mill. Once they become Americanized, or want to call it, or become, first, second generation feminist, they take all the feminist pills and all that, and they end up fucking fucked in the head. So,
guys, isn't this all just basically like the halo effect? What she's talking about. I mean, what this guy's also talking about, how like the white
you get a better treatment. Yeah, it could be a matter of the halo effect too as well. Where that that
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it could be a part of it.
where your racial ethnicity, whatever you want to call it,
Yeah,
gives you
racial
a
biases.
yeah, gives you a little bit of a boost. But yeah, at least in at least in her experience, I guess, when she's talking about how like we're more feminine with or he's talking about how they're more feminine with white men or other races of men than they are with black men.
I've even seen like videos on this where like they were, I don't know if anybody's seen it, but there's like a experiment they did with kids. I think they're from like France or something, and they had like teddy bears. I mean, not teddy bears, sorry, like dolls, baby dolls.
Oh shit, the doll
One-
test? Yeah, I think
Did you see that?
I think it was invented over here.
Yeah,
I'm
something
not
like
sh-
that. And they were pointing. There was a white doll and a black doll, and they were like, "Who's friendlier? Who's better? Who do you look like?" And they would associate positive characteristics with like being white and negative with being black. And that was like, damn. I mean, that also just proved a couple of like proved the halo effect and like to a certain, I mean, to a certain degree, yeah, kind of proved a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, that was way back. That
We got 51 people here. Wow,
I think they
pretty good.
redid it.
51 Jesus
Jack,
Christ. Say
I think
what?
they
Popular
redid it
today.
recently. They did it recently. I think it was like I remember watching a video on it, but I can't remember the date. But I think they redid it like recently, and it still came out like with those some like similar results. I think like
Yeah,
more
I
a positive
know.
association.
I
Okay,
know
sorry.
exactly which video you're talking about. It might have been on Inkwell TV's channel as well, but I think it was based on like some commercial that they were trying to do.
Oh no, I know about that one. No, I'm talking about a different one. That's where they had them like painted them and transformed the black family or French family, and they painted them white. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but this is a different one.
Oh
They took
yeah,
kids.
I know that one too. The ones for the kids. It was like
Yeah, the
based on a
kids.
commercial, and then the other one was literally like race swapping, like
Yeah,
turning white people into black and black people into white.
and even
And
the family,
even the family, they were like, this is
they look so
degrading.
much better.
Whereas the black to white was like, this is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, that was brutal. Like the one chick started crying when she saw herself white, and I was like, "What the hell?" Damn.
That was a fucking Boondocks episode, man. I remember that. Remember? Yeah, no, y'all remember when
Uncle Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus, like at the beginning of one of the episodes, when he started his own church.
Oh man.
He went to
Yo,
White
but
Heaven, and Ronald Reagan showed him around. Like at the end of the intro, Ronald Reagan took him to a pool where God had turned him white and shit, and he was like, "Praise white Jesus."
Isn't that where
That show
Uncle
is
Ruckus he gets
amazing.
like he finds out gets his
It's
family visits him.
102% African with 2% margin of error.
Yeah.
yo,
Yeah, I'm
that
so
show
sad that
was Black Pill before there was Black Pill.
Hey, it's Jack Tisson.
Yo,
Jack Tisson.
how you doing, my friends?
What's going on, buddy?
there's an echo.
No, we got an echo again.
Yeah,
Let me
good.
Yeah,
okay, give me a sec, Jack Tisson. We'll let you talk. Let me do this real quick. All right, we'll wait a few seconds, and we'll bring them all back in. All right. Hopefully it went away. Did it go away?
Yo, speaking of fucking bugs,
How you
man,
doing, my
like,
friends? You alright?
yeah, hold on, Jack. We need to like report this shit to StreamYard. They need to fix this crap.
Yeah, it really is getting kind of ridiculous now. We have to like anytime anybody joins at all, like it's like an immediate like, oh,
Yeah.
echo. It's like what's up with
You know,
that?
you know what's
really
funny?
think they don't know by now? But all right.
No, you know what's funny? I just reported a bug to NordVPN and they fixed it in the latest update. I'm just like, fuck, man. Being a developer, telling them what's exactly wrong, and then they fixed it. I was like, cool.
You're like, fuck.
subject.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Do you know, Mystery, you brought up that Cynthia G. I've creeped around that video, around that channel for about 6 months.
Oh, really?
F in the chat for Jack Sisson, God.
Yeah. What have you learned, my dude?
Well, there was several reasons why I went on there. One of them was, you get all this divesting and all that swirler stuff, yeah. And naturally, I'm thinking to myself, is this an option for
I know
me?
where you're going.
Alright. So And to be honest with you, you know, like when you've got your down days, you've got all this rejection around you, and you want a rope, and then you know you go on that channel, and it makes you feel good about yourself. You think, well, at least there's some chicks out there who think I'm worth something, you know, and yeah, but the actual arguments they make, because I've read their comments pages, their comments underneath their videos so many times. I've actually gained a coherent theory on how they think. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Hit us up with it.
All right. First of all, there are, I would say, somewhere between 25 to 35% of them. They're basically the type of women who are all about the JBW lifestyle, yeah, and they're just the way they are. They're the same as snow bunnies on the other side. They're just like the opposite of snow. They're snow bunnies, but they're black, if you know what I mean. And then you've got another part of them who are neurotics. They're just neurotics. They I think they have mental health issues where they have constant series of bad emotional states like anxiety, depression, mood swings, and they probably want to find some kind of life that gives them a sense of control. So they've developed an idealized view of middle class white America, and they have this fantasy world where their own community doesn't provide this stability and sense of order, but there is this ulterior motive, and they just complain, but it's based on their own neurosis. And then you've got the third type, who are snobs. Do you know what snobs means?
So they're snobs.
You know snobs, yeah? Do you have to use that word in England? Sorry, in
Yeah, we
America.
use the word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
upper crust
Occasionally.
assholes who think they're better than everybody else.
Yeah, and what they are is they're women who have attained high social status. You read their comments, and loads of them say things like, "I'm." There was one girl I called Doctor Girl because every single time she made a comment, she always had to mention that she was a doctor and she was earning all this money. And what they do is they've attained high social status, and then they no longer look at themselves as a member of the black race. They see themselves as some sort of elitist entity, and they have a low attitude towards any man really who doesn't earn the same as them. And rather than say they think they're better than everybody, they just project it and say it's a racial thing. But I suspect that them types of women on that Cynthia G program wouldn't be too sympathetic to a white guy who's in my position. Yeah, it's basically an economic issue for them. They want to find a guy who's got the same amount of money. But all in all, the swirlers are. I'm going to say it. They're fucking crazy. They're actually crazy. They're a mentally ill bunch of lunatics. You know.
There's a reason they don't have a black dude next to him. Like, we didn't dodge it. Look, people already think we're the garbage men of like the dating scene, right? And they can't even get us. You already know it's fucked up.
Well, they could. I mean, that's the point.
What's a swirler? I'm sorry for interrupting. What's a swirler?
A swirler is it. All right. Basically, this. I've thought about this so much. If you've got a large portion of women and they're around their own racial group all the time, what they like to do is they like to bring other guys into their community, and then they like to walk around with them in front of the men of their own group and wind them up. Yeah. It happens all around the world. It happens in Asia. It happens in Europe. It happens in the black community. It happens in Africa. Women love to do it. Yeah, it's a trait. And swirlers are basically black women who claim that they find white guys more attractive and high value and all that. You know, they've idolized them, but they don't idolize white guys. They idolize a certain type of white guy. You know, they call guys like me struggle brads. I'm a effing struggle brad. You know, I'm a dusty. I'm a white dusty to them. They wouldn't accept me after they saw what I'm like. You know.
Okay, now I understand. I see what you mean.
Cynthia G. She's a very, very, very interesting person, though. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting to say the least, I guess. Right? She's a really.
She got a history on her.
Yeah.
Oh,
didn't she?
Okay.
Didn't she get pregnant? Or isn't she a single mom now?
I know she got pregnant once by this fucking dude who has about what 6 or 7 other.
Yeah.
Robert Perkins, the motherfucker that had 6 or 7 other baby mamas, and then she was fucking number 8.
I can't even believe it.
Yeah, she might have had an abortion or something, but I don't know. But I think she might have had a kid after that, regardless, from somebody else. Who knows?
She has a kid and she's making that stuff.
Yeah,
bro,
when she money off of it, dude. Now at this point,
bro, Robert Perkins fucking killed her whole black male audience because it was like, all right, you talked all that shit, and a lot of us are like, yeah, I guess we need to do better. And then she gets with the fucking homosexual super specialist with 7 other baby mamas. You get pregnant. All her clout was lost, bro. It was it.
But they have this exaggerated view as well. What do I call them? The divestors. They have this really exaggerated view of what it's like in the white parts of the world. So I remember reading about. I watched a video recently, and it was about this guy who was a black man, and he had a white girlfriend, and they were cohabiting in this upper echelon part of the USA. I think they lived in California, and this white chick killed him. Yeah, you heard about this?
I did.
Oh, you did, yeah? Yeah.
He was an OnlyFans model or something.
Yeah, OnlyFans
Oh,
model,
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Well, I watched this video, and when you watch Cynthia G videos, the experience isn't based on the video; it's on the comments. The comments are fucking brilliant. And there was one woman, and this shows you how delusional they are about the white race. She said, "This is typical for how white people operate. Every white girl knows all she's got to do is get on the phone and the mafia turn up and decimate whoever's in your way." Yeah. Right? They actually believe that there is like some sort of dangerous entity with these white males who are basically like these militant killers, you know?
Basically cops.
No, I'm not talking about cops. I'm talking about the actual civilian white guys. This woman actually believed that white guys are basically these like sort of alphas who everyone's terrified of. Yeah, and I didn't comment because I've never commented on there. It's not my place. But isn't that a little bit delusional to think that, you know, some fat dude just walking down the road who's of Germanic ancestry or something is actually like a killer? Well, he's probably just eating McDonald's and shit, and he has had a fight in his life, you know?
I gotta recalibrate. I gotta recalibrate my brain just to like go back to like, all right, Cynthia G's arguments and shit, bro. Goddamn, y'all gotta give me 2 minutes.
I think that chick was
I was
trolling.
introduced to her through CBP.
Yeah,
So what?
CBP was the first one. I didn't. So I knew her before that, but yeah, CBP did that video with her.
And everybody was thirsty for that motherfucker too. If you read those comments,
yeah, basically.
It's the accent.
Cynthia G's great, man. It's great entertainment.
He's got another fan.
Americans.
Yeah.
And I get you've been here for a long time, so I guess that's why you do that. But it's
because I'm not different.
Well,
I'm not different. I pay homage to Marcus Garvey, to Frederick Douglass to every. I'm not different. I'm the only difference is I'm an African who actually understands Black history and how Black history influenced African history, and not the other way around. Don't let nobody lie to you. But with that being said, this narrative that Black men get a better disposition if they're doing better, that's what I'm telling you is not true. And I'm a Black man.
I do not believe that is even. I don't even think you can even properly, come to that conclusion with so few Black men doing.
And what I'm saying to you, because I think empathy is very important. So if I was saying these are the experiences of men I read about, that'd be one thing. If I was saying to you, these are the experiences of men in my comments, that'd be different. If I was saying to you, these are the experiences of my friends, that'd be different. These are my experiences as well. So what do you have to say to that? Like, am I crazy? Are these thousands of men crazy?
Because
see how she said probably? In other words, it doesn't match up with my experience. You're probably crazy. In other words, who are you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes, right? That's the way Black women see things.
Because every time I've ever heard any body, I've seen these guys talk about how they make money and they're gonna go get a white woman now because Black women are so masculine.
But we're not talking about them. That's not the conversation. The conversation I'm having is, imagine 1,000 me's, Black men who are committed to Black women. Black women are our only option. There's never if you ever see me swirl, you know that I'm beat. Like a Black woman shot me and my mom in the face. Like, it's got to be on that level, right? So for those men who are committed, who are doing the right things based on male curriculums or whatever the case may be, and we're still eating shit, what can you say to us?
I'm saying that I don't see that as being a real problem because there are not enough Black men.
What's the definition of gaslighting?
Yeah.
Making somebody believe that their reality is not real.
Exactly. That's what she's doing. Yeah.
Your reality.
See?
Your reality is.
You're stuttering because that's what you just did.
No.
That's what you just did. Look at her.
I'm
She's
stuttering
laughing.
because I sometimes stutter. I stutter a lot even on my own channel. Okay?
Yeah.
I've always
Bullshit.
been a stutterer.
Bullshit.
I've been working on it my whole life.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say that I lost my train of thought now.
No, you were gaslighting me, so pick up from gaslighting me. Yeah, you said I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Do you want to take that back? You think I do know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you got caught. You're being disingenuous. Take your time. Yeah. Yeah, keep laughing.
No, because this is like
it's like what? Mm-hmm.
It's funny to me because
you're full of shit.
You're what
you're
do they
full of
call
shit.
it? What's the word for that? And your anecdotal experience does not. It is not proof of anything. I could have the same experience. Yeah, I talked to this one guy and it was like this.
He's laughing. Look at it.
Your anecdotal experience does not account for the collective. It doesn't account for what happens on a broader scale. It's your anecdotal experience, especially being the fact that most Black men are not even like you. If you're the high earner that you say.
And that's the point. That's the point, because the problem is.
Well, I don't understand this reason that every Black man or even most black men would end up even being high earners. Like no group of any race ends up being high earners. Like most people don't earn 6 figures. Most people don't even earn high 5 figures. Like this is not like reality. She's completely like hypergamous here. Like she's completely stuck in hypergamy brain here. She's like, well, you're not the top tier Black. Not all Black men are like you. It's like, well, obviously, like, yeah, I'm the exception. I'm like the exceptional one. Therefore, like, I would expect certain things out of you. Like, I expect femininity as a very basic thing for a woman to have. Like, what the fuck,
dude? She just wants an average earner of 6 figures.
These women, they love their lives are basically they think in apex fallacy. So
absolutely.
Really blame her?
Yeah,
she's so irrational. Like she doesn't even understand what she's saying. So,
do you think hypergamy is more prominent in the Black community, Black women, or is it similar to white?
Just
Nah.
expressed differently, but it's more what's the word? Conspicuous, I guess. More overt, I would say.
They're all at it.
What'd you say, Jack?
They're you
And
know
that
that
accent
thing-
was thick.
when it comes to hypergamy and the actual, I've actually studied Cynthia G quite fastidiously. I've actually broken it into a theory as well. I did this during the deep lockdown last summer. I actually watched so many of her videos because what it was, I was talking to my mate on Facebook, and he told me, he said to me, "You got to look at this video of this woman." And I went, so I looked at it, and then being the spurge I am, I didn't just watch one video. I binge watched it over about 3 or 4 days after I finished studying. And what they are is they're K selected. Yeah, you must understand they're K selected. Do you know what their KR selection is?
Yeah, RK selection isn't like K like the high investment low, and then R selection is basically having a bunch of kids and just kind of shitting them out and calling it a day. Or I had to slip.
Yeah. And what they basically are is they're K selected, and what they seek is this K selected mating strategy. So what they're not looking at what you'd expect from an R selected sort of strategy, which would be guys with muscles and the BBC and the kind of reputation, for being a tough guy. They're not interested in that. They're interested in the K selected metric, which is education, money, and stability. And what they do is they don't feel there's enough black guys with the K selected life strategy. So what they do is they enter these spaces and they just run down the men of their own race because they feel like they're not measuring up to what they internally believe they should be given from life. It's basically K selection, and what they've done is they've inverted this belief and then created this belief amongst themselves that the white man is uniformly K selected, and it's true to a certain degree. There's more K selected people amongst whites, but I live in a pretty poor neighborhood, yeah, and I see a lot of R selected white guys who have got no money, no job. They're violent. They're they've got no hope, no future, and they've basically looked at the other side, seen it, and completely misjudged what they're seeing, and then they're basically knocking guys like this. I mean, this dude here, I don't know what's his name, Mystery.
Which guy?
The dude who's talking to this young lady here.
I don't know his name, but it's like we need to talk as this channel.
Kevin Samuels Jr.
Yeah, basically, might as well be him. Yeah.
Okay, is he quite well? Is he quite successful? I take he is. Yeah.
He's just kind of starting out with his channel, but he's gained a lot of subscribers. So I would say,
but has he got a professional background?
I think he does. I think he said he must be pretty high earning. What if he's talking about?
All right, so he's a high earning chap. Well, she's still talking to him like he's some sort of underling, purely based on the fact that he's black. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Yeah, and this is the belief system of these divestors. They've created a completely misaligned perception. Yeah. That dude there sitting to the left is probably more successful than 90% of the white guys living around my area. Yeah. So it's basically not. It's not. They're not seeing things as they are. They're seeing them from a misaligned perspective, and they're associating his racial profile as something that it isn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the initial stereotypes for black skin or black people in general with poverty and destruction and all this stuff like that, and it's like,
well, we don't see that in England. We see African Americans as successful, because we don't see that. We see Africa as poor, but we don't see African Americans. We actually quite. Our perception of African Americans is that you've got all the money over there. We don't look at it that way,
Oh, interesting.
So me and Mystery should take a trip then.
I'll tell you what, if you come to England, I've only ever met 3 African Americans in England. You don't see many of them. I've only seen 3 in my whole life, and they were treated like gods in England.
He's the hidden son of Kevin Samuels, I believe it.
He even got the same talking cadence is Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. He studies them UK Tyrone maxing. We could go there. We could go there, Jack. Me and Jack Nickelback could go to the UK and figure out what happens.
The final mystery.
Come visit me in London, mate. I'll show
Come
you
visit,
around.
yeah, we'll visit our friend Jack Tisson.
No worries, man. If you ever come to England, I'll come meet you.
All right, let's keep going.
If somebody cut what you
Most white men are not in that class either. How do you explain that? It's only black men that are poor. It's only black men that are unemployed. It's only the median earnings of all Americans is less than $33,000 a year.
Yeah, people keep forgetting that, but the median earnings is extremely like it's not some like
There's
high
no way.
fucking.
It's not 33.
What's that? What is it?
I think it's like
Isn't it like
60. Let's look at
the median or the average?
looking it up.
I think it's like
I thought the
45.
median was like 35 or 38 or something like that. Something
I
like
thought it was like
Says-
45.
Median household income was 67,500.
what's the individual income?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking.
That's household. What's the individual?
Yo, it depends on race, but it's anywhere from 38 to
Yeah, I knew I was right.
50.
30 something. Yeah, the median household income is like
And that
Yeah.
60K figure is joint income.
joint income. Yeah, the median income for an individual in this country is like pretty fucking low. People keep forgetting that. So like, even if you're making high five figures, you're doing way better than the median income for like Americans.
Yo,
40,000.
and just to push the point, I make 6 times that and I still can't get boy. Money
Yo,
doesn't mean shit.
Trolix, are you like really like money maxed?
Yeah, I make 180K a year.
My
Dude,
God.
what the hell, dude? What do you do? Are you like security in like software engineering? Are you like doing security? What are you like front end, back end? What are you?
Yeah, software engineer, senior software engineer.
Man, I
Oh
would
no wonder.
slay.
Are you at Fang or one of the Fang companies?
No, not necessarily Fang, but it is a high IT or high tech company.
Damn, you are rolling in the money, bro. You're
Uh,
like in the top, dude. You're
I,
really
I
like in the top
wouldn't
1%
say
of this.
rolling in the money. Like I've seen people fucking rolling in money. I'm nowhere near to that.
Motherfucker, you
No,
like
man.
top 5% on Earth. Like, calm down.
Yeah, you're rolling, bro. You got a lot of
What
money.
what I'm trying to say is, you think you're rich. There's always somebody richer.
Trollocs owns NordVPN.
Dude, Drolic, I knew it was
wish.
you. I fucking always knew it was you. You're the one who's putting the fucking ads on every fucking video, dude.
All the
Dude, no
prepper
wonder
channels.
when you sent in
No,
that
no.
request to fix the update, they did it immediately. The boss
I-
calls, you better answer.
I'm a customer of NordVPN. I don't own NordVPN.
So you own like Raid Shadow Legends? Like, what do you own?
No, I don't own anything, dude.
Drolic VPN. Yeah, dude, make your own VPN, my dude.
Yo, so you're like a senior, what's a senior developer? You don't not like the leader of a team or anything like that.
I don't necessarily lead a team, but yeah.
So yeah, like when you talk about the incomes here, like the reality is that like I don't care who you are, if you're making more than that, like you're doing pretty decent as a. And these women are complaining about how like, oh, they aren't making 6 figures. Like, what the fuck? You do realize how much money that is, right? Like beyond the median income for an individual in this country, it's extremely like fucking low. So
Yeah. Oh, to answer spec streaming, I need to do my taxes. Like April's coming up, or what? April 12th. So after this stream, I'll probably be spending 3-4
Get your ass
hours
on it,
doing my
dude.
taxes.
Holy
That's
shit,
tomorrow.
Leslie.
I've been doing so much Elden Ring, I totally forgot to take care
What'd
of.
you do to a mystery?
I don't know what I did,
IRL.
dude. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, I was always gonna play Elden Ring. I'm a big fan of the From Software games, so
Yo,
30,000. Dude, that's how much allowance I got in college, I think.
yo, Trolix, you are like, damn, you are balling, bro. Like you almost make 200K a year. That is outrageous,
Got a lot in South Africa.
dude. That's like 2.5 million. Like you have to convert it.
Motherfucker, you know how much T King you can buy with $200,000?
Yo, Trolix, if you came over here, you could like buy a house like after a year. Like if you've been saving money, you could like buy houses all over the place in Africa.
No, like
Buy Geomax, yo.
I'm not bragging or humble bragging, but I'm just telling you guys, like you think you're rich, there's always somebody richer. It's a never ending. It's ridiculous. Like when I used to
Yeah,
make like before I went to university and got into tech and all this shit, like the most I've ever made was probably like 50K in 1 year. And that was like, hourly wages and fucking working overtime for like 4 or 5 months out of the year. Like I was really like working,
yo,
like to
are
the
you the
point. But then my point is, it's like, you're like, oh man, you made like 50K. That's pretty decent. I was like, yeah. Like I was thinking about the day I'll be like making 100K, and it's like when you get there, it's not even that impressive, to be honest. Like it's hard to explain. Like you have this fallacy built in your mind. It's like oh, how do I explain it? It's like something, like food. You're like, oh man, that looks so good. Like holy shit, that's like $100 a plate or whatever. And then you actually taste it, and you're just like, this ain't nothing. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
still
have
remember.
you
No,
have this yeah, you have this like, oh, like it would be great to slay like 10 women. And then maybe if you're Giga Chad and you've already slayed 1,000 women, it's like, oh, slaying 10 women, that's just fucking nothing.
But at least you don't feel like a loser, do you, Drew? Like you don't feel like a loser in that sense,
What do you mean loser? Like
in the monetary sense, strictly.
I mean, you're not a loser. You're not like you're a successful man. It must be good for your feelings about yourself. You must have a certain amount of internal.
self-esteem. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you could say that. I mean, I worked my ass off to get to where I am, so it's not like it was handed to me. It's like you definitely got to put in the work.
and I think
That
you're
Unlike,
right.
said, like senses of accomplishment do get kind of undermined. You look at somebody like Jeremy Meeks, just
Yo, Jack, you should never give up and always shoot for your dreams.
never,
Everybody and anybody can make it.
I
remember,
hope you're talking to Jack Tyson with that shit.
no, remember, he says, Meek says, never get up.
Never get up, yeah, and then
Yeah,
never get up.
TBT,
Never
yeah.
get up. Anybody can do it. Shoot, like anything is possible, guys. Anything. Take the Meeks
just
vote.
keep grinding. Just keep grinding.
Stay on your fucking grind
promise
set,
you.
my dude.
Yeah, the thing. No, let me tell you what he meant. The thing is, you had to grind your cheekbones to an acceptable level.
Oh yes, but
To
of
the
course,
point, yeah, that's what he meant by grinding.
cheekbones and your jaw. Make sure your jaw's in good alignment.
Yeah, everybody misunderstands that shit. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm taking the Meeks poll, and I know it's gonna work.
I
What's that
what he
meme?
said,
Like
I promise you,
42
bro.
weeks, 1 week. Something like that. 42 weeks, 1 week. Like, okay, yep, you're right.
Yeah, one
Dude,
week is
but
Meeks, is
honestly,
42 weeks is a normal
that's
guy.
kind of the problem I have with the younger generation of black pillars
With the
that
Meeks
being
pill?
in this sphere. Well, yeah, just like defeatist thinking in general because they give up way too early and because they're comparing themselves with unrealistic expectations. Like the latest
Yeah,
DBDR
hold on.
video, they talk
Hold
about
on.
that.
Dusty, like I was just gonna say, it took me 8 years to get to where I am, dude. Whereas Meeks is like, oh, instantly go viral, instantly have these offers for millions of dollars to model their bullshit.
Yeah, any man in a
So,
billionaire. So
the meme is like literally work hard or whatever, but Meeks earned everything just handed to him, whereas most people do have to put in the work and get to where they're at.
yo, Trolix, he didn't even earn anything. Like his parents basically made him. He's just like he has great genetics. Like he just was born, similar like a void, and he was born, went to prison, got money, married a billionaire, is a millionaire. Like he didn't earn anything. He just got it.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
You
don't
have to
forget.
understand.
No, you forgetting something major. He didn't get money after prison.
He got
He
money
was getting
before as
money.
well.
He was getting money sent during prison too. When they
No, I
found
mean
out
I
what
know
his
that.
face looked like, yeah.
Yeah, and he was
Well,
making money
they
before
sent him
that as well.
commissary
Before
and
he went to
shit all the
prison.
way from Japan. Like,
Yeah, he was making money before prison as well. That's what he said.
yeah,
As
I think
well.
he was
Like
what was he gun laundering, some shit like that.
I don't know, but that's like that is brutal. He just existed and he won. But that's like very rare for men, so it is what it is. Not like our like for Floyd's the just exist mode, as Saint Amodi says, just exist mode.
Is Meeks on top, then women, then us. That's it.
Yeah, Meeks always goes first. He's always first.
Power to Lord Meeks.
Meeks is like the star above the pyramid that can never be touched.
Yeah, he's like the all-seeing Meeks.
Yeah, before I derail the conversation, yeah, it's 30 to 60K on average. Going back to
No, the median income.
yeah.
Yeah. So
And
60K
going
or
back to
68K
the
if you're
BGS.
68K if you're I'm assuming you're married and then or it's household income and then you have your single income. So yeah. Keep going here.
How do you explain that?
You just said, and put it, juxtaposed it with a divester who's telling her story. It would seem kind of messed up when she told her story about how her uncle raped her and her dad left her, and so many black men broke their heart. Your anecdotal, I'm gonna put in your clip, your anecdotal experiences. So I'm trying to bring it. I agree with that, but I'm trying to bring it anecdotal, and it's like, are you not even willing to empathize with the type and caliber of black man you wish to see more of?
Because you can't. Experience is not anecdotal when there's research, when there's further research, and there's further information. So I can't. No one could say that your experience as getting. I don't even want to say the word, the R word.
She's doing word salad right now. She's trying to figure out another angle. She doesn't have anything, so he's throwing her off her talking points, as you can see. And that's like she's all over the place. She's trying to get him back on track to where her talking points are lined up because he's throwing her off.
Word as a child is anecdotal when we know that is actually a problem in the black community.
Sure.
That's actually a problem that can be verified. So you couldn't gaslight somebody on that. There's a huge problem in the black community.
So you need data to see
you
that
need information.
men
For you to have your experience, like for me to say, yeah, I dated this one Asian guy and this happened. That's just not
okay. So what kind of data?
I'm not saying that it's not real to you or it's not really. It didn't. Really
Sure.
You just said it wasn't real to him. You said because you said you didn't believe it. You said you didn't believe it, and you're trying to say that you're trying to prove that black women are feminine to everybody, and it's not a performance. And he's trying to tell you it's not true. And there is data. And there's precedents out there to tell everybody that is true, okay? And black women will tell you that they do change up for white men. They do.
Sure. So what kind of data would you want to see to like validate what I'm saying about successful black men's experiences with black women?
The first data you would need is more successful black men.
How many?
A lot.
Give me a number.
A lot more to make it would have to be so much part, it would have to be a ratio of the population.
Why? In other words, she's setting the bar so high. Only 10% of even white men, as far as the ratio is concerned, meet that metric that she's talking about. Now she's saying she's talking about a ratio. So what kind of ratio is it? 10%.
How many blacks? A lot. I'm like, oh, you just said a lot. Okay, yeah. A lot. Well, my God.
I'll make sure I put that on my fucking taxes, bro.
How much money do you make? A lot. You put down a lot on it. You pay your taxes and you're done.
Exactly.
You can't even like say like a proper number, so you could at least like research it and give her like.
Does divestment mean just from the race as a whole, or just like from the low earning?
The race as
a whole, dude. They don't give a fuck about.
Oh, then that's like the undefendable position. That's why she's having a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, like you can completely just say fuck the black race. You can't do
right,
anything
unless you're willing
blah,
to
blah,
say
blah.
that.
Yeah.
But aren't the black people like in America like 5% of the race or like 10% of the entire population?
13%, something like 13-14%. Yeah.
Oh, because I was close when I guessed first 10%. Only 13, and that's not a lot.
No, it's not.
What percent do you think are Asian?
Oh, I know. I think I know this.
Less than
1%, 3 or 4,
something like that.
3 or 4,
2%, or something like that. It's really low.
Yeah, definitely is really low.
Wait, 2% is representing what now?
The entire population, I'm assuming.
Actually, no, wait. Let me see.
Oh, are we talking like U.S. population distribution?
Yeah, we're not sure how
Yeah.
many.
Oh, never mind. It's 7% of the nation's
7%.
population.
Wow.
Yeah, because I thought African American was like 13%.
13%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2%'s pretty low.
Oh, 2% are the Jews. Okay, I got confused.
Yeah.
It's
not
the
even-
star
it's not
people, dude. Star people.
It's not
I
even get
used the
started
hard J. Okay, sorry.
20%, 30%, 50. He wants a number.
Okay. Okay. So give me a number. If I got testimonials from 1,000 black men, then I'd believe it's a problem. Give me a number.
No, because you have to look at.
Because if you gave him a number, he'd have you dead right. It's like, he's like, come on. No,
I
if you
told
can't
you
give him
they-
a number, fuck, dude.
Bro, I told you a long time they weaponize being vague.
Yeah,
So they
it
can
really is
define
like
the
a-
shit on the fly whenever they need to.
Yeah, it's true. Shit is so fucked.
You have to look at how many black men are there in the
Mhm.
country. How many black men are educated? How many black men are working? How many black men are successful? How many? You can't just say, even if I talked to 1,000 black women that dated Asian men, it still is not, that's still a small number. It's compared to the amount of men that are here.
The reason your argument is
I think she's talking about like a sample size for like some stats, but like okay, like depending on what you're measuring though, 1,000 people, it's pretty small, but it's not like nothing. You can get some data out of that. Now you might want to expand your sample size a little bit more, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Mystery. Because that's what I was saying. That's why she doesn't want to give a number, so she can't get like proper data to like refute the argument. I'm not proper data, but data in general.
Yeah.
flawed is because you're choosing reasons to dismiss the grievances of these men. And men could very easily, and I think people like Kevin Samuels choose reasons to easily dismiss the grievances of black women. Oh, you're a single mother, you shouldn't complain. Oh, you're overweight, you shouldn't complain. Oh, you're hair-hatted, you shouldn't complain. So you agree with that? We should dismiss the complaints of men if their ratio of the population isn't large enough to suffice whatever ratio you think it should be, and we should do the same for women as well, right? Because you're saying the majority of black men are broke, right?
Yeah.
You could say statistically also the majority of black women are unqualified for what they're asking for. So should I dismiss them just like you're dismissing us?
But what are the majority of black women asking for?
Too much.
Too much. He just said too much. Yeah, well. I mean, I think the majority of all women are asking for too much. They're asking for like the stars and the moon and everything like that. And it's like, nah, dude, there's no man that can offer you all that. Like, it's not gonna happen. You're like, these women are looking for these top tier men, and it's like you're not gonna find that. Like, you're average. Like, she's literally looks, when you said average is best, she's like what, a 3? In my opinion, like what, 3 or 2? She ain't that good.
Yeah, she might be a 3. I'm gonna give her a 3.
Tom talked about the. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
I think the older quote or meme that describes it is you offer her the moon, she wants the universe.
Yeah, there you go.
Tom Talks had a stream about this sort of thing like maybe a few months ago, and we talking about the black community, where the women, it's basically like going to a supermarket and you like lower class, you shop at like, I don't know, fucking Aldi's or some shit, but you want sourdough because you all of a sudden earn more money maybe.
Yeah.
But you've been used to fucking Wonder Bread all your life. Now you get some from fucking, I don't know, Whole Foods, and you never had sourdough. You just had an idea in your head of what it might be. Then once you actually taste the shit, you hate it. Which they might be around the kind of men that actually qualify. They just don't like the motherfuckers.
That could also be a thing too as well. Like it's like you just described it perfectly. Actually, it's like you're just not used to these types of men. These men behave differently. They act differently. They just don't be. They aren't the same animal as another type of man would be. So it's the same thing. So
yeah,
and even then, they might not be able to afford the shit in the first place. They might not even qualify for that man in the first place, and they already complained about it.
This chick wants the top man, but the top men move it in a different way. They've got options upon options, and like, oh, he's just gonna replace her, and then she's gonna get battered and then blame all men, like she probably does or will do, and then like lack of accountability as well. I picked this guy, but or like for me, another thing that they will do is they'll try to change the men, and you can't change these types of men. They're like
Yeah,
they're
people
on the
think that you
top.
can change some 25 or 30-year-old to be somebody. Like, no, very rare. People don't make changes like that
Yeah,
all the time.
and you can't. I mean, in general, but you can't change the top men. The top men have all the leverage. Women
Yeah.
have power now, but the top men. I mean, women are like on top, but the men on top of women, like the top 5% that they want, they have all the power.
Yeah.
Like, because they the women, all majority of women on the planet want them, so they're gonna have to bend to them. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
In a way,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
you can't
I
change
had the
them.
same situation. You know.
Having a stable family helps with poverty. Yeah, so something that really irks me about this whole conversation in at least in the black community is that no one seems to. I'm gonna use a phrase here I hate, but no one seems to actually want to, like, especially the women, don't seem to want to like do the quote unquote work. Yeah, it sounds
They
really
don't want
shitty
to
to say
go.
it,
They want
but
pre-assembled.
what's that? They want it pre-assembled. They want the fast life. Like the real people, people don't realize is that a generational wealth from families is how people generally gain better prosperity in the next generation. Oftentimes, you get more educated, you have more resources, you can do more stuff with that stuff. Like the ability to pass down a home to your children or pass down cars or resources to your kids is extremely important. And no one wants to, like, at least maybe the black. I'm saying no one. I'm going to be very vague here, but black women don't seem to want to, like, you know, quote unquote, okay, like you have a man who's on his way up or he made it to a certain position, and you should be hopping on that to like make a family and make the next generation better. But it's almost like a very selfish thing where it's like, I want it to be better for myself,
Yeah,
and I
Right.
don't care about anybody else. I want it to be better for myself, though. I want my life to be better. I don't care about the next generation. Like, well, then
they don't care.
they just
Women
don't
are
care. Yeah.
they very solipsistic only for themselves and for their kids, and it's worse if they don't even care about their
I wouldn't even
kids.
say they're kids though. That's even worse.
They
Like you
don't care
said,
about
like
their
it's like
kids.
it's
I know
kind of fucked.
they don't care about their kids,
It's
and
kind of planting the seeds of the trees. You'll
Yeah,
never sit under the shade
yeah,
of.
exactly. That old phrase. Yeah, that old phrase. Like, yeah, since, I think societies move forward is when men plant trees and never sit under shade and never sit under something like that. Yeah,
yeah,
it's the same
but
idea with women. It's like it's the same concept. It's like, why aren't you willing to like settle down with like, okay, this dude's making 80K a year, 90K a year, 100, maybe even like 40, 50K a year. He's not doing horrible. He's making more than the average or more than the median anyway, not the average, but the median.
mystery, you're
And it's like,
missing the big picture. He doesn't have a yacht.
he doesn't have a yacht, or he doesn't have a yacht, or he doesn't have his own house yet. It's like, okay, like, why aren't you willing to sit down and build with that person? That's how fucking shit happens. Like,
Yes.
that's how life actually happens. Like, people actually build a life together. This is how things used to be. No one wants to do that anymore. Everyone wants to, like, okay, well, I want the man to already have the yacht, the mansion, and the house and the cars already ready for me. So when I show up, I just have to sit down and ride. Basically, it's like, okay, this is stupid.
She is the table, mystery. She is the table.
Yeah, she is the fucking table, and the table has no fucking legs on it. Yeah, on the fucking
Kind of
floor.
like it's kind of like the immigrant. You probably noticed this too with the girls you're dating, but a lot of immigrant, especially in the Asian community, they come to this country. They don't even speak the language. They know they're gonna bust their ass off at some laundromat or whatever for their entire life, but
Uh-huh.
they know that the next generation is going to have it better off, or at least that's like the
That's it. At
motivating
least like
factor.
that's always been like the goal in their mind. Like, even if it's not true, it's always
Right,
been the goal in their
right.
mind at least. Like, yeah.
That's the point of like having kids and like having a family, so they can be like have a better life than you can. Otherwise, what's the point of bringing them into the world? Like in my
So
opinion.
the
There used to
point
be
is so
honor.
they can grow to be a thought too.
There used to be honor and nobility, you know, with like a guy who went to work and he struggled to look after his wife and children. There used to be some sort of nobility and honor with it, and they were respected. Them types of guys. Nowadays, a guy like
Will
that is
Smith.
seen as he's
Will
called a
Smith.
dusty. He's either a struggle rag or a dusty. Yeah.
That's literally Will Smith. y'all don't know his origin story. Like when I forgot specifics. Basically, his first girlfriend or whatever cheated on him when he was like a fucking teenager or some shit.
Yeah, and it's with an actor.
And he
That's why I
said,
wanted to be an actor.
"I'm a work." He basically said, "I'm gonna work my ass off so I'll never get cheated on again."
Well.
Yeah. Exactly.
well, boy, didn't you made it, my dude? You sure made it
The
there.
universe is weird, man, because his wife embarrasses the shit out of him. But no, the
It's a
first
lot
girl
of
he had
people.
cheated on him with him. I mean, she cheated on him with an actor. That's why he became an actor. That's the funny thing. And now he's an actor, and he's like his wife still doesn't respect him and cheats on him.
Well, he's an actor and a rapper too now, and he still got cheated on by a rapper. So
See, there's a lot of people you cannot live in a McMansion lifestyle and build generational wealth. So the BMWs get a Honda, fuck the 400K house, get a 200K one. Nobody cares about that shit, you know.
You know, I had the situation with that Russian chick. You know,
What do you mean she doesn't want to build long
The
term?
friendship marriage.
yeah. Well, I had on offer a house in Spain because I've got some money in my family, and I said to her, I've just got to finish what I'm doing, and we can go there. But it was the wrong part of Spain, and then she said if we were going to get married and settle down and have a family, I've got to buy a house in London, and I've got to guarantee something like hundreds of thousands of pounds for each child. You know. I was like, this isn't rational. This is not what happens, you know. And she was in her late 30s. I just
Hell
went,
no.
hell no,
Hell
man,
no. Yeah.
hell no. You know what I mean? Back in the day, you in the old days in New York City and that, you'd get Irish immigrants or whatever, and they'd be moving into these slum areas, and they'll just raise families in like free to a house and that, and
Yeah,
they'll be
Jack
happy.
Tiffin, you're actually kind of right here when it comes down to like it's really odd because it seems like women today they want like designer babies. If that makes any sense, like they don't want like I don't mean like literally like using some fucking like CRISPR shit to like make the baby differently genetically, although that might be possible in the future. But they want like babies that are quite literally like they go to private school. They want babies that like they have the best stuff. They want like these like designer kids. It's like okay, but like your kid's gonna grow up probably to be a middle class and live a middle class lifestyle, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we've been convinced by society that there's something wrong with like living in like a regular house, having a regular car, doing regular things. So you've been convinced that like you need to be living a high life and driving a $120,000 car or something like that, and living in a $800,000 house. And it's like, well, that's not life though. Like the average person that doesn't have that opportunity, nor will they ever have the opportunity. But like women have this convinced that like, oh well, if we're gonna have kids, I need to have a big ass house. I need to have the best car. I need to have the best education. You have the best like, oh my god, like you're gonna be at so much stress. You're gonna fucking want to like off yourself, like
Yeah.
And to me, it's like the reason why like society was so successful for so long, and our species was thriving for so long is because people don't need much. They just need like connection and a family, and that can get them through anything. That's why family's always been so important. Like they can get you through anything. You don't need to be rich or
1 trillion
poor,
percent.
not that rich. You just need to have a family, someone there to support you, and like you work together to make it. Like you
Yeah.
don't need much.
well,
Like, but
you've
these people
never
want the world.
you've never
These
had a
chicks want
phase
the
in
world.
history where you had to compete with everybody at the same time.
yeah, and that's also a huge
With-
problem too. Globalism has done us no favor. You're competing with the entire world now. It's insane. Like
Yeah, true.
you just can't. No one like never. I mean, nothing it doesn't happen in the past before, but it's never been to this extent where like you have instant access to like people literally like millions of miles away. It's like what the fuck? Or
No,
thousands of
it
miles
has
away.
never happened
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, it
Like,
doesn't happen
it is
before,
literally
yeah.
like, okay, the telegraph happened, and here we are.
Yeah.
We'd be called dusties, by the way. Like if this perception from this type of program, despite the fact that Drew Lux has got higher qualifications coming through his ears and he's earning 6 figures, despite the fact that every person here has got some level of education and some kind of future, we'd be called dusties. Yeah, we're no good. We don't match up to these expectations. But the thing is that the high 90% of children who have ever been born, this is a fact, have been born in abject poverty. Yeah, that is generally speaking the rule. Yeah, it doesn't matter what racial group either. Most white people have been born throughout history in abject poverty. That is the norm. Yeah, you have to form the families, and then you go through the generations. This is bullshit. What this woman's saying is bullshit. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, you're right, Jack. And
His
another
stupid
thing I
parents
wanted to
pissed
say
me
is,
off. They could have paid off 2 houses, one of them, one for the kid, but the 200K BMW each were more important than passing on wealth. Yeah, it's just true, dude.
do you guys know
Latinos
of
stack
the?
up in a house and grind and then make it. I respect that.
Yeah, that's true. Do you guys
Like-
know of the YouTuber called Moon? He's a
Moon?
YouTuber named Moon.
That sounds familiar as hell, but
He made a video basically on like masculinity dying and how society is like kind of just over. And he talked about basically like he compared it to like the movie. Obviously, we all know Fight Club. and then like how
Yeah.
weird how masculinity is dying, and how everything kind of links to like kind of compared it to that, not kind of linked to the Fight Club, but he conceptualized it like that. And he also said that he spoke about the black ball and the red ball to a certain degree, and even like inkwells to a certain degree. But he was basically saying like when you disenfranchise men, you give them no connection, they can't make friends, they can't get women, they have nothing to live for. Society's gonna end, and just like how generally society is just gonna collapse, and how these chicks are like insane as well. No, you didn't say that, but I also like was like my takeaway was like he's 100% correct, and with the way that the world's globalized and how hypergamy is just on the rampage, it truly is just like it's finished. I think you guys should like
Fucking
check it
laugh
out
at
the
the
movie.
Latina cope. Oh god. Well, here we go. Latinos are still very traditional. Some of them are, but they're definitely getting worse. Though. I mean, the first generation ones oftentimes are, and the second ones are just outright fucking horrible. Normally, she need to be dating their men at the absolute bottom of the build.
Give them time; they'll fall to.
Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Majority of black women are asking for good men. The majority of black men are asking for good women. So that's similar. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying. The only thing I'm saying is this: you said there's not a large enough percentage of black successful men to validate these concerns. Perfect. Sure. Men are saying there's not a large enough majority of feminine black women to validate their concerns. And you think that's incorrect.
There's not.
Why?
There's not because feminine black women. That's not a measure of any kind. Like you might think something is feminine, and somebody else might think that it's not.
But you dismissed my measurement. So are we going to use measurements or not? Because when I talked about black men out earning, you said, "Oh, that doesn't mean anything," or black men being in less student loan debt.
Yes, she did. She did dismiss it. She did dismiss it.
I didn't say that doesn't mean anything.
But it didn't validate your point.
Wait, pause it for just 1 second.
I don't know what the
Sure thing, buddy. What's going on?
I will just say that my girl is very feminine. You can play it now.
Yeah, that's because your girl probably a government agent, motherfucker. Shit.
Do you agree with that feminine being subjective that she points out? I think it's pretty clear like you're feminine or not.
Does she wear a skirt?
Yeah, that she only wears pink stuff and like dresses.
Because one of the measurements I would say is does she
That's
wear a
super
skirt?
Just wearing
Like
the color pink. and all that.
most of these foids these days are in pants.
Bro, I wouldn't be surprised if chicks had cod pieces by 2030, dog. Like just the way shit's going.
Someone said, "Yeah, I think it's subjective." Oh, you talking about the whether or not femininity is like subjective or not, or subjective or subjective? Dustin?
I don't think so. I think it's like pretty clear if somebody's feminine or not.
Yeah, you can normally tell. The hardest part is, I guess the you can argue the a philosophical point of like, what does it really mean to be feminine or something like that? But the reality is that you kind of just know it. you kind of just know to some extent. You're like, okay, well, you can kind of just tell like this dude or this chick is like very feminine. It's like you don't need a fucking like master's level thesis to write about. Oh well, and then reality the this is like it's like going on about the whole like what does it mean to be a woman debate type shit where it's like you're arguing with trans crap and stuff like that. And it's like, oh well, what does it mean to be a woman? Blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, no. You don't have to do all this fucking work, dog. It's not that fucking hard. Okay,
I would actually kind of disagree though. Yeah, I kind of disagree because like think about asking like what a man would think, what a man would associate. Basically, there's no like hard standard exactly. So the variance might actually be.
Don't you think though, like that, like across, and this is something that is hard to do, but like across, like if you have a big enough sample size of like men and women across different cultures, we couldn't find any similarities between these groups and say, okay, well, we notice that across the human species, the human animal, that these behaviors are distributed, are associated with this group of people, and we can, because of that, we can define it as being feminine or masculine. You don't think we can do that?
And like that, yeah. I'm just saying, like, if you don't have hard standards and people are gonna argue over the vague shit, and then it's gonna go like real like this chick right here, she might think, yeah, I'm feminine because I wear makeup. You know, she might argue your fucking ear off and then like try to talk over you or some shit. Or like
Yeah.
Cynthia G, she might think she's feminine. And she like bald head and you know, I'm like, for real.
Well, what do you say, Dusty? You say it's objective. How would you measure the objectivity of feminine and masculine, or feminine anyway?
I'm just saying
I
this
mean,
kind of
okay, let
thing.
me-
That's all. But go ahead.
I know it might be cultural. I mean, would you guys consider Cynthia? I laughed, but would you guys consider Cynthia G like a feminine person?
I'm gonna go with the Minister Jap phrase and say it got a lot of transsexualized energy and shit.
It's a bit more masculine, right? Like the way she projects her intonation and the way she
No,
talks.
dude,
Projects her.
Cynthia G is not feminine. Like, fuck that bitch.
Right. I mean, I agree with that.
No, she's not feminine. No.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
it's
by the
like
way,
demure.
Jack Tisson, add me on Discord.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just drop me a message, mate.
No, it's in the private chat. Because I couldn't find you, so I was like, easier.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I can find you anyway because I've got it. I've got yours. I've got you on my Discord anyway.
No, that one got banned. Remember?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and you should join a mystery server.
I will do. Yeah, I will do.
All right, back to topic. But yeah, she's not feminine.
No, she's not at all. She's. I mean, she's an intelligent woman, and she hides her power level as well. She doesn't really. She doesn't really like play a full hand when she talks about what she's talking about. This she's talking about. Is she making money out of it? That could be one of the reasons. Is she actually?
Yeah, she is making money off this channel. This is true. I said this before, but if you're making money off something, you have a very, very, very convenient reason not to stop doing it. You have a very convenient reason to not down talk black men if you're making money off down talking black men, obviously. Or same thing go for the black men as well. You have a very convenient reason if you're making a lot of money off this stuff to not stop talking about black women when it's like you're making a bunch of money off of talking about black women. So
yeah. I mean, when I read through the comments, sometimes I sometimes get. I mean, I'm not even black, and I get offended sometimes. I'm thinking, like I read it and I'm like, because it's some of the things they describe. They're basically describing me, And I think, oh God, am I that bad?
What black men earning? I said that black.
No,
you just said it. Black men earning has something to do with it, bro. That's you just said it. Okay, you're twisting your words, and that's like we smiling because she's all off track. You just said it. What are we talking about?
Men earn more than women when they're working, which is a good thing.
Sure.
That's what I said. That doesn't make. What does feminine have to do with that? I didn't.
Because that's our metric. So if I'm going to accept your metric of evaluating how good men are doing, you have to. Metric? For women,
yeah,
femininity.
But what is the measure of femininity?
You can use the marriage rate. You can use.
He does a horrible job here defining it. Well, at least what his own standards would be of it anyway. He does a horrible job here. I watched the video earlier, so.
No, I mean, how do you measure a woman to be feminine?
For me personally, it's more nuanced because I look for certain things. I look for her disposition. I look for how she speaks. I look for, how quickly she says no versus yes. I look for different things. How enthusiastic she is to acknowledge and follow my leadership, because I have done the work.
I always hate when people say, "Well, it's nuanced." Well, I guess it is, but like you feel like a definition is like supposed to be very, very strict, defined, to be able to like rattle it off and to say what you think it is. So.
Non-abrasive, comforting, submissive, and
submissive. Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, just and the way to me it would be like, tonality as well, and the way she dresses. Like you don't want no chick with no deep voice, and she dresses.
That's more of the aesthetic angle, yeah. But I think it goes. I mean, there's some aesthetic element to it. Like Doralik was saying, wearing dresses is a big clue. Wearing long hair, like enjoying feminine aspects of herself. But I think there's also a bigger part in the character. Like what would you say, Jack? Like comforting,
nurturing.
And what was the other one? Nurturing.
Nurturing, yeah.
Yeah, those are like key, very, very key.
I would say very like
pleasant,
open,
pleasant,
like very free. pleasant and sweet, like very free. Yeah, I would say that. Like
Man,
not very like not held back. I mean, not like for me to be like just having that energy that's just like open. I don't like girls that are so like reserved, in my opinion. Like that are or like because a lot of girls are just boring, or maybe they're just not attracted to like me, so they're not gonna open up. But to me, she's very like open to things like
He said
talk
terrible metrics. We have terrible metrics, guys.
like very
shit.
like open.
Just first off, a bitch that ain't trying to fight with you all the fucking time. Like, that's
Yeah.
number one.
Yeah, but I don't meet like very masculine chicks like that because I wouldn't tolerate it. I'll just be
That's-
like, nah.
Your ass all the way in Africa. You don't count. Shit.
I mean, I don't believe like. Can you even choose to be masculine versus feminine? Though I feel like it's something. Maybe they lose their femininity when something happens to them, or
Yeah, they
like
lose it
they're
over
naturally
time.
feminine.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
chicks are naturally feminine, but they lose it over time based on the environment they're in and the culture they're in. Yeah, that's how it
So
works.
can you go back to it? I don't know if it's something you can switch on and
No,
off,
I don't know.
like code switching for a woman.
I mean, people's personalities are obviously, complicated where things end and where things begin, and obviously people are composed of masculine, feminine features and behavior types and stuff like that. So and nobody's 100% of everything and what you want to call it. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
though, like when you're talking about like femininity and stuff like that, and like like you should be able to like define it, rattle it out, like give out a few examples of what you think feminine is. And I think he did a horrible job here, in my opinion. But
It should be obvious. Like the femininity should just be. It should be distinct from a male.
Yeah, true.
Yep. Yeah.
To me, it's like very like for me, it's very refreshing when you're around a super feminine chick.
yeah, I feel like you're
It's
not like
very
fighting with
refreshing.
her. It's like yeah.
And I'm encouraging men to do the work to become the leaders worth following.
And
So my metric is femininity. Your metric is employment, money.
but that's the metric of masculinity.
Sure.
Men are
What makes your
What'd you say?
I just
Did
said
you-
she's right about that.
Oh yeah. I have no real.
Oh yeah, like Will Smith. Bro, I'm not
You
gonna
mean
let go of
Cuck
that.
Smith. Cuck Smith.
That's-
Use the
Will-
correct name. It's Cuck Smith.
Will Smith is like the perfect diametric opposite to Meek's dog. Like it's
Did everything right and still fucked up.
he is the beta boxing all time god from now on. Like the ultimate example.
King of the cucks. The king of the
Meek's
cucks.
bull is but the Meek's bull is undefeated, man. No matter what you do, you can't beat the Meeks.
He's kind of low inhib. Is he? What's his low inhib? I don't know.
Low inhibition.
What low inhibition to cucking? Like yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know, dude. Might be.
metric valid? In other words, he's accepting yours. You have to accept his. That's what he's saying. Because you don't think women should have any metrics. That's the problem.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying to you is, you said there's not a large enough number of black men who are satisfying your metric to validate their concerns. Men are saying there's not a large enough number of black women validating our metric to satisfy their concerns.
But that right there is the problem. If you are not these type of men that a woman would even want in the first place, which is really the whole problem with all these men in the manosphere, a lot of them are just very unmarriageable men.
And she wants to say the word dusty. She just didn't. So.
And they're not, they're not men that.
A lot of men in the manosphere are already married. Okay. What makes them unmarriageable? How do you know they're unmarriageable? You don't know enough about them. You really don't. You're guessing. That's the whole thing. You're projecting and guessing. You have no clue.
You have to make yourself into the kind of man that women want.
You sound like Kevin Samuels.
How?
You're literally saying what he says. You have to
She
make
just did.
yourself the type of woman that these type of men want.
No.
So what's the difference? What's the difference?
Because according to him, you shouldn't go to college.
Because
He actually never said that. I don't know where she gets that. The thing is, she's making assertions, projections that would never.
But if anything, though, like let's like run with that assertion here. If you shouldn't go to college, like if anything, like depending on the type of man you're dealing with, like that thing might make you more attractive because it's like, oh, I don't have to deal with this educated fucking woman talking over my shit all the time now. It's like, okay, well, this is perfect. I'm not saying she has to be dumb. You know, like we always went the whole OL went for a low IQ for it, but like it does kind of like make like okay, like yeah, like I don't have to deal with like the educated black or educated woman in general talking all this shit. Like okay, this is less to deal with.
Yeah, the more educated or the more disagreeable they become. So nobody wants that.
100%.
The more programmed she is, basically, like
Yeah, programming. I'm gonna call it. Yeah, same shit. Yeah, I mean, she just flat out less crazy than the chick who hasn't gone to college or chick who has gone to college. Basically, at the end of the day, so not having a college degree, depending on the man you're dealing with, might actually be a plus. It's like, oh well, that's great. Okay, no college degree because he might be dealing with a bunch of women who have college degrees, and he's like, oh well, I don't want to deal with that anymore because I know what those women are all like. I mean, I'm in the same boat where it's like a lot of women have like upper level degrees, and it's like I don't want to fucking deal with this shit, dude. These chicks are fucking too high fucking maintenance at the end of the day. It's not worth it.
yeah, nobody's trying to C-max because the girls got doctors. Like that's
Here's have you guys seen the millennial thinker, is it the millennial gentleman, the dating review that Medicam posted? They did
I know the thinker guy. I know him. I don't.
It's called Millennial Gentleman. His latest video is this review of Portland Tinder profiles that he swipes through, and he's like evaluating all of the different girls on there, the nightmare woman on there, and it's very interesting. The one thing that's like a common thread through all of these profiles is that they don't say what they themselves are bringing to the relationship. So they don't say how they're going to add value to your life. So this is the same thing with this woman. In this stream, they're not talking about anything that she can bring to the table at all.
that's because they're spoiled for choice for one thing.
I mean, the femininity question is pretty easy to answer. You know, we all want the same thing, guys. We want a woman who is, I mean, this is going to sound really misogynistic, but it's the truth. We want women who are good cooks, good at keeping a home, and you feel like relaxed around them. You've got this sense that your life is you've got some sort of person that you meet every time you meet them. You feel like you've got this kind of charming sweetness about them, and then you want them to be slim, you know, not overweight, and good in bed. Yeah, that's about right, and that's all you want.
You want a comforting nymphomaniac, and that's all I want.
Pretty much, yeah, that is it. I don't give a damn if she's got a PhD, you know what I mean? A comforting nymphomaniac, yeah, that's it, Jack. Yeah.
That wasn't misogynistic. That's just kind of like gender roles and how things used to be, but not misogynistic at all. I mean, she would probably say it's misogynistic.
Mate, you know, in Britain, the ham sandwich is controversial now.
It goes back to like the standard, the bare minimum of standards that men used to require. Like, can you cook? Can you clean? Can you give me sex whenever I want? Like, this is what literally that's like in the contract of being a wife, and essentially, it's even taboo to say that now, let alone demand any sort of.
It's funny that you bring up the idea of like the wife and like those are like roles. People forget that those are titles and roles. So those aren't just like things you just we're husband and wife. Like, no. You don't understand. There's stuff that comes with that. Like
it's supposed
to come with that anyway. And if you don't fulfill those duties, well then like obviously you're just the contract. I mean, it's not really enforceable anyway. But yeah, it's kind of null and void at that point. Like okay, you're not going to fulfill your part of the deal. On why the hell should I? But we all know that half that the contract is easily, if it's broken, if you're a man, you're fucked. So.
Yo, Dusty, that thing when you said that the woman should like have like sex with you when you're horny, that's something that I don't think is discussed enough because men have higher sex drives and like literally like the role of a woman was to provide kids, take care of the kids, and be there for sexual access. So if she can't fulfill that, then what's the point of her? Same like the man provides and protects and leads.
She trades the whole of herself as a sexual object in exchange for the whole of yourself as a productive and protective object.
Yeah, basically. So like when you say that, it's like these chicks.
There's a reason that reason that the idea of marital rape is new. Because the idea was marital rape. Well, marital rape.
Yeah,
there's no such thing. Well, no, I mean they say it's a thing, but it's basically you
Hell no.
become one flesh, and you can abuse them, but you can't. It's like you can't rape somebody that's a part of you. You can't rape yourself.
The point is, she traded that sexuality to you in the whole marriage process itself.
Yeah, so like if she doesn't like have like when you're intercourse, like when you're ready for it, then like what's the point of a? It's not even like being like what you're saying, like rape. For me, it's just like back in the day, it used to be like it's a contract. I need this, you need that. Give it to me. Like, get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, even if you're talking biblically, neither the wife or the husband are supposed to deny each other. It's
Yeah.
grounds for divorce. So
Yeah,
Yep.
key tenant.
you ain't
Like,
supposed to be
especially
some.
like if you reject a man, it's like you're literally like taking away like what Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Like you need like that connection, you need that release as a man far more than the woman needs. So like same like you're giving her your life. You're supposed to die for her, but she can't like go down on you or like smash you when you're feeling yourself. That's messed up, man.
You got like the idea of a married incel is supposed to be a contradiction, but nowadays, we'll just look at dead bedrooms.
Yeah, dead
Yeah,
bedrooms
dead
is a
bedrooms,
real
what to say. Yeah, that's brutal.
sad ass motherfucking
It's
place, dude.
interesting. I when I look on there, it's actually like almost 50% woman. So I'm wondering what's going on there. You think it's the soy or something, or the obesity?
Problem with the obesity in America, I would say it's the obesity.
How much we got on this video?
I have no clue. Let me do this real quick.
I think we're like 10 minutes in or something, aren't we?
The video is
20 minutes.
49 minutes long. we got plenty of time, dude. The long stream.
You got any memes? I feel like you missed out on the memes today.
We missed out on the memes like last week as well. I had like a bunch of memes last week I didn't have a chance to do, so
All right, I'm gonna make ramen then.
heard that, dude. Nice. Fucking ramen, dude, basic.
Said. Now I would have challenged that. I would have actually challenged it. Where did Kevin Samuels said you should never go to college? Never said that.
Because those men don't value that.
Okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Sit in the hood and be poor as hell?
But that's not the point. The point is
That is the point.
the
That-
rhetoric is the same. You're saying
that is
you're,
not the same thing because
you're-
that
okay.
is not the same.
no. The things are different. I agree with you. The things are different, but the rhetoric is the
That
same.
is
You're
not, it's not
saying
the same thing.
okay. So if I was to say to you, you have to become the type of man that the type of woman you want
Because
would like.
that is what's required.
Wait. If I have to become
Right.
the type of man that the type of woman I want wants, correct?
You have to become the type of man that women want. Yes.
Perfect. And if I said to you, you have to become
Now I would even extend that. You have to be. He said it right the first time. You have to be the type of man, the type of woman that you wants. Like it's not just what women want. No, you don't care about all women. You care about the type of women that you actually want. Okay, I don't care about the fat chicks. I don't want to be attracted to fat. I don't want to be attracted to fat chicks. Now, I know I will be if I'm top of my game, but I don't want that fucking the fat chicks. So like you have to be attracted to the type of woman that you want. Like he said it right the first time. I don't know why she corrected him with that, but like not what women want. No.
He didn't hold frame.
Yeah. He'll frame, my God.
the type of woman that the type of man you want wants. Is that correct as well?
Wrong. Because
Why?
men and women.
Yeah, like why is that wrong? He just took the same logic and flipped it and said, okay, well, yeah. If men can have, all he's saying is that if men can have, if women can have demands, so can men. Oh, she's like denying the fact that men can have demands too. It's like, okay, like if you're some top tier dude, chiseled jaw, fucking Chad, basically Chad at the end of the day, Chad or Tyrone or some shit, and you're making fucking 9 fucking figures or some shit, you're fucking, multi fucking quadrillionaire or some shit, and you're making a bunch of fucking money, and you think you're gonna just settle down with some fucking used up fucking roasty fat chick who's like 80 fucking 35 years old, you got another thing coming to your ass, dude. Like you're out of your fucking mind. Like, does this chick here really think she qualifies for a look at her? Does she really think she qualifies for a fucking high, quote unquote, high value male? And I mean, come on, qualify for a 6-figure guy? You think a 6-figure guy wants this thing as fucking arm candy? Are you out of your fucking mind? Oh my God, chick is off her fucking rocker.
Men are not the same.
No,
Men
but
and women do not, we don't play by the same rules. That's
what she said.
I didn't give you.
In other words, that's what she's saying. She don't want to say it directly. He's pulling it out of her.
I didn't give you any rules though. I just literally said a principle.
No. But you're saying that we are saying the same thing. We're
saying the same thing.
Okay. Let's reiterate. Okay. So we're gonna take out the variables because the variables would be like money and femininity. Let's take all that out. I say to you, in order to get the type of woman I want, I have to become a man who's worthy of her. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And then I say to you, in order for you to get the type of man you want, you have to become the woman who's worthy of that. I haven't given you any variables. I
mean, even then, she still denies it. Why? What all he did was flip the logic around.
Bro, I told you, women hold frame like a motherfucker. I was not playing.
I mean, like, what is the literal
fuck? I do not understand how stupid women can be. It's like there's no limit to how dumb they can be.
She's not dumb. That's the thing about it. It's literally just holding frame.
Nah, she just doesn't want to admit it.
It almost feels like a troll.
She knows. She knows.
Yeah, exactly. She's not dumb. She knows the shit. She just want to hold on to the point of view until you accept hers. That's fucking simple. That's holding frame.
Maintain feminine frame, yeah.
Exactly. Them motherfuckers invented it. I'm not kidding.
No, I wouldn't even call it feminine frame. It's like feminist frame.
Yeah, nice. She is right. When she says there's no point in sitting around the hood waiting for some minimum wage worker to LARP like he can support a family. I would say that's, I don't know what the, yeah, that's true. I would say, yeah, why the fuck would she? But she can't act like she has ignored, or she hasn't ignored like successful black men who have been around her in school or in other parts of her life. That's my only problem with like nothing. I don't think you can say anything wrong here, but she can't also just simultaneously not want to date the well-to-do black men who are around her. It's like, okay, well then, like, I'm not saying like she wants to date. I don't give a fuck what she does really. I mean, it's no loss for me, honestly. So I don't give a fuck what she really does at the end of the day. But it's kind of funny how like she can't accept the logic here, where it's like, yeah, like the same shit applies to you. Like, if you want the men that you want, you need to become attractive to the men that you want. This is basic shit. Come on.
Oh yeah, Drolix, I think he means male pattern baldness.
I mean, if you're a six-figure guy, like you're a six-figure guy with the looks and that, and you go to gym, it's not all about the looks. Like you know, like you're the type of guy that works out and stuff, and you're only the big
yeah. We'll use the term high value male here. It's a really easy one. It's because you're rich.
Yeah, you're a high value male. Yeah. And you know, in the context of this, so like you know, you're a guy that's earning six figures, living in the USA. The fact of the matter is, you're going to be looking for a younger woman than her, and you're going to be looking for a woman that's better looking. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, she's not. I mean, I'm only looking at it from my own knowledge. She probably, if she went on a dating app, she probably would be able to secure a normie. Yeah, a normie. That's
she'd be a pump and dump at best.
I think she'd get a normie. She'd
easily get a normie black guy who's like when it's down on his luck. He's like, okay, fuck it, dude, I'm gonna go with the chick here. She could easily get that. I agree.
All right, Mystery. Would you? All right. I mean, would you go with her?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
No.
Hell no. She's not an immigrant.
Yo, Jack, this bitch is ugly. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I thought she was a 3, dude.
I don't think she's ugly. I mean, my standards are really low. But
hold on. 3 is too generous. It's like a 2, man.
I'd say she's a 4, 5.
Y'all are forgetting that.
Hold on. Jack. Before you answer, I already know. Like, she knows she's gonna be on some fucking stream on the internet. Like, she already put her makeup on. You know, if that's her best right there, like, fuck, man. 2 at best.
Oh yeah, without makeup, maybe like a 1, maybe a 2 or a 1. Yeah.
Y'all are forgetting that if she's not fat, then she already surpasses a lot of women.
Exactly.
By default.
Look at her face. I don't know. She got a pretty fat face. Not huge, but it's also not like, I don't know.
Well, she's literally holding frame, so
she's holding frame against this guy here. It's true. Holding frame like a motherfucker, dude.
I'm talking about that damn camera. I can't see down below. See how thick her arms are.
Literally holding frame.
You're saying the principle. Why are you disagreeing with it with you, but agreeing with it for me?
And this is the problem. This is one of the.
I don't think she ever answered this question either, which is like sad. That's the sad part of all, because like he has a very good question here. It applies to you, or it applies to me, but it doesn't apply to you. How the fuck does that make any sense? Like the fuck's that supposed to mean?
Issues with black men. This is one of the issues with black men. You can't.
He's looking at the eye roll.
That she's supposed to not go to college and not go to.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
But I didn't say anything about it.
You see, she didn't say that. She's trying to put qualifications on it. She's trying to put metrics on it, and because she wants to be right. This is the need to be right. With shame, insults, guilt, and need to be right. Okay. When I first came up with this with SGN, right, sign language. Shout out to Kevin Samuels for putting the I in it. But shame, guilt, and need to be right is actually a women's perspective. What's wrong with them, right? And they take what's wrong with them and they project it out on everybody else, right? Okay, she's ashamed. Okay, she's ashamed that she can't attract the kind of guy that she wants, right? She's ashamed of it. She can't get him, right? And she's guilty that she's not qualified. That's guilt because of the way she looks, her past, whatever, right? Her attitude, whatever, right? That's guilt, right? And but so how does she cover that up, right? With the need to be right. That's what she's doing right now. She's trying. This is the need to be right, which is the worst part of the whole acronym, right? Everybody thinks the shame, the insult, and the guilt are the worst part of the acronym, right? The worst part of the acronym is actually the need to be right. That is compound ignorance, right? You're wrong and you think that you're right.
College. We're having a college, it's just me and you. I said you have to become the type of woman that the type of man you wants.
Yes, and the type of man that Kevin Samuels, the type of woman.
I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels. It's me and you.
You sound like him, so you brought him up.
But you
said the rhetoric is the same.
It is the same.
No,
and
it's not the same.
Trigger.
Like, how is it not the same? She doesn't I think right. She's just holding frame. That's the whole frame at this point, dude. The fuck she talking about? It's the exact same logic. Come on, like this is this is stupid. Oh my god.
So she doesn't want to admit that women also have to bring something to the table, right? That's basically the issue.
Yeah, it's basically the issue. She doesn't flat out want to admit that the logic that men have to conform to a certain standard to attract women, then the same should apply to women too. Women have to conform to a certain standard to
fuck are you talking about? She is the table.
Like I said, table with no legs and made out of fucking terminated fucking wood, infested wood.
Yeah, it's like them Japanese tables you got to kneel at. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I was cracking up at that. Literally holding frame line.
Yeah.
To acknowledge that.
Because men and women are not the same. So the
how so?
Is not the same. We have.
Okay, they're not the same, but why the fuck does that make the principle not work? Doesn't that make any sense? Oh, women are not the same. Yeah, the standards are different. Obviously, the standard for what a man should be have resources and money and status. The SLL, LMS, they should look money and status, all shit like that. Okay, fine. Women should be what? Oh, women don't have to do anything because they're women. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, fuck off. This chick's fucking dumb, box fucking bricks, dude.
I agree with that.
You as a man and me as a woman, we have different goals and measures that we have to meet in order.
I agree.
We have our measures are different.
I agree.
They are not the same.
I agree.
It is not negotiable for you.
I agree.
It's not negotiable for him. That's what she believes. Okay. In other words, we have all the power. Women can negotiate and men can't. You have to meet it. We have to have a measure, and they don't.
For you as a man to be broke and still have expectations of women, it's not.
I agree.
You can't.
I agree. I agree 100%. I agree.
So for a man to have any expectation at all for a woman to not be educated, because
I didn't say that.
You did just say that.
No, he didn't.
I didn't say anything about education.
No, he didn't.
Okay, let me rephrase.
She's rejecting. Okay. She's rejecting. She's trying to gaslight him again.
In order for a woman to get the type of man that she wants, she has to become the type of woman that he wants. Yes or no?
If that requirement.
I didn't say any requirements.
but with black men, this is the known requirement, and I already know.
Okay, let's take.
Wait, she's not even listing off any requirements though. She's saying, well, with that requirement, what fucking requirement? He doesn't even. He only listed off one, which was the being feminine, and even that was dropped. He said, okay, we'll drop all that stuff. Just agree with the principle of it. That's all she's always trying to get here. Like, agree with the principle of the idea. It's like, yeah, you attract what you fucking want. You attract same idea. Come on, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god.
I think she's talking about the Emma Samuels not going to college thing.
What's that?
Like the Kevin Samuels not going to college thing, like don't go to college thing. I don't know if that's actually what he said, but
yeah, I don't know what he said either. I mean, I halfway kind of agreed with it a little bit. Yeah, I think when you were gone, but
College in America is a rip-off.
No shit.
Black men off the table, even white. Let's say men, because your mission is women should consider other men. Let's say I agree with you. So with other men, you still have to become the type of woman that he wants. Yes or no?
Hamana. He's laughing. Look at it. Look, he's laughing. He's laughing.
It has nothing to do with what you do for.
He's laughing at the bullshit.
I didn't say that.
He's laughing at the bullshit.
It does mean that though.
Okay,
And
but
I
you're
know
talking
laughing at
to
the
me
bullshit
right now, and I didn't say. So okay, ask me a question. Ask me a question.
You messed it up when you brought it up. Okay.
No,
so ask me a question.
in other words,
Let's
like I said,
reset. Ask me a question.
see, then how she's trying to frame the conversation. He's not trying to get into your pants, honey. There's no messing up. Either you can keep the logic going or you can't. Okay. She wants to be right and she's not right. So she's trying to force him into her frame, which is a masculine frame. A lot of white guys tell you the same thing, right? When they're doing pickup, right? Trying to force a woman into his frame, right? Keep the frame, forcing her into it, right?
What was that? The frame talk?
I told you.
Holding the frame, dog. Holding the frame. She is holding the frame, dude. I don't even understand why she's holding the frame. It's such a dumb argument, though.
She can't even agree on the basic logistics of what they're talking about. Like he's just trying to make her agree with a simple point, and she can't. She just wants to argue. She just wants to be right without even being rational about it.
It's like Star Trek. There are 5 lights.
Yo, Jack. +1 for respect, man. You called it. Holding frame, yo. Holding frame.
For real.
Annoying and combative. Yeah, she's just annoying and combative, dude. All she is. Oh my god.
She's trying to masculinize herself and force him to be in her frame. That's like she keeps trying to pull him back into her framework. It's not working, which is frustrating her. She's laughing. She's bullshit. She knows she's bullshit.
Ask you a question. Mm-hmm. What do you require? And you know what? I had
Stop talking. Now you asked him a question.
Okay.
And I asked him, what do you require from a woman? Like, what do you need out of a relationship? Because I've listened to a lot of this. I've listened to a lot of these men. I've heard them, say, Hispanic women, they work 3 jobs and they don't complain about it. They work real hard for
that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
That's what the men
she's cherry picking.
That's what they say, and they come.
She's cherry picking. She's cherry picking. That's what she's doing right now. She's cherry picking. She's cherry picking bits and pieces. Well, women do this all the time. They cherry pick bits and pieces of a conversation, and they only remember the parts that trigger them. They don't remember the whole conversation. And then that's her problem. Even with him, you can see that she's cherry picking the parts that she wants to hear. So she got caught on Kevin Samuels and black men. Okay, when he actually talked about other men and white men, she had to giggle. So she moved the goalpost because you couldn't answer that.
Pair those women to black women. Like, you should work harder like them.
Okay, so let me level set. So number one, for me in my household, black women are the standard. Black women are the standard of beauty. Black women are the standard of intelligence. Black women are the standard of conduct at their healthiest. With that being said, your first question, what do I require of a woman? I require a woman. Let me answer it this way. So I think a man's job is to teach children how to survive. I think a woman's job is to teach children why to survive. So I need a woman with a very intentional cultural disposition. I need a woman with a very intentional psychological disposition. and I need a woman who is optimistic and enthusiastic about life.
And which is why he's an arts, right? Which is why he's a filmmaker. Okay.
Hydraulics,
film,
you.
arts. Or,
Hydraulics. Steam maxing.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, he's with you, man. Steam maxing. Arts.
Steam maxing?
Yeah. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and
Oh, I get it now. Steam maxing.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Is what he's saying kind of the norm where it's like most black families, black women are the norm. So like if you, Mystery or Jackie, brought home like a white woman, would that be seen as taboo or like looked down on? Or another race woman?
some people would take it as, okay, you couldn't make it with your own women, so you had to go outside because you're lower status or some shit. Some people just don't give a fuck, but some people will look down on you.
No, dude, it's a fucking uproar too. Like among the people that graduated STEM, where they're trying to add the A in STEM. It's like fucking defeats the whole purpose of STEM.
Hell yeah, because that A is supposed to stand for autism. Everybody knows that.
No, it means it stands for A, that all the motherfuckers that couldn't make it in STEM. That's what they end up in, arts.
Aughts. Whatever.
Oh yes, the arts, the fine arts. A for autism. My God. Got me a bad case of the fucking tism.
Very feeling based, and this is these are not metrics. These are ideals. Okay. And intentional. That thing is, I would ask, what does that mean? You say intentional. What does that mean? Give me an example of what intentional, this, that, or that, or the other. Which is, but it is what it is. That's why he's so good at talking to women.
Because ultimately, her number one job is to raise my legacy. So I don't need a woman who's stupid. My woman should be educated, right? Like I said before, you have to be able to have a conversation with me, and I'm clearly educated, so she has to be educated as well. So men who are saying we don't want women because they're educated, that's not my ministry, right? With that being said, life is about trade-offs. And in my experience, women who tend to be pseudo-educated, pseudo-successful tend to come with some trade-offs. Some of those trade-offs tend to be disagreeableness, a masculine disposition, and belligerence. Now,
the octanes. Right on, bro. You've been listening. You got to give him credit.
That being said, even the ones who are that caliber. Now, if I'm given successful women who's belligerent, blah, 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 unsuccessful woman who's agreeable, feminine, nurturing, and all those things that men value, especially men who are doing their job, I'm taking that woman every single day. And that's all men are saying. Now, let me finish. Let me finish.
That's fair.
Let me finish. So with that being said, how much money you make and how successful you make don't move the needle for you in my book.
Okay.
What moves the needle for you is obviously physical attractiveness. After that, it's all about your feminine disposition. Am I enthusiastic about coming home to you? Do you bring me peace? Because I have to go to war with the world every single day. That's what I care about. And I'm sure that's what the successful, intelligent Black men of integrity that are on my channel and other channels care about as well. Now, the ones who don't care about those things, they're lost. If it's a man who's talking about you got to work 5 jobs, like that's some bullshit. And I'll call it, you could bring me on their channel if you want, I'll call it out. But as far as men who are on their job, they want women who are women. That's simple. That's simple. Ask me another question.
Okay. They want women who are women, all right? And I've heard this other talking point, which you basically just alluded to, be his peace. Mm-hmm. You need peace when you come home. Mm-hmm. I could agree to that. I could tell that.
Where's the other question?
To me, why a man needs peace when he comes home and he has a happy, feminine, lovely, nice, kind, sweet woman to come home to. Okay, but guess what? The reality.
Where's the other
reality
question?
For a lot of Black women is that they are the breadwinners of their
It'd be
family.
funny if they could hear him the whole time.
Higher earners. They are the ones who are most responsible. They are the providers and the protectors of that household.
Where's
They
the
are
I
question?
would tell them.
who have to keep the lights on.
Where's the question?
You know what I would tell those women? I would tell those women to go back to the drawing board and become the type of woman that the type of man that wouldn't require you to be the breadwinner
That
would be
doesn't make
attracted to.
that's not realistic. That is not
Why
a
not?
realistic.
Okay, but it's realistic to tell a dude, oh yeah, dude, just fucking just become a 6-figure fucking high value male. It's like, okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. Yo, fuck, dude.
Okay, here's the problem. That basically, for whatever reason, the genders are at war with each other in the Black community, and I think it's unproductive because a lot of the issues that they want to solve are the same. Like you want intact families, you want generational wealth and stuff like that. I think I don't know why this division in the first
It's
place.
because of like the government, and it's the government,
Bro.
like in general, like in other systems, like how the system is, like women going to college more, women earning more, like that naturally fucked everything up. So, like, what are you gonna do now? They're at war with each
Yeah,
other.
like, it's not just the Black community. It's not just the Black community, dude. Like, you've seen the white manosphere, dude. Like, there's plenty of like other racial strife. Look at the Asian community. They just all genders are at war. It's not just the Black community, dude. No way.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's the system. It's the system in general. Like it's the way the world is currently. Because society is gynocentric. It's not just the Black, like as Mr. said. It's like it's
Hell no.
everywhere.
And
The
the
white-
funny part is that like men only started abandoning their quote unquote, part of like making society work when women abandoned theirs. So like the women did it to say it
Women
first.
did it first.
They did it first. Yeah, it's true. Like they dropped their fucking end of the bargain first. When women started being hypergamous and fucking riding the CC and hanging and going to college and making more than men, and doing all this crazy ass shit and not being feminine anymore. Yeah, it's all about that shit, dude.
100%.
For what?
Like, what exactly is a man supposed to be working for in today's society when, like, the women he's supposed to be working for are just absolutely shit tier?
Yeah, they don't care about.
what
They
she
don't care
said?
about them.
You noticed the way she said when she was talking, that dude was talking about his end of the bargain, and he's making some sense. If I can recall, I know he said it very short time ago, but the gist of what he was saying was that you go to work and traditional, you go to work and you protect the household and you offer some direction and all that. And then when she was describing her role of being a sweet, obedient, friendly factor when he come home, did you notice that how her face grimaced?
Yeah, because she doesn't want to be the fucking friendly factor when she comes home.
Did you notice that mystery? Her
Yeah.
face grimaced. Yeah. She had absolute contempt when she was describing that type of behavior. She wants to. If you can read her body language, she wants to be the type of person when the guy comes home, she gives him. She puts him down. She tells him he's not good enough, and then she goes out with her friends and has an affair or something. Yeah.
That is nothing new at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't be a sweet, obedient, friendly factor in the house, then it's not really viable for a guy to slug away to try and provide a home for you.
No, it's beyond that. Black dudes aren't even looking for obedience. They're just looking for somebody who doesn't fight them.
Yeah, like that's the scary part. Like black men are so fucking egalitarian. We're some of the most egalitarian people on this planet, dude. Like we really, it's true though. Like we really are, and it's like when you actually break down like what the stuff that we're willing to even compromise on, we're willing to do so. And like the reality that it's the women who left us. It wasn't us who left them. This is the reality of it. Like when you look at the welfare, I think it was Ice Cactus said Black Ford's the only ones who left their men for welfare. Yeah, it's somewhat true. Like. When you look at the Moynihan scissors and stuff like that, Moynihan scissors and stuff like that, it's all historic. You look at the history of the shit, dude, shit's fucked, dude. Shit is fucked. Yeah, Moynihan scissors were like, the one thing. I think it was when I forgot what the hell. I forget what it is. You know what it is, Jack?
What?
Moynihan scissors. It's like I think it's when the welfare rate reached a certain point. I think when the employment rate for black men reached a certain point, the welfare rate didn't go down. So it formed like a scissors, what it looks like. It's like that doesn't make any sense. Whereas for other communities, when the jobless rate went down, the amount of welfare taken from the system also went down. So which means that people were employed, women were willing to work with the men who had a job now, and things worked out in the end. So
basically, for everybody else, there's a correlation between unemployment and welfare, but for the Black community, there was actually a divergence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's unmarried. I think she's unmarriageable, to be honest with you.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, you say the obvious there, dude. It's true. It's true. Chicken's unmarriageable.
I need to study for that. I don't know.
Little definition of buy a dog, die alone.
Woof woof.
To be fair, she isn't bad looking. I know you guys are saying she's bad looking. I don't think she is.
You know what, dog? You know what, dog? You can have her, dog. You can take her. You can take her for the team, dude. You can have it. You don't give a fuck, dog. We're not even gonna fight over this shit, dog. You can have it. Go take it, Jack Tiffin. Jack Tiffin.
I would say like
you go find this chick, dog. Find her in Cynthia G's comment section, dog. You go take her to a nice fucking bar or some shit around London somewhere, dude.
I should advertise on the Cynthia G comment section.
You should do it, dude. I'm not even lying. You should just go ahead and go for it, dog.
You unironically probably should if them bitches wasn't crazy.
We can get married and we can live stream it on the Mystery Channel.
What a turn of events, man.
Heck with that.
Yo, somebody's about to get killed.
It'd be amazing if the black pill actually got like 2 people married. That shit is crazy.
Like, what the fuck? How the fuck did this happen? It was a crazy turn of events.
And buy my book for $9.95 a month.
Yeah, I'll sell it to him. Fuck it, dude.
The final mystery.
Why not?
Because like I keep saying, there's not enough successful black men.
Okay, but like she keeps saying there's not enough successful black men. Who gives a fuck though? Like if you're with one, why won't you behave the way that he wants you to behave? Like what she's basically saying here is that because there aren't enough of them, therefore I'm not going to behave for a successful black man. I do find I'm not going to behave that way because of reasons. Like she's not even giving me any good reasons why, other than the fact of like there's just not enough of them. Like what the fuck's supposed to mean? The fuck's that mean? There's not enough of them, therefore I get to act like an asshole. Like, what? Okay, whatever, dude. Like.
In the first place, and if for black women, everyone thinks black women's standards are so high. They're not that high. Black women are very willing to settle for a lower earning black man just for the sake of a family dynamic.
But that doesn't make sense. Like we both agreed, black men are earning more on average.
But that is of the men.
So So on average, working and not working all together, black men on average are still earning more. So what I'm saying to you is, yeah, you make $20,000 a year as a black woman. Get with a man who makes 25.
That you're not getting it. You're not getting
Okay,
it.
what am I missing?
We keep talking about how black men on average are making more. But you're not including in the fact that not a lot of black men are working. You have
What do you mean not working? 80%. There's less than 20% of black men that aren't working. Less than 20%. Okay, less than 20%. If you look at the under, I think it's the 15 to 50 of labor participation rate, right, from the Department of Labor, and look at it by race. 81% of black men are working. What the fuck are you talking about? She's lying. Okay, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, which pisses me off.
You have to include the fact that not a lot of black men are even working.
You know, I think
that's bullshit. What are you talking about? And she has nothing to back that up. Well, the thing is, he won't. He's being kind. He's not asking her to back it up with facts.
The reason I'm not including that is because I don't know those men. I know the men who are. So my question to you is no. What I'm saying though is my question to you is, because you care about black women, correct?
I do.
No. Cap. We got Cap on the chat. Bullshit. We got a lot of bullshit. She wants to justify her behavior. She really shouldn't sit here acting like she represents women in general. Yeah. Doing a horrible job of that. Most black women are on government welfare do. Of course, they appear as their own stats. $0 stat. Crackhead energy. Oh boy, a woman might say she's independent, but deep down she's an incredible desire to have a baby. Yeah. He only knows the billionaire blacks who contact him on LinkedIn. She can get Tyrone babies anytime. It's true.
Okay.
Bullshit.
So how can black women be more competitive to get a man like me and some of the men who are my subscribers and members?
It's not.
Because you're right, there's not enough to go around. So how can you be competitive to?
There's not enough of any quote unquote high value men to go around. That's just the reality of the situation. But every woman thinks they want one. Every woman wants one though. Like, come on, someone's gonna have to fucking compromise and say, okay, I can't get this high value guy. I'm gonna have to fucking go down to where I'm supposed to be at, dog. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, I don't know why this argument.
They're called elite for a reason, Mystery.
Huh?
They're called elite for a reason. This high value man is it's only a small portion of the population.
By definition, if there were enough to go around, she wouldn't want him.
She's not going to get a high value man,
Someone said they have no idea what they want as long as the state gives them money. I agree with that to some extent.
All right, hold on. How much did she say she made?
Her?
Yeah.
I don't think she said her amount of money she made.
All right. Well, assuming there's an average income, the dude she qualifies for works for Safeway. Now, I don't know whether he sweeps or works cashier, but I'm pretty sure he's at that store and he ain't the fucking manager.
Hey, you take what you can fucking. I mean, she did not want to do that, obviously, but yeah, some people look.
What is that, like 30K?
Working at a Safeway? Yeah. I don't know about that one.
All I know is if you work in a Safeway, you probably participated in them Bernie Sanders Fight for 15 marches. That's my guess.
I'd rather work for Costco. They have good pay there.
Yeah.
The Fight for 15's already been won.
Yeah, won by inflation, but yeah.
That are available because you have acknowledged they exist, right? We're not unicorns.
Successful black men are unicorns.
Okay.
No. Hang on. Has anyone here read the Bell Curve? Have you read it, Mystery?
Yeah, I've never read it, but I know of like some excerpts from it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is actually something I could actually input here. The Bell Curve is a very controversial book. It's about IQ. It was written, I think, 15, 20 years ago by a guy called Charles Murray and another guy.
Charles Murray and some other guy, yeah.
Richard Heinstein.
Yeah.
And they were talking about the cognitive elite, and these are people that are the people you see who are lawyers and doctors and software engineers and all that, And I think the metric for African Americans is there's 100,000. There's 100,000 African Americans who are part of that cognitive elite, and they're dispersed around the whole of America. So she's got a pool, if she's looking for that type of guy, of 50,000 men. Yeah,
it's deep in it, not smaller than that, because the dude she wants has to have other qualities too.
Yeah, it's not even just the IQ gap. It's also just a matter of like, okay, you have an IQ. You have a really high IQ, but even beyond that shit, though, dude, you also have fucking goddamn, like, okay, you have to be fucking 6'2", 6'4", some shit. Yeah, on top of that requirement alone, she has other requirements on top of that that just eliminate a bunch of men even out of that bracket. So she might even find like a man who's like making six figures or fucking making some high six-figure shit, but she might not. She might eliminate him based on other factors. And it's like, what the fuck? Well, I'm sorry, Jack Tesson, you had another point to make. Go ahead. Or if you
that's. So that pool she's looking for, if she's looking for that high value. They're talking about unicorns. Well, this book is the most harsh social Darwinistic. I don't agree with it totally. I don't, a lot of it's bullshit. But if you want to look at it from that harsh right wing perspective, might makes right and genetics define everything, which is nonsense most of the time, a lot of the time. But anyway, you get the point, yeah. She's looking for a medium group of about 50,000 men, and then if she's got the other requirements, as you're saying, height and looks and social status, if she thinks for a second that a guy who's off that echelon, he's a lawyer, he's going to be going for a woman who looks like Kelly Rowland or something. Yeah, let's be real. Yeah, he ain't going to be going for her. I mean, she's. It sounds harsh because I know better than this person. I'm a freaking 39-year-old loser living in a bloody, just in the outskirts of London. But the type of guy that she could get is a normie. Yeah, a guy that's probably working in a construction site and he's a little bit overweight and shit, and he earns 30K a year. That's her level. Yeah, I know it sounds really harsh, but that's the truth. And should have to be obedient and friendly and warm and all that. Otherwise, the guy's not going to be staying with her for very long.
It's not even harsh. If you were talking about dudes, they wouldn't even mind if you said that. They would just be like, "Yeah, it's natural." Oh yeah, I only make about 30,000. Yeah, I should look for a chick that makes like.
How did Murray find out there's only 100K black men with high IQs? Yeah, I don't remember that. You remember how he found that out?
I read the book years ago.
Yeah. Upper echelon, yeah. Richie A. Rich Ryan versus Tisson in a debate. Fine odds studies. My God. Someone said, "Lol, the bell curve is trash, bro." I don't know. From what I've heard, a lot of the statisticians can't even disagree with what he really says. They just disagree on the margins of like, okay, well, just because you said this, it doesn't mean we can't increase IQs. Like, they use stuff like the Flynn effect to argue it or something like that. But even the Flynn effect, I think, has been slowing down over the last few years. Like the idea of like IQ is going to keep increasing over time. Well, that's actually been not proven to be somewhat not true. I think what it's called, the Flynn effect, right? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, they're very harsh. I mean that kind of Charles Murray Heinstein viewpoint. They basically say that anybody who's not part of the cognitive elite is trash. That's what they say, and it's not true. There's plenty of people that aren't elitist in their genetics, but they get on in life and do well. I don't like them types of people, but I read the book.
Yeah.
Okay, so how can they catch a unicorn? Because you're looking at one according to that.
I do not think it is worth it. That's why I said black women must open their options. I do not think you should be fighting for a unicorn, searching for unicorn.
But you're fighting for unicorns anyway. What are you talking about? If you're going, unless you're going to date a bottom shelf Brad here, or, Brad making 50K a year, in which case, why won't you date a black man making 50K a year? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, if 50K is like your threshold or something like that, or if you're not willing to date like a high value, quote unquote high value black man, then what? Like, you're willing to date down on another race because of like skin color or something, or what? What's she saying here? New York City no longer or New York State rather, no longer requires any math to graduate high school. What the fuck? Oh my God. Math is patriarchy. Apparently so. What the fuck?
Dude, as an aside, I went to New York City yesterday. It was I love going down there, man. I know the politics is trash, but New York City just has that energy. It's the aesthetics, everything's just
yeah.
I
would say that visiting a place is one thing. Living there's probably a different thing.
Yeah, I had a friend who lived in New York City for like a few months, and he said he hated it. He said he liked it somewhat, but he said he hated his living conditions were fucking horrific. They were fucking horrible.
Right.
Quite literally like living in a closet,
peasant.
living like a peasant in a closet somewhere. Like, it was so bad. Like he lived in a literal hallway. Like, it was so bad, dude.
I believe
So
it. If he
bad.
was in Manhattan, yeah, it's like probably
he-
$3,000 for that too.
You gotta share rent with the rats and shit. Hell,
Yeah,
no.
you're sharing a room with fucking. It's so weird. Fucking the rats and the roaches hanging out, in your fucking room. Asking who the fuck's gonna pay this fucking month.
Going on is
So they don't have to compete for the white men, and the Latino men are out there. They don't have to compete for them.
Yeah, this is something she keeps forgetting too. This is something that BG brings up. Yeah, he brought it up too. A very good point. As if like, do you really think that Stacy and Becky are gonna like just let you? Like, you don't think you have to compete with them at all? You don't think there's any competition amongst women at all for those quote unquote high value men, even amongst the white community? Are you out of your fucking mind? Even a 50K Brad guy probably has competition for him. Like, you don't think that Becky or Miranda's looking at him saying, okay, well, I can't get fucking Chad tonight, or I got railed by Chad, I'm gonna fucking settle down with Brad now? Like, are you serious? Like, you don't think you're competing with any other women other than like you're assuming that like all this stuff in a vacuum, and that you're the only woman on the earth right now, and that you get to somehow have a pick of the litter, which is not true.
Well, don't forget, like until a few generations ago, it used to be in the vacuum. Like
That's true.
the races weren't exactly at least for black people, we were actually a lot more segregated from the larger world than we are now. So so like even people like BTS are saying all this competition shit is new to them.
Yeah, if she was around in the 1920s and that, she'll be living in. Well, no, not probably 1950. She'd be living in somewhere like New York City, and she'd probably have a guy that's working in a shop or something, and she'd just be in her apartment with her kids, and she'd be okay with it. She's a product of a lot of social conditioning, I believe. I mean, she's had a whole. She's an NPC, an NPC,
Good old meme that one is.
Bro, she is a boss character for all this frame holding.
A fucking boss fight right now.
Fucking Radon off of Elden Ring and shit.
Dude.
with their women? Come on, baby, bullshit.
Expedition to find this one rare, valuable black man.
So you're saying it's easier to get a white guy?
I think that it's not about it being easier. It's that you have more to choose from. The options are more plentiful. Why would I go to the place?
So more plentiful means option? Easier. More plentiful means easier. So it's easier to find a high earning, successful white dude than a high earning, successful black dude. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're just telling them to, instead of hoping for a unicorn, get a average white dude.
No.
Because white dudes don't make that much money. And they're also unemployed. And they're also in prison. And they're also homeless. And they're also uneducated.
Listen, you have to look at the full numbers, and and we can always go back and forth with this. I know white men are in prison too. White men are homeless too. White men are on drugs too. White men, they're not. They do.
And when you look at the full numbers, she's acting like white women do not exist. That's what she's acting like. She's acting like white women don't exist. Like you don't have to compete against white women. She's acting like these white guys are just roaming around. Unfilled, right? And all they have to do is go to the white side of the table, to the white man's store, and they can just shop and have all this variety. Come on, baby, bullshit.
Hold on, pause it.
We know that, but
just to be clear, since we're all black pill, she ain't competing against white women. She's competing against all women because JBW is law.
She's coping with high value whites are already marrying noodle whore. She's fucked.
No, it's beyond marrying Asians. That's them settling. Even getting out and going to Asians is settling. So like, hell no.
She talking about good advice she's giving. You're right.
Statistician would have a right of you if you can make feel the bell curve is dropping any insightful gems. She cannot even touch noodle voice. Believe it though. Her wig cannot compete with Miranda.
I want to bring up a perspective here. It's like as much as from the manosphere and the men's perspective, it's kind of sad, to be honest. Like even for women, they're competing amongst all other women in a sense. It's like it goes both ways, and like this is the product of the globalized snuggles market as well. Like this is the end result of Black Void.
I do feel a bit sorry for her in a way,
Yeah, like the more I watch this, as the more stupid I realize she is. It's like, she ain't stupid after all. It's like she's a product of the environment, just as
desperation
we are. And she knows, dude. She knows she's a fucking bottom tier, low quality Black Void that no man really wants. And, she just can't accept the reality. In a sense, she's a fucking blue pilled,
Dude, it's like I said, historically, they've been under a system of sexual protectionism almost. Now the sexual market is deregulated and they don't know how to compete. That's just new.
Exactly. And in a sense, like even KS said it best, like back in the 60s or even before slavery time, it's like blacks had the highest marriage rate, people stuck with each other. It's all gone. So they have to resort to being masculine in a sense. Like this shit's just fucking sad as much as we clown on bitches.
Yeah, yeah, I
Seth.
feel a bit sorry for her.
I agree.
Yeah, I
I've-
ain't shedding a single fucking tear. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm not shedding a tear, dude. I'm not shedding a tear. Like
Cold
each
as ice.
fucking individual woman, as much as they, they think they are brainwashed, it's like they have the option. Like that's the sad part. They have the option and they just choose not to. And for us, it's like we got no option. Like we never had the option.
I hope her dog gets all the nutrients he can when he eats her face after she dies, dog. I do not give a single fuck. I don't give the
Realistically
fraction
speaking,
of a shadow of a fuck.
No, I'm with you right there. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I can't shed a single tear because they have the option. It's like this whole fucking femoids or fem cells don't exist bullshit. But yeah, anyways, that was my 2 cents. Like the more I watch this, I'm just like, oh god.
yeah, yeah. Jack Nickelback.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Realistically speaking, yeah. All right. If she was a bit more pleasant and she was a little bit less obnoxious, but she corrected her character traits. What is you'd go for, wouldn't you?
I'll go beyond that. She'll be top tier just because she wasn't a fucking bitch.
Exactly. So she could get a fairly okay man. Yeah.
Even as she is, she could probably shoot above her weight. But if she was acting like the ideal chick we talk about, she'd be striking far ahead of everybody else just because she doesn't have to fight with people. Like she'd be a unicorn just because she acts like a chick.
So the quintessence of it is that she's looking for the cream of the crop, and that's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's like me, I'm a 39-year-old guy, and I'm walking up to the prettiest girls in London and trying to get them to go on a date with me. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, and I think she's probably in a similar position. She's looking at things from a perspective that it was unattainable. So the message that this guy should be telling her really is that you're a woman. You've got a fair amount of femininity, but correct your attitude and just aim for the types of guys that are on the particular level where you can succeed. Yeah,
It's worse than what you're saying. It's not even that they're aiming high. It's that they're aiming that high and not trying to change shit. It's like, all right, if somebody like Drolix it's like if Drolix just graduated college or some shit and he went to Fang but didn't learn a goddamn thing afterwards. Like, oh yeah, I graduated. Like, I'm here. Why shouldn't I get a fucking Fang job? Whatever. And didn't bother to learn anything more about programming. Didn't bother to upgrade himself whatsoever. And going to this example, probably doesn't bother to even do his fucking job once he gets there.
and also the other thing that she's got to factor in is her age. Yeah, I mean she's in her 30s. Yeah, I look at her. She's about 34, 35. A high value man. If you're this quintessential high value man who's earning the six figures and gym maxed and all that and well traveled, speaks 15 languages. I mean the type of guy that
That's true.
has got 15 black belts in different martial arts. He's the toughest guy in America. Plus, he's got a 12-inch dinger. Yeah, that type of guy. He's not looking for a woman in her 30s. He's looking for a woman, in her early 20s. That's one of the things she's got to factor in as well. All right,
bro. You talking about a dude like that? Chicks in high school are her fucking competition.
Exactly.
It's that deep.
Yeah, that's right.
Like the fucking cute barista that listens to his every word and shit. And is actually trying to be a partner to him. That's her fucking competition.
Yeah.
Not just other chicks like her.
Yeah, and when she's talking about going over to the white guys, she could get some white guys, but they'd be working class. There'd be guys earning 30K for 30K and that, and they're still they're not going to part with attitude problems like that. Yeah, she's actually a tragic case. She's actually a case of social engineering gone wrong. You know,
No,
there's a little bit.
even for those white guys, you still gotta. Those white guys not only most probably want their own women most, but even if they're stepping out, you have to compete with all the other races of women. Even if he might think of himself as low and shit, like there's still a fucking audience.
Yeah, she could probably come live with me in my shoddy little apartment in the outskirts of London, but
that's because you haven't fucking left London yet. I swear, you go to fucking Ecuador or some shit, your ass gonna be coming back entitled as hell.
I'll come back on the stream after I do my my Latin maxing, and I'll be all arrogant and that, you know.
Hell yeah, you be coming back here trying to tell us about the mystery method and shit. Like, get the fuck out. No, just talk to him, man. It's easy. Like, no.
I'm gonna bounce, but thanks for having me.
All right, Dustin, what's going on, my dude?
All right.
Yeah.
You can, when I go into the company that I work for, guess who do you, and the company of like 11,000 workers, how many people there do you think are black men?
Well, that goes back to Black history and what I was talking about. But I guess my issue is that you're telling black women.
How many of those white guys do you pull? How many are you married? Did you pull one? If it's that easy and it's that fluid, how come? What's your problem with dating them? You said that they should date them, and the only reason you say they should date them is because black men aren't up to par. Okay, so how come you're not getting the results with the white guys? Okay, what's the problem?
And instead of competing for a man like me, they should compete. I mean, they still is kind of competing, but they should settle for a white dude who makes $50,000 a year.
Why is it settling?
Because I make more than a lot of white dudes.
Exactly.
But you're just one unicorn though.
So you have two options. You can either compete for this unicorn or get with the white dude who makes $50,000 a year. So what would you?
Which
how
one?
many of the white guys you think in my company make $50,000 a year? How successful do you think those white guys are?
He doesn't know.
I have no idea. I know making six figures puts you in the top 10% of the country.
Well, listen. I don't know.
She don't argue against that.
Y'all keep want to do the salary for salary.
She does. You're doing.
The point
it.
I was making.
You're
is
doing
that
it.
A lot of our women don't hold white men or white love interests to the same pseudo masculine standards. So the white dude doesn't have to make six figures. The black dude does.
Black women ask for black men to make six figures.
You just did.
But sure, it might not be six figures, but it's other metrics. You guys impose. And again, if it was just me saying this at my age and other men saying this at their age, I've had conversations with boys in high school and they say the same thing. They're not making money, but they're talking about masculine features and things like that. So my thing is, why are you grading white dudes on a curve and still talking shit about black men?
Boom. Boom. Watch her smile.
Black men
See?
don't, I mean.
See? Yeah, see, look at her.
And you're talking to a black man who's never been with a white girl. I've never even had sex with one. So answer that to me. Don't talk about the black men who talk shit and all that stuff about black women and they're going to get them a Becky.
On a curve. I simply go by what they're doing in real life. I don't grade them on a curve. I never ask for black men. Most black women know that black men don't earn six figures. So I know they're not asking for that.
So what are they asking for? What are they asking for?
Thomas himself was married twice. Okay. I don't know if both his wives are black, but I know one at least was. And yes, he had a job, but it was an extremely low paying job, and she was the higher earner. She was the breadwinner. She was the one that was responsible for that household, but he's talking about some be my peace. I need peace when I get home. When you earn $900,000 a month, are you serious?
Why not?
So a man only deserves peace if he makes a certain amount of money?
You don't get peace when you're getting shut off notices and eviction notices and past due notices. You don't get peace when
In other words, there's a metric. There's a metric, the femininity.
World is falling apart around you. Okay. That's stressful.
Mm.
You can't be peaceful in stress like that.
I agree with you. Now,
when the weight of that is on your shoulders as the woman, when that weight is on your shoulders, you're responsible for the food, clothing, and shelter of yourself and somebody else. That is stressful.
I agree with you. Now, with
So
all
what
that being said,
what piece do you
listen,
expect from a woman like that?
I listen, for me personally, if you watch any of my videos, I tell men, do not even date.
Well, the thing is, you're basically, she's putting you on the defensive. Okay, she's putting you on the defensive. Okay, she's giving anecdotal evidence, and she's trying to make that a metric. What she said that you couldn't just do is that anecdotal. She never gave a. Well, the thing is, I like.
Let's see, white men making 30, 50K are yelling, they're taking our women. Well, if you think white men making 30, 40K are doing well, he's probably not the mind of our time. Yeah, I can agree with that. My dad had all that shit happen and still had peace. Damn. Being evicted is only on the women's shoulder, not the man. Yeah, that's true. She did say that basically. It's only on your shoulder. It's like, okay, yeah, this like that doesn't cover the fucking dude at all.
Yeah, Will Smith had peace. Psych.
Oh boy.
But he's artsy, right? So he never tied her down to an amount. He never tied her down to a metric, even though she's using a metric. She's trying to falsely that most black men don't work, which is bullshit. Okay, it's absolute bullshit. Because if that was the case, most black men would be homeless. There's not millions and millions of black women taking care of black men. It doesn't work that way. That's why I say she's not only disingenuous. Sometimes, I think she's flat out lying. But we'll continue. We're almost done.
Until you get yourself to a certain point.
I mean,
let me finish. That point might not necessarily be six figures, but to the point where you can stand on your own 2 feet as a man, right? You have to build something. You have to be going in a direction before you can lead somebody, right? So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
With that being said, for the men who've done their due diligence, why do they not deserve peace?
If you have done your due diligence, you will have peace. You will get peace.
I hear you, but that's not the experiences of men that I'm talking to.
Are these men married?
Some of them.
Are they married to black women?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Have you seen this report that 65% of black men are in the middle class that everybody talks about, and black men are doing so great, they're all in the middle class?
She's giving earnings metrics again. Okay. The thing is, you don't understand, how do you define middle class? She's doing talking points that she really doesn't freaking understand. That's the problem with her. She don't understand it. She don't understand what the fuck she's talking about. And that's her being disingenuous. I shout out to him for giving her a chance. Shout out to him for interviewing her. And I think she tried to come to my channel about the Monahan report. And I quickly...
Yeah, I think at the end of the video. Yeah. Oh boy, well, she was a bundle of fun. My God. What an extremely just stupid woman. She's outright stupid, really.
Do you think you get white women like that?
What's that?
Do you actually think you actually get the opposite? Like you actually get white women who think like that?
Yeah, it's called a feminist.
Yeah.
Bro, they invented it.
Yeah.
First wave feminism did not come from the black community.
Well, yeah. I mean, when did the first wave start?
It started literally after black men got the vote, and white women were jealous that they didn't have the vote too. So it was like late 1800s, early 1900s, something like that.
Oh, right. It started in America.
As far as the Susan B. Anthony crowd, yeah.
All right, because I know it's the second wave feminism was in London, wasn't it? With the suffragettes, I think.
Yeah, speaking of, like, I think either... No, I don't want to say it's Better Bachelor. It was RPM did a recent video. They're introducing no-fault divorce in the UK and London, specifically.
Oh, it's fucked. I mean,
Yeah.
Lead the West, Jack. Lead the West.
It's literally fucking over, bro. No-fault divorce in UK now.
It is just beyond repair, you know.
It's like, oh my God, all this fucking data and statistics on why men aren't fucking marrying. We'll just do the same thing over in the West. Literally.
You've got no chance, then, have you? You know.
Yeah. So RPM talks about hockey mask time or HMT. He's just like, oh yeah, it's more articles for me to read. You'll get more Professor Waffles. You'll get more, all that good stuff. Get ready, boyo.
Well, my viewpoint on that is that if you've got a situation where you've got, I mean, people aren't really getting married nowadays anyway. But I mean, that getting back to that woman on that video, what would you say her age was?
Didn't they say mid-30s or something?
Mid-30s. Is she childless?
Most likely.
He's that was, yeah. You're right. She's like a representation of the feminist mind frame. You know, I mean, it seems like it's impossible to be able to square the circle in that circumstance. You know, the annoying thing about it is, do you know the guy Oreo Man? You heard of him?
Yeah, we're familiar.
Yeah, Oreo Man. Yeah, the guy that said that he'd do a deal with the devil. Yeah. Now,
Yep.
that dude had spent years and years and years in a state of rejection and similar to what I've gone through. And if that dude was earning 40k a year, yeah, which I think that's respectable for 40k years, to me that's fine, yeah. And he approached that woman there. Wouldn't they be an ideal match? They're pretty much on the same looks level, wouldn't guys like that? They should be given a chance by women like that. You know, it's. I mean, is she single? Is she just Do you know what I'm getting at? It's almost like there's a female who's floating around who could make a guy really give him a good direction in life, but she's choosing to have this nonsense in her brain, you know.
Dude, like I said before, if she wanted a looks match, she could easily find one.
Oh yeah.
If she wanted somebody slightly above her, she could easily find one just by not being fat. So
she could probably go to you're a Michigan guy, you Jack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Black Ronan's trying to get on.
Did he try? I wasn't even here.
Yeah. Black
Just
Ronan.
got back.
I miss him.
Yeah, go ahead and hop on, dude. We got about a half hour left till I get off here, so yeah.
I want to hear his mental hospital story.
Did he try to get on earlier or something?
Nah, he was just saying it in the chat.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I didn't see him.
Yeah.
40K for Jack is different than 40K for a North American.
Well, there's a different ratio, isn't there? Because 40k in the UK is about 55k in America. I'll be happy with that. I'll be happy with 40k a year. That'll do me.
Now you running?
Yeah, it's me.
Is there any echo?
Hold up. Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay, we're good. All right, good. You sound kind of low.
Yeah. No, I'm just really sad lately because I want to get in here to talk about because we're closing of the show. I want to talk about how incels should treat each other, and I had a really good not really a friend, an acquaintance in the Black folk community named Harky, and some shit went down where he was doxxed, and these dudes he had beef with messages one itis, and they were talking shit about him.
Wow. When did that happen?
This was this is how it happened in hold up. This happened at first the server from and got nuked. This guy showed me it, but yeah, that caused me to kind of take a break from the community for a while because that kind of made me very depressed.
Yo, is that from the Black Silver and MD's like beef?
No, Harky also went by Siberian Husky. He was in Mamoon for a little bit.
Hmm.
Yeah, he got doxxed and people were messaging his one-itis, and that really did make me depressed and made me kind of like view the community in a different light. How even with incels, you can have beef among the incels. It's really depressing how they just ruined that poor dude's life.
They are humans at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Yeah, just live by one simple rule: never trust anybody. Period.
100%.
yeah. I've never done stalker or like spurgy ash like that amount of person in life. So even if that was to happen, to me, people had nothing to find. But thing is, that really hurt me because he's a human being at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I gotta hold up. Yeah, he deleted his account and doesn't want to talk to me. It's yeah, it's been like on my mind a lot lately.
How you doing, Ronan? Apart from that, you still training?
Yeah, I went to the gym yesterday. I'm doing 3 sets of hammer curls, 15 times 15, so 15 curls times 3, and then I do this pull up bar to get my back and my chest toned, and then I do sit ups, but I use this thing that hooks your legs on so you could stay balanced, and it gives you a counterweight so you can do your pull ups. So I'm almost there. My mom's noticing my arms have getting more toned. I'm noticing a line where my triceps are, so I am getting there. I try to just eat more, get to 190, and I should be good.
Right.
Wait, how tall you say you were?
I am 5'10" in Air Force Ones.
So that's 5'8".
No, I'm 5'9". Yeah, so my dog told me I'm 5'9".
Yeah, no, I'm shitting with you. Air
Yeah,
Force
but
Ones.
yeah, but I've been going to the gym after during closing time when there's no girls because it makes you depressed.
That's not bad. 5'9", 190. That's a good target to aim for.
Yeah, I just gotta eat more because I'm at 171 right now. Because what I usually do right now, I meal prep. I get two chicken breasts and I put them inside these black containers with like a white rice and some broccoli, and then make a protein shake.
Well, you still got you're getting there. I mean, how old are you, Ronan?
I am 22.
All right, at 22, you're going to be fast metabolism, so you know putting on fat's going to be hard,
Yeah,
and
because
you might
people
have a
know
very
what I look.
fast
Yeah,
metabolism.
people know I look like a fucking discount Kanye West. So I could just gotta just gym max and then eat more and then looks match and go back to college, and then get my shit together and I should be good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because the biggest spurgs in the Blackpool community aren't the guys who are just saying, aren't guys like me, or aren't guys like guys who have mental illnesses. See, people like to make fun of the guys who sit on Discord all day complaining about Western pussy that's demonic and evil. It doesn't even want them. They'll shit on them with Chad at a moment's notice.
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat
Yeah,
that,
I
Ronan?
haven't been on the Discord in a while. I don't even know like my Discord is dead as fuck, but I don't even know what people are even posting about anymore on Discord. So
Yeah, 'cause it's just like it's. I feel like simping also. I feel like if you complain about not getting Western pussy, which is mediocre and subpar and demonic and evil, that's low key simping. Complaining about not getting Western pussy, like whenever I see girls walking around in public, I just I just feel like danger around them. You know,
you feel danger, Ethan?
not danger as in like a discomfort. They're just not very pleasant to be around.
Yeah.
Like at my job, I'm not gonna disclose where I work at, but at my job, we're in a group chat, and all they're doing is just talking shit about like another incel who I know was an incel, is my one of my work friend, and it's fucked up.
He's
Yeah,
so
people-
weird. He's a school shooter. I mean, master leader.
I mean, people aren't going to give you any real support, dude. When it comes down to it, I mean, people don't care about this issue, dude. People just care about getting their own shit together and moving on with their own lives. People don't care about incivilism at the end of the day. People
No.
don't care that people are alone or extremely lonely. They don't care about any of this stuff, dude. So you're kind of on your own when it comes down to it, or even even if you join a community, apparently you still get doxxed, stuff like that. So this is why I kind of stay to myself and kind of keep my community kind of like close knit. So.
Yeah, that's why I like this community. Like, I trust you guys a lot. You guys are the homies. Like you, we need more unity among the Black Pill community, and we shouldn't be doing that to each other.
I had a joke one time. I said what we should do is we should all move to one region of the world, and then gain an enormous amount of political, economic, and kind of cultural power, like become a real dominant force in the region. And then we should wait for any time there's any kind of disturbance in the world, and if there's any refugees coming, we won't let in the women. And by the time we'd have like a ratio of 3-1, we could have like harems.
Yeah, see, South Korea already did step one of that.
Did they?
Yeah, you saw that president.
What did this? Oh, you've been to North Korea?
No, South Korea. Hey, Mystery, what's the name of that dude in South Korea they just elected?
Oh, yeah, the incel.
Oh, that guy. I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Who is Colt Maximus? Who is this guy?
He been in the chat for a minute.
Yeah, I think I've seen him before. See what he has to say. Colt Maximus, is that you? Who are you?
Can you hear me all right, guys?
Hey, you sound pretty good.
Good stuff. No, I've nothing much to add. I'll just pitch in when I've got something relevant to say. It's just it's nice to hear Ronan back in the chat. I know he's had a lot of ups and downs recently, but I hope he's doing good.
Sounds like it, I guess. At least he's still alive, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my shit together. I'm trying to get my shit together because a lot of the dudes in the community are just like stuck in this like Arrested Development where they just like, because they're not Chad, they're just depressed and don't want to do anything with themselves, and then that's not good. You have to find a way to like use the Black Pill as a way to I look at it like Call of Duty night vision goggles. Let the Black Pill allow you to see through the bullshit, see through the fucking darkness.
Yeah, I'm similar to you. I'm 5'10". I got up to like 185, 10% body fat, and it didn't have any effect for me in the real world. I think it would have been beneficial if I was around women, but on online dating it didn't do me any favors. I got, I couldn't have got in better shape. I'm 5'10", 185. Visible abs, 10% body fat, and I have sort of moderate success on Tinder, but it didn't make a world of difference. So I've just kind of given up. I'm still probably 10% body fat, but I'm only about 165.
Wait, if y'all don't mind me chipping in, so basically y'all are both literally average.
Yeah, in the UK, I'm probably, I think average height in the UK is 5'9".
Yeah, 5'9" to 5'10", like 180 pounds. That's literally that. Yeah, that's literally
what part of the UK you're from?
I'm from North England, near Manchester.
Oh, okay.
So,
Jack Kissen's from. I think you're from London, right?
Yeah, I'm from outside London.
Okay.
Yeah, but what did you do for a gym routine? What did you do?
It was my passion before, like, so it wasn't too much of like, I wasn't doing it to, I used to literally enjoy going to the gym with a byproduct of thinking, well, maybe this will help me out with women, but I literally got to the best physique that I think my genetics allowed, and I'd no much difference in my dating life, so I'm kind of a bit of a demotivated thing. I've not lifted a weight all year, but I've just been so depressed that I've not eaten much. I've been eating like 1 or 2 meals a day, so I've maintained low body fat, but I've just lost a lot of muscle now, and it's just like I just don't know whether I can ever feel like it kind of feels pointless to start training again when I've already sort of maxed out my natural potential.
Yeah, gyms are kind of depressing as well because a lot of the girls who work there like wear these tight ass clothes to make you feel depressed.
Oh God, dude.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ron, and my gym's a 24-hour one, and I have to go at like 11 p.m. or there's just too many girls in tight yoga pants distracting. It's literally, as much as it's nice to sort of check out hot women, it's too much of a distraction going at 6
It
o'clock.
really is,
right?
dude. It's true.
Yeah, but
I'd
that's
be all
why like
for.
I bring the bench to the corner and I just work out against the wall. So I have my I'll be looking at the wall trying to gym max. I just don't look. I just pretend everything around me is just nothing.
That's a pretty good tactic actually. To kind of put you in a zone a little bit, you know.
Bro, we
and
literally out here acting like fucking 1600s Christian monks and shit. What the hell?
Yeah,
we gotta avoid the sin.
Have you? I could give you a bit of advice on. There's like certain like plant steroids. Have you heard of like something called testosterone?
Testosterone? I gotta look that up. Will it make me get bigger?
Yeah, it's basically it's got comparable effects to a steroid called Anavar, but none of the side effects. Have a look at a compound called testosterone, and there's lots of YouTube videos on it, and it's got like a mild, sort of steroid-like effect, but it's something that's naturally occurring in spinach, and it's also something that naturally occurs when like an insect goes from fucking whatever it is into a butterfly. Apparently the insect use this sort of compound for like maximum growth and stuff when they go into that cocoon and they like hibernate and grow. That's all. It's like something to do with that. I'm a little bit out of my depth explaining it on here, so I can't remember exactly, but I just know it has no side effects and it offers steroid-like, results. It's like lean gains. You don't get a lot of water weight from it. It's nice hard tissue, so you can bulk and stay. You can gain size whilst staying lean at the same time. So I was looking at them, and also I'm not sure if you've heard of SARMs. It's like they're sort of like the next step down from steroid, and SARMs, it's an abbreviation for selective androgen receptor modulator, and it like binds to your natural testosterone in your body to give it an even more sort of hardcore effect. And there's a lot of SARMs that are relatively side effect free. So I'm just trying to give you advice how to. It's just like a bit of a cheat code. It's not, not none of these SARMs, depending on which ones you go for, they're also fairly side effect free. I jump on steroids, but a lot of them are, very bad for, speeding up the balding process, and I'm already like a node free, so I don't want to lose any more hair.
Yeah. Also with gyms as well, though, a lot of men ego lift, and just like every time a girl, when there's all men in there, we're working. We're talking about anime. Hey, bro, you watch Attack on Titan? Oh, this, that, and the other. We're just shooting the breeze. As soon as a girl walks in, the energy just changes. Like it's so strange.
Yeah. Do you train alone, or do you train? Have you got a training partner?
Yeah, this Puerto Rican kid I go to the gym with. He actually also works at my job, and I saw him there. He was playing basketball as well in the basketball court, and I'm gonna go there tomorrow on Monday, and we're gonna work out together. He's trying to lose weight. I'm trying to gain weight. So,
Cope. Yeah.
How is gym maxing a cope? I'm doing it for me.
No. I'm asking that guy Cope Maximus. No, sorry, Ronan. I wasn't saying it was a Cope. I'm asking the guy from England, Cope Maximus.
Oh, what were you gonna ask him?
Yeah, Cope. Sorry, Ronan. I think you should carry on going to the gym. I really do, and I think all that Cope stuff's nonsense.
Yeah.
Cope Maximus, can I ask you a question, please? All right, mate.
You all right there, Cope Maximus?
Cope Maximus?
Is he there? He's kind of stopped working. What the hell happened to the guy?
But you guys are gonna make fun of me for what I use for dumbbell weights. I don't use the 25s and 30s because they're too light for me. I use the 40s to 45s, 50s. That's what I usually go for.
Are you talking pounds or kilograms? All the weights
pounds,
in pounds?
pounds.
Wait, make fun of you for what?
No, because I feel like the guys in the tell, oh, I lift more than that, or you're weak, or you're a bitch. You know,
Motherfucker, you might be the only person here who actually goes to the gym. I'm over here sitting at home just watching the birds go by. I ain't
Yeah,
doing
I go to
shit.
the gym, but I don't really go there to get extremely big. I just go to the kind of like maintain my weight. I lost a bunch of weight a few years ago, and I'm trying to just maintain weight. Really, I don't really care about trying to like get big or something like that. Just trying to get toned and then maintain weight. So I don't really care about getting like
Yeah.
massive pubes and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm over here
I think
listening to you. I'm like, damn, that sounds tough, bro.
I honestly think being slim and low body fat's better than being big and overweight. I think I'd rather be, 5'10", 160 pound and thin than 200 pound and 25% body fat. Personally, I think I look better. My face, you can see my jaw and my cheekbones a lot more. If I go to like 25% body fat, I just look dreadful in the face, or just so much water retention, just like having like a really round face. So I've just thought I'll just stay skinny then. I'd rather be skinny.
Nah, being skinny is not good because when girls get older, they go from wanting skinny Chad to bigger, more masculine Chad. When girls turn 23, 24, their sexual interest changes. The type of guys they like. That's why you see younger girls are pretty boy Chad, and older girls are more buff, more masculine Chad, like the guy from Preacher.
Yeah, old hoes can't do shit.
No, when I mean old,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like 25 to about 30, because there's some girls that do look good, I admit, from 25 to 30 in that age range. Some girls do still look good at that age if they have no
Women
kids.
look like the cut look, not the meathead look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the meathead look is dead. Yeah, the meathead.
The best fighters are 5'8", 6'4", and 160, 240 pounds. Wow.
Oh yeah, really specific, Ice. Thank you.
Yeah, the meathead look is dead because look at hip hop. We went from guys like Busta Rhymes and Game and 50 to guys like Lil Nas X and guys like
Yeah,
Isaiah Rashad. Yeah, Wiz Khalifa's buff as shit now. He's big. He got like 180 now. He gym maxed because he was getting picked on.
The politeness of British men is unhealthy. Maybe.
No, I like
Yeah,
British politeness because they can be rude while being sarcastic and nice to you at the same time, and I respect that. America, we're just rude up front.
Yeah,
y'all
that's
polite
true.
with the rudeness. Yeah, y'all.
It depends on where in America. There's a such thing as what's it called, Minnesota nice.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coke Maximus, can I ask you a question, mate?
Yeah, go for it. Fire ahead.
Yeah. Right. What? You live in Manchester, yeah? Oh, you ain't got to dox yourself. But you live in Manchester.
I don't want to dox myself. It's a little bit more West Yorkshire. I'm
mate.
closer to Leeds. Leeds.
All right,
Leeds.
yeah.
You'll know it.
In your opinion, do you think it's? I mean, I've given up on the UK. I live in London area. But in your opinion, do you think there's any areas in England which are a bit easier on guys when it comes to picking up chicks?
I've set my Tinder thing to the maximum now. I thought, well, why not? And I've heard sort of the big places like your big cities like Manchester and Leeds and London. They're the worst places. But then the thing is with the UK, you go to some villages and there's like less than 100,000 people. There's no universities, so there's not much life in those kind of cities, So it's kind of finding the right city that's got sort of like a nice bit of university type women there. I don't know what age range you're looking for, but for me, I'd be looking for some.
Because I found the northeast of England, like Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Sunderland, to be quite
They're
okay.
polite up there. I deliver for my job. I actually go up north, like sort of Newcastle, Durham. And that kind of place, and I've noticed that the customers, I thought like the Scousers and stuff, they won't be polite, but I find they're really polite up in Durham and Middlesbrough and up there. I've never been sort of for my job. I don't get into Scotland much, but I go very far into the north.
Scotland's hard.
Yeah, I don't like Scottish people too much.
No offense. I mean, I'd like to say offense. I mean, I'm actually my family live up in the Scottish Highlands, and it's really, really hard to actually pick up chicks there. But I've heard that the northeast of England, like Middlesbrough, Sunderland, and Newcastle, it's actually a bit better. Have you heard that, mate?
I might have to have a Tinder holiday to somewhere around there. Then I might have to put my
Yeah.
location as somewhere around Liverpool. Try pull a Scouse bird, but
Oh, good
whether
luck, pal.
you
Good
know,
luck.
yeah, I've drained it. I've swiped myself to death round here, so that's without getting on a plane, I don't know what else I could try. Going down
I
south
thought
ain't
Yorkshire
gonna
girls
do
were okay. I thought Yorkshire girls were a bit more promiscuous.
No, it's hyper. I heard somebody speaking about the UK on a whole, and they were saying the UK is like the equivalent. They say the dating market is comparable to New York.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what
you're right.
somebody.
Yeah, you're right about that, dude.
Yeah,
It's a hellhole here, dude. New York,
yeah.
Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island. It's a shithole. Those states I just named, I've been to all four. It's a shithole, dude. Don't go. It's
I think I'm not. I don't have many sort of like 20 to 30-year-old girls on my Instagram, but I've heard that women in the UK make even more of an effort with their appearance than the typical sort of white American girl. I can't say that for sure. So, if they're spending so much time on their looks, they're in the gym 6 days a week doing squats, and they're not going to settle if they're making themselves look absolutely beautiful. They're not going to date down. There's just so many girls. Probably more girls go to the gym than men around me. At least a 50-50 ratio. I go to like one of the more.
Dude, let me tell you something, bro. I never see black girls at my gym at all my age. Never.
No, I've seen one or two, and they go alone at night. Actually, I was actually close to one speaking to this black girl because it was like 12 o'clock, and for a period of like a month, she'd be there on a night on her own every time I went, and I just thought, I've heard it's the wrong place to approach a girl. I almost feel like they've got their earphones in, and it's almost a little bit too. It's a little bit stalkerish to start going up to somebody in the gym. I don't know what you feel about that.
Because the thing about the gym, dude, don't talk to girls at the gym because you're around giga chads. You're around literal. I saw this one dude I was working out with. He was like Michael B. Jordan, dude. He was big old swole looking dude.
Yeah.
And me and him
But
are
that's
just
the
shooting. Me and him are just
benefit
shooting
of
this shit about
training.
life. Yeah.
Do you go? Luckily, my gym's 24 hours, and I do shift work, so I can often get to the gym at like 11 p.m. and they'll be like, it's a massive gym. It's called a Pure Gym. It's like massive warehouse. It's huge, and there might only be like 5 people in at one time. But if you go at 5 p.m., there could be 120 people in the gym.
I don't like that. What I usually do, listen to heavy metal music while gym maxing. That's what I usually do.
Whatever music fires you up.
Yeah, listen to like Drowning Pool, listen to Hatebreed, listen to Parkway Drive, listen to Avenged Sevenfold, listen to Saliva, like new metal and alternative metal. Listen to that while working out. Listen to what's another band to listen to? Disturbed. That will get you pumped.
Yeah, I like. I'm more into sort of. I like, as far as sort of metal goes, I like thrash metal, a bit of old school Metallica.
Yeah,
it might be a bit past before your time. The first 4 albums, And Justice for All, Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning. Them sort of early albums, I like a bit. They give you some good energy in the gym.
Yeah. Just listen to any listen, or what I do. This one guy, Jim Max, he's a friggin' weeb. He's like more of a weeb than I am. Listen to the soundtrack for Dragon Ball Z while Jim Maxing.
Well, hold on. American or Japanese?
He's a black dude. He's a black dude.
No, I was talking about the soundtrack.
Japanese.
Holy goddamn.
Yeah, he's a turbo weeb, but he Jim Max though. But I mean, talk about. He talked about girls in the locker room and shit because there's a locker room, but we don't do that gay shit where we walk around butt ass naked. We all like make sure to have our towels on or whatever. We don't look at each other. No dick staring. But me and him were talking about girls and shit, and the exact same thing we talk about on here. He talks about with me, like how like black women only want X Y type of guys because he's a smart dude. Dude's 6'1" and is studying he's trying to become studying medicine. He's studying medicine. Yeah, and he's 6'1", studies medicine, dark skinned dude, wears glasses, smart dude. Because he's normal, girls don't want to fuck him like at all.
Dude, that's 6'1's above average. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
The only time I've ever met anybody in my life that were fully black pill aware was a guy that I bumped into at like midnight at my local gym, and I don't even know how we got on the topic. We started talking. We were mentioned a bit about like all these red pill advice, and then he goes, "Oh, you heard of black pill?" And I was like, we sort of looked at each other like, "Oh my god, this is weird." It's like the first time I've ever met anyone that's mentioned the black pill to me in real life, and he'd watched all faces. I don't think he's fallen quite as deeply into it as me, but he's fully lookism aware, so he's totally trying to looks max. But I just feel a bit sorry for him because he's we call Asian, he's Pakistani. We refer to them as Asian in this country, but he's Pakistani and he's only like he's got a really good body, but he's only like 5'7". So he says he can't even date white women. He only has to he has a bit better luck dating within his own race because the Muslim Pakistani culture, they get a lot of if they're seen with an unreligious white guy, they get a lot of backlash from their male family members for dating Christians or atheist white guys. It's heavily frowned upon. So he does all right within his, but he knows that he can't attract white women.
Oh, that's funny thing is the guy who I was talking to who's 6'1", he's Muslim too, because Islam is the second most popular religion among black people in America, and he follows Islam and
right.
whatever. I mean, because he had the Muslim hat thing on, and me and him were just shooting the
Yeah.
breeze. He has a hard time with dating girls as well, and he
Yeah,
talks about
I don't
like,
think.
Go on.
No, I just in this country, not many white girls are given Muslim a chance unless they're kind of bottom tier.
No, when I how to explain black Muslims in America, it's like the Malcolm X version of Islam. That's the type of Islam he follows. He doesn't eat pork.
Nation of Islam.
Yeah, Nation of Islam. He doesn't eat pork. He doesn't me and him talked about like him dating outside of his race. He would be okay with that, but it wouldn't be his first option. Like he's not like a milk only guy like a lot of guys in the black pill community. He wants to date a Muslim black woman, but most black women don't want to commit to that lifestyle. They want to hoe it up.
Yeah. Have you had much? How's your sort of dating like? You're only 23, aren't you, Ronan?
No, I'm 22. I only had one
22.
first and last girlfriend in my life. You guys know I ascended. I'm not going to go into it. It's like Bruce Wayne's parents.
Yeah.
His origin story. You guys know what happened already. But
failing upward, but yeah.
Yeah, but me and him were talking, and he tells me that like he feels like he told me, he said, Ronan, I do everything the correct way. I'm educated. I'm tall. I'm dark skinned though. I'm in the gym, but just girls don't want me. And I told him, what's wrong with you? Is that there's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah. It was upsetting as finding out all the hard truths about female nature. It's almost freeing in a way as you can kind of sort of take a little bit of the blame off yourself. It's just how society's gone.
Yeah,
so
he's so Muslim. He's so hardcore with it, bro. He's on NoFap because if you're Islamic, you're NoFap by default. If you actually follow the Quran, you're NoFap by default.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that Hamza guy's always preaching about NoFap, isn't he? And he's an English Muslim. Is he called? Yeah, I've forgotten his name. You know what I'm on about? The red pill guy. He's a British Muslim, I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but he, me and him, I feel bad for the guy because, like, you could tell he wants a girlfriend, tell he has his mind on straight, but just girls don't want that.
Yeah.
And
I'm really starting to think that there's like a lot more to being a pretty boy nowadays, especially if you want a younger girl. Like all this big, massive, hairy chest, ultra masculine kind of thing. Them guys are winning just as much, if not less, as just like the little pretty boy twinks.
No, the twinks are winning nowadays. The twinks are winning. The twinks are winning nowadays. As someone who's transitioning from a twink to trying to become a buff twink, because I'm still gonna be the frame sell me, but
pause. Yeah.
The frame sell me. I do see the skinny guys do winning though, but they got to be tall. You got to be skinny and tall. You can't be 5'9" and skinny. That's not gonna. Got to be at least like 6'4" and skinny with a t-shirt on.
I know, that's true. I'm like, I could probably get some decent shoes on. I could I could probably tell a girl I'm 6 foot on a dating app if I wore the right shoes and being thin, but I just don't think that's quite enough to cut it. Even 6 foot.
Yeah, and then
So
girls like I noticed how girls on Tinder are getting a little bit more generous with the height. They'll say no men under 5'9", so at least they're getting somewhat generous. Somewhat. I've seen some girls say that no men under 5'9", so at least we're getting somewhat generous.
I was speaking. I got a Tinder match, and I've been sort of chatting with her a bit. I've had a few phone calls, and I'm honestly not that bothered whether I'm successful with her or not. And I started to sort of try and explain to her why it's easier for women at the moment than it is the average man. I'll try to say how the average woman has a lot more options than the average man. I was just slightly trying to see if she'd accept it, and it was just like she just couldn't accept it at all. And then she actually ended up coming out with, she goes, "You're really starting to sound like these group of guys on Reddit's called incels, you know."
Oh, you too? You too? Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was laughing. I said, I can't. She goes, "You're not an incel, are you?" I said, "No, I've had 3 girlfriends. I'm definitely not incel, but I'm an incel sympathizer. We'll just leave it at that."
Yeah, same here. I sympathize with the community. Just like how like during World War II, not every German was on some delete the star people type shit. You had some Germans that like you had some Nazis that switched sides to go join the Allies. You know what I'm saying? So not everybody was on the same side. That's how I look at the incels. You have incels and incel freedom fighters or incel
Bro,
sympathizers.
that's fucked up. You gotta be hiding your ugly friends in your attic like fucking Anne Frank and shit.
God.
Where
All
are
right,
the
buddy.
incels? You must lock them up now. Now. No
All right, guys.
incels here.
Gonna cut the music off. We're ending this stream pretty soon. Let's see. Do some fucking last words here. We're doing pretty good here. Do some last words. Good way to end the stream here. Colt Maximus, my dude, you're kind of new here. Last words.
Yeah, I'd say to guys, it's better to be thin than fat. Better to be lean than fat. That's just my opinion. I think 9 out of 10 guys' faces look better. I think it's your face is probably more important than body. And if you're thin, your body's always, it's never going to be the thing that don't get you. I just say stay lean, aim for 14% body fat underneath, or if you can. But yeah, don't get fat over 25% out. You vol cell, I say. So I'll leave it with that.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Peace
Thank
out.
you. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. All right, Ronan, my dude. Black Ronan, my dude. Last words.
What I was gonna say is don't use the black pill as a crutch like I was previously. I learned a lot in the past year. I've been part of this, or the past couple of years I've been a part of this community. Use the black pill as a way to navigate their life. That's all.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Peace out. My dude, Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, if anybody ever talks to you about beta bucks in any form, always point to Will Smith. Just now and forever.
He is the fucking poster child for that shit, dude.
The all-time ultra god representation. It's like
representation of that shit, dude, for sure.
It's like God, Jesus, and Will Smith, just the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, the Holy Cuck Trinity. What do you want? With Jack Murphy, that Will Smith, and who's the other guy? You think we have a third?
God, shit. I gotta think.
The Holy Cuck Trinity. Yeah. Either way,
Jack Murphy. Hold on, goddamn. We could do this before we quit. Goddamn it.
Gotta find one more.
Gotta find one more. All right, Jack Murphy, Will Smith. Shit. Let's see. Who's the dude? Is anybody dating Lizzo?
You had to ask that fucking question, dude.
You know how the game. You know how the game is. Like she got somebody. Goddamn. Like
she got somebody fucking her fucking that whale hole.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. We'll figure it out next stream, though.
Right, yeah. So Jack Murphy, Will Smith, and
Danny DeVito. Really, this guy
and Lizzo's
with an offset.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Jack. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yeah, I'll see you. God,
all right,
yeah.
dude. All right, then know with me. I'm the last one left, like usual. All right, guys. Last words. It's over. I agree. It's fucking over. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Hope you guys had a good one. 38 people still here. Wow. Dang, this is pretty crazy. Sex bots is their only hope. Peace. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming into the comment section. As usual, thanks for the comment section for coming on. Comments for always coming in here and keeping the chat active and stuff like that. This stream really relies on the chat being active and people kind of coming in here and talking and stuff like that and having stuff to talk about. So felt pretty good today. Had a very good stream. Very fun stream today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. About 5 hours, 13 minutes. So you guys have pretty good content this week to kind of listen to and stuff like that. So hope you guys enjoyed it. And I will see you guys on the flip side. See you guys next weekend for sure. Next Saturday. Probably won't stream Saturday. Probably have a date, but Sunday I definitely will stream. And like usual, peace out, my dudes. And remember, drink waters only sometimes. Yeah, I agree. Drink water. Yeah, that's how I end the stream. Drink fucking water. Peace out, my dudes. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll see you guys next weekend for another SNC Sunday Night Cope. Peace out.